Hey, 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 hey! Good afternoon, good evening, good night, or good morning, depending on where in the world you are currently watching this from. Part 6. Part 6. Can you believe it? Part 6 of 15.
High-tech graphical overlays here.
Part 6.
That's 12. I'll do 3. You do 3.
Okay, part 6 of 15. Can you believe it?
Someone's missing.
Who's missing?
Well, there's some numbers missing. Oh my goodness, where have you gone? You've just moved from one to another. Where have you gone? You cannot miss this.
Some of the people might be catching up though from earlier. What they might be doing is they might not have been watching it exactly live, and they might be playing catch up.
Don't be giving them the excuses.
Yeah, I know. To be fair, I'm just trying to look after you guys. Yeah, I'm just trying to be the good guy. Good cop, bad cop. See?
I'll put you're all on the timeout.
Good cop, bad. What we were supposed to do was we were supposed to get a nice Q-corner cup of tea.
I haven't even found my mug. Thing. I haven't. I really haven't. Anyway. We have got a lineup now for part 6 that we are, well, super excited about. But our first guest, the very first one.
Absolutely. Our very first guest is, first of all, does she need any introduction? Does she need any introduction?
I don't think so. Not really.
Well, we're going to do an introduction anyway because we can. It's somebody that we are very privileged to be able to call not just a colleague, a Qualatex colleague, but also a friend too. Somebody that's inspired us for years and
continually to do so. No pressure there.
Yeah, she was one of the first people that actually inspired us into the industry in the first place because... so
technically, if we irritate you...
It's your fault.
Yeah.
It's Sue's fault. Because Sue do voodoo.
Sue does do voodoo.
Because when we first came onto the Qualatex stand at Spring Fair many years ago, Sue was there demonstrating how to make a 3-foot gumball.
Yep.
And it was like magic to us. It literally magic to us.
I mean, balloons and gadgets. Perfect.
Yeah, absolutely.
Pretty awesome.
There was Dr. Bob Armstrong as well, another instructor that's going to be on the show at some point. He was there showing to do stuffing balloons, which again amazed us too. And Sue was there demonstrating to do gumballs, all on that same Qualatex stand at the Spring Fair them years ago.
Pretty awesome. So yes, so we do have a live link up. It's active now. I wasn't sure if it was, but it is. We've got there.
We've got it. Link up to the house.
So we're going to do that now. We're going to pass it over. Yes, we good?
Yeah,
let's go for it.
Let's go.
Here we go. There we go.
Oh, interesting.
There's a rainbow.
I don't really. No, I do.
I recognise that tone.
Hi, are you here for the Q-Corner convention? Welcome, thank you for coming, and come inside. Milo, come. This is Milo, he's my dog. Milo will be joining us for the class as well. If you'd like to come through and take a seat, we'll get started as soon as possible.
Hello.
Thanks for inviting us into your home there, Sue. Oh, we've just lost some audio there. We just have a little...
Audio technicality. Why do we have an audio technicality? Sue, can you hear us now?
I can.
There we go. It just cut out on me there. We've got you back.
I have nothing in my ear.
Perfect.
Yes, well, I can hear Sue now.
I know where it is.
Keith has an audio technicality.
I have an audio technicality.
So we tried to fix it, but it's actually Keith, not anything else.
That's because it's that time of the day again that I should have done this during the break. Sorry, guys. My mistake.
Are we having a helper with Milo as well then today, are we, Sue?
Yes, I better forewarn you that you may hear some interruptions during the class. Milo's a little confused about what's going on in his home.
Well,
so
all these delegates,
if you hear, I know, I can see everybody lined up there. It's amazing. Everybody's got a front row seat. It's awesome.
Absolutely.
And there's all my best friends there. It's incredible.
That's it. Milo's going, oh, tummy rubs from several hundred delegates.
Sorry about that, guys. That was me. I got confused as well. It was my battery pack decided at that point that it was going to it was it was going to die.
We have learned that tiredness disconnects the logical thinking. Just saying.
I'm not tired.
Well, that must mean I'm tired all the time then.
Yeah, I understand. We know. Yes.
Yeah.
So, Sue, thank you for inviting us into your home.
No, thank you for coming.
I just want to ask a question as well, Sue, because this kind of convention is kind of one of a kind, and you probably is one of the instructors that's been to the most conventions over the years as well. How does it feel to you for something so new?
It feels incredible. I think, as I've said a couple of times today, I think this is ballooning history. Everything. I mean, I'm just in awe of all the instructors, of what they've, their classes so far, and I'm sure all the classes afterwards. And the job that you guys are doing is awesome. I mean, it's just technically incredible that you're actually managed to do this, and hats off to everybody involved. I know that Susan and Evie have been a huge part of this, but there are so many people in the background as well. I'm seeing all the translation going on, and it's incredible. So I think this really is, it will go down in history as being just the most phenomenal convention ever. And it's opened the opportunity for people who haven't been able to go to a convention before, and they're actually experiencing what a convention's all about. I mean, obviously they're not getting the opportunity to do the networking side, although I can see some networking on the conversation.
Yes,
yeah.
I think actually
it is there.
Yes. Yeah,
it is. But and the atmosphere. I mean, you wouldn't think that you could actually get that atmosphere just from sitting at home or sitting in front of your laptop, but you really do. It's incredible. I watched Nicolette's class this morning, and it was so inspirational and really uplifting. These are incredible, unprecedented times. Nobody's ever experienced anything like this before, and she gave some really, really good messages during her class.
I think what's interesting about that one, Sue, is sometimes at the conventions, because you're so busy and, your energy levels sometimes drop.
You also have to choose which class you're going through.
And you're fighting for deciding which one you might do. And sometimes, quite often, you don't always pick the ones you need to do. You pick the ones you want to do, and you miss those gems. And with an event like this, you get to do everything. It's all there. So. And
as an instructor, we're always prepping or preparing, teaching our classes. So for me, seeing another instructor is pretty rare. So I am so loving watching other instructors at work and seeing what they're doing. It's
we've seen more networking now for instructors for this event. We see more instructors in the chat, pre-class, post-class, other people's classes. Just sharing and talking and helping, and we don't get that opportunity at a typical event. So that's what we've noticed, and think that's absolutely
incredible. Just seen there as well as Debbie McGill's in the chat. She's another lady that had a massive effect on our business as we come through, especially as we've come through from the instructor ranks.
Although you did do her name wrong.
Debbie McGill. You said Debbie McGee. I didn't say what I said.
Debbie McGill.
Debbie McGill. Boom, boom, boom. Debbie McGill.
Debbie and I should actually be in Sweden today, and we should actually be teaching over there. So to everybody in Sweden, I'm sorry we're not there, but hopefully this will make up, I'm sure it will make up 1,000-fold.
Yep, you're there now.
Yes, technically, but not delivering the class that we should have been delivering, but, they're getting, an amazing opportunity to see over 100 instructors, so that's really fantastic.
There certainly are. Well, we have got well over 500 people who are on this front row, Sue, that are probably quite desperately wanting to talk to you directly rather than us being your way. So I think with that in mind...
Just before you start, though, John said that he would make a cup of tea for everybody that came. So, John, that's 549, because you got to include us as well.
Milk, no sugar, please.
Sorry, that's just gone up. And it's just gone up again. It's just... make tea. You just make tea.
But I do have something very exciting to say, that we have now reached over 18,000 subscribers to this channel.
We've done it!
Yay!
Yes!
Yay!
Fantastic.
So
Thank you very much, guys.
congratulations!
Thank you for that update, Sue. Yes, we haven't had a chance to look.
Thanks, Sue. And thank you guys so much. That's 18,000 entries into the chance to win the premium balloon accessories twin air sizer. So good luck. One of you.
Yes, and Sue. And so if you don't even know what you've just entered for, if you've just subscribed, Sue will be demonstrating one there in her segment now. So that's fantastic. Look at that. Yes.
Can we make it a 20k? That's Eve's dream to make it a 20k. And you see how hard she's been working. Make that dream come true for Evie, please.
Yes. So thank you very much for that. So we'll leave you be. If you need us, you know where we are.
Right here.
Okay. Absolutely.
Super. Right, over to you, Sue. Thank you.
Okay, guys, enjoy something very special.
Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you so much for coming and welcome to our home. As you know, I've got John here, I've got Milo here. So if Milo barks, I apologise, but you know, it is his space, and unfortunately, you know, he does get distracted now again. Just before I start, you've probably noticed that I've got quite an array of equipment on the table with me. John actually works for Premium Balloon Accessories, so I'm in a very fortunate position where I can actually get to use and play with all the equipment. So if you do have any specific questions on any of this equipment, I will happily answer, or we can answer those later on for you. The only machine that isn't actually plugged in at the moment is the new Premium Smart Sizer, because that's a helium piece of equipment, and unfortunately we don't have helium in the house, so I can't demonstrate that one. Just so you notice, if any of these lights are flickering, it's purely to do with the camera. They don't normally flicker. It's just something to do with the recording of the equipment and the lights on it. So I will be using some of the equipment, but if there's anything specific, please just shout. And as I said, John will hopefully answer for you as he is sitting with his computer. So what's today all about? Well, I've got 90 minutes to share with you, well, probably around that, some airfield designs. Obviously, air designs are good to do because obviously the problems that we've been experiencing with helium. The other great thing about airfield designs is that they are long lasting as well. And so I'm going to start off with something quite simple, but it's a design that actually is quite special to me because there is a little bit of a story behind it. The story is that I was asked to make a design for a lady who was reaching her 100th birthday, and they wanted something that she could take with her on a little trip. So obviously I had to consider all the different implications that went with that, thinking about would it last long enough, would she have enough space for it, and something that would mean something to her. So let me just start the design and we'll go from there. So this is what I call a board design. I'm actually going to make it on a cake board. This is slightly bigger than I would normally use. This is a 16-inch cake board. Generally I tend to work with 11-inch cake boards, but unfortunately, as we know, we're not really allowed to leave unless it's an absolute necessity. So I haven't had the opportunity to go and get lots of different accessories that I needed. So I'm working with what I've got. So I could work with it just as it is, but it looks like a cake board. So what I want to do is bring a little bit of balloon life to it. So the first thing I've done is I've actually taped, it's not very easy to see, but I've just taped all around the edge using a very strong double-sided tape. So I'm just going to lift off the last few pieces. I just sort of prepared earlier, and so they don't actually join, but there's no real gaps between them because you want to be able to pull a balloon onto it so it's really nice and tight. So I can cover that board with a foil balloon, and I'm going to use just a plain one for this. This is a very simple, elegant design, and I'm going to use the rose gold 18-inch round. And I know you're all going to suddenly cry because I'm going to cut it, but it's actually a really good thing. So, and this will allow you to cover two boards with this. So I've just cut the neck off, and then if I lay it down on the table, I can just take my scissors and just carefully slide those around and just cut it from the seam edge. So as I said, this will allow me to cover 2 boards. Now you'll see in my next design, the one after this, what happens when we put a theme onto it as well. So I'm starting with a plain one. So here we go. We have 2 halves of our balloon. Now the thing you need to understand about a foil balloon is that it's not made of foil, it's actually made of a nylon. The nylon is then sprayed with an aluminium coating, and then it's sprayed with a dye to give it it's incredibly strong. Because it's got the nylon in it, it will allow it to stretch. So when we use this balloon to cover our board, we can really stretch it hard so it covers it very cleanly. So I'm going to work on a nice clean surface that I've got here. I'm going to take my board and I'm going to position it in the center of my balloon. So I've got the color side facing downwards, I've got the silver that I can see, and I'm just going to start off by pulling the balloon towards me, and I'm going to really stretch it with my fingers. I'm really going to pull it tight because, as I said to you, there's a lot of stretch in this balloon. Now once I've just connected it a little bit on one side, I'm going to turn it around and pull it from the other directions because I want to create a tension across this board. So I'm just going to stretch it and pull, and I'm just going to keep doing that until I go all the way around. Now obviously on a smaller board you've got more balloon to play with, so it's a little bit trickier with a bigger board. That's just a nice challenging start to my class. Okay, and then when I get round here, I just pull. So you can't see how tight I'm pulling, but I'm resting my elbows on the board and really stretching it hard with my fingers. So pull and stretch, and pull and stretch. I'm just going to pull it against my body so I really can get leverage on the last little bit. And the idea is that when we've done this, oh, I've got a few little creases on the other side. I'm just going to redo those. As I say, it's much easier if I pull it against me as well. I see one little crease there. Okay. And there you can see the board is now covered. And that really gives a lovely mirror effect to the board. And as I said, we can use printed balloons as well, but I'll show you that later because I've got some others to demonstrate. So once I've done this, what I tend to do is I take my fingers and I run it very, very firmly. So it really helps to stick the balloon onto the board. And then I'd like to, at this point, is then trim off the excess. Well, as I said, this is a big board, so to be honest, there isn't a huge amount of excess. But what I don't want it to do is create an uneven base, so I'll just literally trim off these little bits. The other thing I would recommend doing is once you've trimmed off all the excess, is then to tape over the edge. I'll show you, I'll just demonstrate a tiny little bit because I don't want to use up too much time on little tasks like that. So I've trimmed off the excess. Let me take some tapes. Now this is just a very, very strong Scotch tape. I've got the edge somewhere. And I'll just take a couple of pieces. And then I'm just going to take that, let me just hold it up, hold it on, and then pull it down. So it really pulls that foil back down onto the board. And that will stop it from pulling back, because after a day or so, you might find that the double-sided tape might sort of relax it a little bit, and we don't want it to do that. We want it to stay nice and tight. So I would continue to tape that all the way down. It doesn't look very pretty, so if you're unhappy with leaving it like that, my solution to that would be to use a second board and then cover all your mechanics by connecting it to the first board, so you've got a nice clean finish. And something that I also would recommend is that you put a little notice underneath, little marketing notice saying that your balloons were beautifully arranged by, and then put the name of your company, because obviously the person that received it wasn't the person that ordered it in the first place, and it's a really nice way to actually share that knowledge with them. I'm sure what you'll find is once people start to see designs like this particularly, they'll be very interested to find out where it was made and how they could get one as well. So this is the start of my design. So the lady who I was making it for, her name was Kath, and as I said, she was reaching her 100th birthday. Now, this is something that's very, very interesting. I've actually personalised it. I've stayed with the same colour balloon. I've actually personalised it. And this is exactly what I did for her. And I actually just put happy 100th birthday, Kath. Now, you might think, well, that's just quite straightforward. What you don't know is this lady, has never, ever in her 100 years, ever had a balloon in her life. So for her, this was incredibly special. She couldn't believe how special this was. It was even made even more special because it had her name on it and the fact that she'd reached this magical age of 100. Do not underestimate the power of personalizing balloons, because they really, really are very effective. And personalization still remains one of the top trends, not just in balloons, but across a lot of different products and businesses. So do, make sure that you make personalization something big in your company. So if you haven't invested in a cutter like a Cameo silhouette, then this is the time to maybe think about it. So I'm going to inflate my foil, and to inflate it, I'm going to demonstrate the Foil Pro. This is actually a fantastic piece of kit that I've only recently been using, because I haven't actually used a lot of air-filled foils in my designs until about last year, when I actually created an air-filled star point wall for a client. And this was incredible because it takes away all the fear of overinflating a foil balloon, and also for damaging the valve, and that's the most important thing. Now, with this particular machine, you have 3 outlets. You have a regular latex outlet here. You have a high pressure outlet. The high pressure outlet is perfect for filling things like bubbles and any high pressure balloons. And obviously the final one is the foil valve. Now, the foil valve is very easy to identify, because when you take it off, not only does it say it, but it also has little tiny ridges just in there. And those ridges, what will happen is when the balloon is full, it will push back the air, and you'll actually feel the air pushing back onto your hand, so it will stop it from overinflating. The other thing this machine comes with is a little hose. So we're going to connect the hose onto the machine, and then we can connect the correct outlet to it. So it's got the normal slide in, and then we'll take our balloon, find the valve, and as you've probably noticed, I put the personalization on the side of the balloon that doesn't have the barcode on it, so we can keep that nicely hidden away. I'm just going to slide that nozzle in. Here we go. There we go. And this has got a little foot pedal, so I'm going to use it from the foot pedal. Okay, so look, it's full and it won't inflate anymore. So it's absolutely perfect for all valves, or for all foil balloons, but also for other balloons as well, using the correct nozzle. I'll be using this one again later when I'm inflating a Deco bubble, so we'll just leave that to one side for now. So there we go. There's my foil balloon. And what I'm going to do first of all is I'm going to just tidy away the neck. And I've just got a scrap of a 260Q, and I'm just going to roll that up so it just hides it away. Because this design will be seen from front and back, although predominantly it will be faced frontwards, we just want to make sure everything's tidied from behind as well. So I'm just going to pull that in, pull that nice and tight, and knot that balloon. Just going to trim off the excess, and you probably won't be able to see that at all now. So there is my balloon. Now, to make this design up, I'm going to keep it, as I said, very, very simple. I don't want to make it too complicated, and I'm just going to add in some 5-inch and some 7-inch balloons. So 5-inch colours along with some 7-inch chrome, and they work perfectly together. Now, I can just use the chrome as they are. So I'm going to take, I've got a lovely 7-inch rose gold here, and I'm just going to create some nice sizes. Now, when I want to underinflate a balloon, what I need to make sure is that the top part of the balloon stays nice and tight. So inflate the balloon so the top part's inflated rather than the bottom part, and then I'm going to twist it. So that's going to keep that latex really, really nice and tight. And just go give it a little squeeze so we've got a nice shape. Now, when I knot it, it's important that I get that knot onto the twist. Now, this is something that I saw one of the Russian instructors showing. It was Alexandra, and he actually showed me to actually knot the balloon tighter than you would do by taking the neck, wrapping it around the neck once, twice, 3 times, and that really holds that tight, and then pull that in. And then I can pull that knot. Can you see? It doesn't look very pretty, but we're not going to see that knot, but it's going to stop that balloon from losing any of the slack on it. And again, what I'm going to do is trim off the excess. What I want to also do is I want to bring in some other colours, but I want to keep the colours very soft and subtle, and so that they coordinate beautifully with this rose gold. So I can take, here we go, this is a really nice one. If I take, I've got pearl peach here. This is quite a lovely thing to do, is I'm going to take a 7-inch gold chrome, and I'm just going to put that inside the pearl peach. So even though it's a bigger balloon, it works really, really well. Just going to use my trusty chopstick, and I'm going to pop that in, and I'm just going to inflate the balloon, and it's going to create this beautiful, can you see when I squeeze it? And it's, when you're creating custom colours like this, it's so important that you squeeze the balloon as tight as you can from the top to actually show the gold coming through that pearl peach. It really, really makes such a difference. And can you see that? I don't know how, it's very difficult. We've got sort of mixed light here because it's still a little bit sunny in the afternoon. So I'm just going to use that one. And the other thing I like to do is I like to put colours inside diamond clear. So here I've got silk ivory, or ivory silk. I'm just putting that in diamond clear, making it nice and small. Can you see at the top it's still a little bit dull? Once I squeeze it through, you're getting that lovely, beautiful, beautiful shine, and that's going to remain looking that beautiful. So I can create a whole selection of bubbles using these different techniques, or my double stuffing, custom colours. The other thing I also need for this design, can you see I'm just trimming off all the excess because I really don't want to be able to see that. The other thing I want to do with this design is make some tiny little bubbles, and the best way to do that is to take 260s. I've got 260s in chrome gold and chrome rose gold. Now, something I said at the beginning of this design was that this design needed to last. Now, because this is a foil, it's going to last. This isn't going to go anywhere. These are double stuffed. These are going to last for a long time. But we all know that 260Qs don't stay as tight as they should do. You know, they tend to lose a little bit of air after a period of time. So this is a little technique that I've been using for quite a number of years now, but it's suddenly got a little bit easier. So the first thing I've done is I've actually trimmed off the 260, so I've only got a short piece that I'm going to use. The rest of it I can use as a tie, or I can knot it and inflate it. Now, I don't know if you remember the other day, Don was talking about in their shop they have what they call the large high float bottles. Well, this is probably the baby one. I don't know the size. If somebody knows the actual size of this bottle, or in fact, no, maybe I've got the box here. This is the 5 ounce. It's their tiniest little bottle, and it's absolutely great. It's great for the decorator, for us. We can pop it into our toolboxes, and it can be used for doing lots of nice little tricks, which you'll see me doing today. The perfect thing about this is it's got the exact size nozzle that will fit into a 260Q. See, look at it. That's absolutely perfect. So this is a little trick. Don't be tempted to put too much in. If you put too much in, it's going to be a complete and utter mess. And as I haven't prepared for a complete and utter mess, I'm going to be very careful. So I'm just going to put the tiniest little piece in, squeeze in, that's it. All it is, it's just the tiniest. It wasn't even a pea amount. And you can just see, I'm rolling it there. I'm just going to take my little pocket pump. This makes life a lot easier when you're doing techniques like this. And I think Luke showed this yesterday. He was talking about high floating 260 Qs and designs. And we all learnt this from Fiona Fisher, who used to use it in all her sculptures at Berkshire. And basically, it extends the life phenomenally. So now I've made my tiny little bubble. I've got high float in it. I'm going to knot it. And I know with confidence that this balloon in my design is going to make it last for months and months and months rather than days. It's going to stay perfect. I use this technique when I'm doing displays for Spring Fair. The balloons I prepare up to almost 2 weeks in advance, some of them, and they are still as fresh as they were when we get to the end of the show. So it is a fantastic technique. So I'm making lots of these as well. Okay, so I'm going to start putting the design together. It's really quite straightforward. The first thing I want to do is connect my foil balloon to my base. I'm going to leave a bit more space at the front of the board than I am at the back because, as I said, it's going to be pretty much a front-facing design, but I am going to put a few balloons at the back just to finish it off. I'm going to turn it around so I can actually see what I'm doing. I want the balloon to be slightly off-center. I don't want it to be straight up and down. And I'm going to connect the balloon to the base. Now, as you've probably noticed, if you can see them all, I've got a real big variety of different adhesives on the table here. I'm not sure I'm going to use all of them. I'm going to use a selection of them. So I've got Balloon Bond, I've got stretchy balloon tape, I've got U-glue dashes, I've got Elmer's rubber cement, and I've also got a glue gun. So, you know, we've got lots of choice here. Now, for me, connecting this balloon to the base, I've got a choice of 2 glues, really, I can use. I can use Balloon Bond, is one of my favourites, or dashes. So I'm going to just use the dashes just now because they are nice and quick and easy. I'm just going to pull those out. So I'm just going to take a few of these dashes, and let me just make sure I'm getting this right. And I'm just going to put a little line of these. And the great thing about these particular glues that we're using is once they've stuck, they really do stick. That might sound like a funny sort of statement, but not all glues work instantly. Obviously, a glue gun works instantly, but generally most glues take a little while to bond with the materials that they're working with. And I find that, you know, it might take a few moments, particularly something like stretchy balloon tape. Often if I'm using that on a job, I'll prepare that a little bit in advance because I want to make sure that it is nice and strong. And there is a right side and a wrong side to pick it off from, and I've managed to mix those up nicely. So here we go. Let me just position that on the table, on my board. Let me get as I want it. Okay, so at the moment it's a little bit wobbly, but that's absolutely fine. And as I said, that's going to just bond as I'm working. So I'm going to just grab some more of the balloons that I've prepared because we're going to need a nice little selection. I'm sure I'm not going to need anywhere near this many, but it's quite nice. It's a bit like playing with flowers. You've got nice things to select from. Alright, so as you can see, I've got a nice selection here, and what I've done is where I've knotted them, I've actually already attached some dots so that I can just quickly take those off. If you think about this, when we connect these to the board, we want to be able to push the knot down and then glue it from behind. So the knot will sit flat, hidden away, and then the glue will sit there underneath it. So I'm going to start off by selecting one balloon that I'm just going to place, and that's the one that I didn't put, okay, this end. So I'm just going to take those backings off, and I'm just going to position, and this first balloon is the one that will sit my balloon, my main focus balloon, upright. So I'm just going to push that in place. So that one's just going to help it sit in the position that I want to. And then to counteract that, I'm going to put one behind. So again, that will help me just to straighten it up. So let me just take my balloon that I'm going to use from behind, choose a colour, and go from there. So I'm just going to, so what I do is, as I'm doing this, I roll the balloon onto the glue and then push the neck so it's facing downwards. There we go. So you can see I've got one balloon here, one balloon there, and now this is really quite secure. So the next part is really just quite decorative. So I'm just going to take a few more balloons just to make the design look a little bit more jazzy. I'm not going to use that many balloons in it. You'll be surprised at how many balloons I actually use. I'm just going to take, I've got a whole little pouch here of bubbles that I created earlier. And actually it was quite good. By popping them in the bag, it seems to have removed some of the static that I managed to build up, which was a little bit of a pain. Let me just take that one over here. Let's have that one. Push you up there. And just take a few of these. Now with these little bubbles that I make, you'll see that I can make them in all different sizes. Some of them are really quite tiny, others are quite big. So it all depends on how you actually push the air out. Okay, so I'm just going to turn that round. Can you see? So really simple, nothing much. You're not going to put a lot of balloons on here. You're just going to add those. It's almost like somebody's just popped a few little balloons just to add detail onto here. And then I'm just going to do the same at the back. I'm just going to add in just a couple more balloons, and we can finish that off. One thing that I always like to do with my designs is I always like to put just one little tiny bubble somewhere at the front that looks like it's just come away. Just sort of makes that little random look there. So I'll finish with those now. Put those out of the way. I'll pop these out of the way as well. So what else can I do? Well, this lovely lady is reaching her 100th birthday. So she's going to love flowers as well. So I'm just going to add just a little touch of flower into this design. Push these. I always start off really tidy, and then by the end of my classes, the table will be just full of everything. So hopefully we can try and keep some sort of normality. So going back to my flowers, I've got these lovely little rose heads. Again, these have got just some really pretty little colours in them. Slight bit of rose gold, so it just helps to lift it up. And because I've used the cream balloon here, using a cream flower, you know, one that has a little bit of cream in it, so it will just complement it beautifully. On the back of these, I've actually used a bit of Bloom Bond, so I can actually have a bigger coverage. Bloom Bond, as Luke described yesterday, if you didn't see his class, is an adhesive that hasn't got a backing on it. So it's like the glue without the backing. So, you know, it is a very, very thin layer of adhesive, and it's incredibly sticky, and it works extremely well when you're connecting different elements to balloons. So let me just take that one in there. Pop that into position. And let's have a look. I've also got a little bit of greenery. I'm going to be a little bit naughty. I'm probably not going to stick these in just now, but I can promise you that, as she says, saying that I might not stick them in, they're not actually sitting in. So let's just use a little dot. But what I will do is, after the class is over, probably not tonight because of the light, but tomorrow I will take some photographs of all the designs and I'll upload them for you so that you can actually have a really nice copy of all the designs that I'm making today. So here we go. Let me get that one in there. Now the greenery that I'm using here has got a nice sort of silvery tone to it. It's quite soft and subtle. Let's see if we can't get one in there. Yeah, I'm just going to put another little rosebud in there. I think it could really do with that. There we go. So that was just a real opening design. Very, very simple to make, but it's a really beautiful gift to give to somebody. You know, it's very complete. It's very robust. Look, this design will last many, many weeks. And as I said to you, the lady that received it, she had never had a balloon in her whole life. She had to wait 100 years, and when she got it, she just didn't want it to go. She wanted everybody to see it. It became a very, very big part of her celebration. So I hope you like that one. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to do another quick board design using the board, and but something slightly different. So I'm just going to pop this one down here, and just going to quickly push these bits out of the way, otherwise I really am going to get myself in a mess. Okay, this is when you miss all the lovely helpers, Peta, Kerry, all the lovely people that work with me, who normally clear up all these bits for me. Excellent. Right, so here's my next design. Let me just grab it. It's not so easy when you're working out of your home compared to at a convention. So I've already covered my board, so you can see that I've used this beautiful 18-inch tropical happy birthday balloon. It's one of my favourite. I think it's extremely elegant. I think it's very feminine. It's modern, yet it's got sophistication to it. So I love the black in it, and I love the colours. So that's the board I'm using. So you can see that by covering a base, you can really bring some, you know, excitement into the base. It doesn't have to be plain. So if you were doing a design, you know, a theme centerpiece, for example, and the theme was football, you could use a foil to cover the base, and you'd already have that theme nicely, you know, already in place. So once again, covered. Now, this particular design, I'm actually going to use a hat box. So I'm just going to use the base of a hat box. These came as a set of 3, and this is the biggest of the 3. They're fantastic. A lot of florists use these for floral arrangements. They usually have like a plastic sleeve inside it, which I've actually taken out. But this is the biggest of 3, and as I said, they're actually great for doing hot air balloons and different things. So I'm going to do something a little bit different with this. So the first thing I want to do is show you that I've actually used my glue gun, and inside my box I've actually glued 2 cups and sticks. I've glued 2 different sizes. I've used the maxi cup, which is the cup that you would generally use for a bigger balloon, so something like a bubble would work really, really well on here. And then I've got the original cello cup, which we can use for smaller balloons like the 9-inch, but I'm actually going to use mine for an 18-inch today as well, but I'll explain that in a moment. So if I can show you, I don't know how easy it is to see, there are 2 cups stuck in there. It's probably what clear on white is probably not so great. I'm just going to pass that to John to see if you can actually see them. I've already worked out the positionings for those. Okay, thank you very much. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to position my box, my hat box, onto the board. I'm just going to use a couple of glue dots so it doesn't move in the process. So basically what I'm going to try and do is hide the happy birthday. It doesn't matter if we can see it a little bit, but we can certainly disguise that. There we go. Just going to put one at the front as well. Let's try again. So having 2 at the back doesn't necessarily work so well. Okay. All right. So in here we're going to have 2 different sticks. So we've got the maxi stick 2. This is much stronger and sturdier than the smaller stick, the normal stick that would go with the regular size cello cup. But we're going to do something a little bit different with that. So we've got one size here and one size here. So the first thing I'm going to do is connect those in. Now I've actually cut this a little bit. I'm sure I'm using the correct one. I've actually cut this a little bit because I didn't want the balloon to stand too high out of here. So I'm just going to connect that in there. And then on the other one, I'm actually going to, let me just have a quick look. actually prepared that already. That come out, yes. Actually got a short piece of stick there. Now I am with this one, I'm actually going to just use a tiny bit of glue on it, just to make sure that it won't come out. And push that one in. Now the first thing I'm going to do is going to fill this box up. Now you could fill it with lots of different things. You could fill it with balloons, you can fill it up with treats, maybe chocolates, you could fill it up with picks like Alberto was showing yesterday in his, yesterday in his class. He made these little tissue picks. So there's lots of different things you could use. You could use actually, I've got it right. Anything, any materials that would work for this. So I've actually gone for balloons, and let me just grab those. And I've made a selection of balloons here using a variety of colours. I'm just going to demonstrate just probably one of those being my favourite custom colour. So if I just get this out, I'm going to get jewel magenta. Any jewel tone balloon is absolutely fabulous for creating really stunning striking balloons with chrome inside. So just going to take the jewel magenta 5-inch. I'm going to take the chrome 7-inch gold. Just slide that on. This style of chopstick is perfect. It's not as narrow as a normal chopstick. It's got sort of a wider top, and it's great for double stuffing. I'm just going to take my pump. Actually, whilst I've got it here, let me just show you this pump here. This is the new Smart Twist. It's very new. It's designed for the twisting market. However, I've already used a lot in my classes just for inflating 5-inch balloons, particularly double stuffed ones. It's great. It's very powerful. Okay. So this is, as you can see, it's a battery charge machine. You can obviously recharge the battery, but you don't need to carry it on a charge. You can carry it around without its charge. So the most important thing when you're doing double stuffed with chrome inside, as I said to you earlier, I'm just going to keep saying that over and over again. We must make sure that that top of that balloon is pulled down and you get the maximum colour. Otherwise, there's no point doing it. It'll stay dull. You won't see the colour, coming through. But look at that. Isn't that absolutely gorgeous? And it really does complement this design. So I am going to put some balloons into my box. Now, you might want to use different methods. I'm going to use this cool glue gun, and don't use a hot glue gun for this, because you will pop the balloon and you will get hot glue on your fingers, and that won't work at all. I'm just going to quickly put those in. I'm just going to put a layer of black balloons at the bottom. There's no point doing different colours yet. Then I'm going to start adding some colour. So I've made a nice big pink one here. So let's add that one in. Who says that cool glue is not hot? It's, be careful. I'm just being a little bit quicker than I normally would. Occasionally you might find a balloon will go down with the gun, but generally it's pretty good. So I'm just filling this up. I'm loving some of these colours. They're absolutely gorgeous. I'm getting all these cobwebs as well. Let's put a few black on top. And let's get a pink one. Now I've got some of my little bubbles, because we know how cool they are. And we'll just put those in. Maybe I'll put a gold at the front. Oops. That's the one thing I don't like about glue guns. It's all the hairy bits that go with it. All right, we'll leave that for a moment. Let's see how we're going to go from there. The other thing I'm going to do, let's turn it back around so you can see the front, is, as you can see some of the wording here. Let me just hold that up. You can just see the edge of the wording from the print. So I am going to do like I did before. I'm going to take a few of the balloons and I'm actually going to position those at the base, and we're going to hide some of those mechanics. So let me have a look. I didn't specialize or specify which ones that was going to be. So I'm just going to use there we go. Push those down. Let me find a few more bubbles. Let me use some of my bubbles from earlier. Waste not. Just going to put that one in there. Let's just take that one here. And oopsie, that didn't sit so nicely. Okay. So we don't need to go mad. Look, there's just a couple there. Can you see? They just look really very effective. It looks like they're spilling out. We could actually add some more, but we've got quite a few other bits to add into here yet. Let's just look at what we are going to add in. Something that I thought would be really, really good, that would very much complement this design, are these new 14-inch flamingo balloons. So let me just quickly demonstrate how to inflate and heat seal these. So for that, I'm going to need my heat sealer. So let me just, this is also another product that Premium has, a heat sealer. A lot of people get very confused with heat sealers, and I know that when I first started in the balloon industry, in fact I remember it vividly, I entered a competition many years ago, and I decided to add some 4-inch hearts into my design and I just couldn't heat seal any of them. Not because there was a problem, it was only me, I just didn't understand how they work. So just let's make sure we all understand. A heat sealer was not designed for a balloon, it was designed for heat sealing plastic. So we have to consider how hot we actually set our heat sealer to. I normally work with mine somewhere between 3 and 4. So let's start at 3.5. That tends to be the sort of average for most people. This is what we called an impulse heater. So what happens is when you put the arm down, the light comes on and then it goes off really quickly. So it basically puts a pulse of heat when that light is on into the heat bar, and that will seal the balloon. However, as I told you earlier, a foil balloon is not made of foil, it's made of nylon. And what we need to do is make sure that that nylon bonds. So let me explain. We're going to inflate our balloon, make sure it's nice and tight, make sure the neck is flat. That's vitally important. Otherwise, if we have any creases in the neck, it will actually allow the air to come through. I'm just going to put the arm onto the balloon. The light has come on, it's already gone off, but I'm going to keep the pressure on for at least a further 5 seconds, maybe even 10 seconds. When I release that, it's actually sealed and it's absolutely perfect. And this should be perfect every single time. If by chance it goes down, can you see that I heat seal my balloons quite low? That means that I could cut it and have another go. And that would give me the opportunity maybe to cut it 2 or 3 times. But once you've mastered this technique, there's really no problem in the future. It's just getting that technique sorted from the start. So I'm just going to move that back out of the way. Don't need that again. So what I've done here is I've attached the flamingo to the smaller of the cello cups, and that's very simple. You just literally twist up the neck of the balloon. I just can't see what I did with that other cello cup. Probably, oh, there it is. Just twist up the neck, and then you'll see that there's some little slits in the cup. You just slide it on. Make sure you pull the balloon nice and tight. Twist that neck as you go. Keep twisting, and then just slide it back through, and it will lock it neatly onto that cup. So that's perfect. So we're going to just take that balloon, and I'm just going to put a little bit of glue, because the reason I'm doing this is because I've cut my sticks down, and they're not as tight as they should be anymore because they're a bit squished. So by actually doing that. There we go. And that's going to sit neatly in there. So to complete my design, I am going to use this foil again, which I've already prepared. Exactly the same way as I've just demonstrated the flamingo. I've used the smaller cup because I don't want to use that big cup here. I think it's a little bit out of proportion with the size of the balloon. So I have a slight issue here because I need to be able to fit this cup into the maxi stick, and this doesn't naturally fit. So I'm going to do a little trick here. I'm going to take the smaller of the sticks. I'm just going to push that on. Now when you push these on, give it a little twist and that will lock it in. And if you're a little bit concerned about it not locking, there you go. I've squished this one. I'm just going to put a little bit of glue on it. Just going to slide that in. There we go. We know that's not going to go anywhere. And then I'm going to simply slide that straw into that one. And it will sit perfectly. Obviously, if you want to make sure that that doesn't come out, you could actually use another little bit of glue to hold that into position. But I think you can see how effective that is. So let me just have a quick look. In fact, I'm just going to add in just a couple more bits of detail to this. I've got some little hibiscus flower heads. If you look on here, the flower that's featured on this balloon is the hibiscus. So I'm just going to take a couple of these and add them into my design. I'm going to take one at the base and pop that in there. And then I'm going to take another one and put it at the top. And then I'm going to maybe just add in a few more little balloons just to hide some of my mechanics. Let me just pull away the spider's webs as we go. I've got a really, I can see the bottom of that stick on the flamingo. I'm just going to hide that with that. See, that didn't work so well. Try a bit more glue. There we go. And I think maybe just a couple more balloons. Obviously you would spend time. Another little trick that I saw, a lovely technique, was when I was in Brazil earlier, or where are we? I can't even think now. Last year, sorry. And it was just adding little messages onto these bubbles. So if you do have a cameo, you can actually put little messages on here, which is really, really effective as well. So just a couple more of these. But what do you think? I hope you like it. I think this is absolutely gorgeous. I love the colours. I love the use of the balloons. Everybody liking it? Any questions so far? You're happy? Oh, the bow. Would you like to learn how to make the bow? Yes, that was something that I should do. Here we go. So, the bow. This bow I discovered on YouTube, so I'm not going to take any credit for it whatsoever. It was a really nice technique of being able to get a bow consistent every single time. And so this was a great technique that I learned. I had to watch it, but this is me, don't worry about it. I had to watch it at least, I think, 20 times before I actually remembered it. It's one of those things that you just have to keep practicing and practicing and practicing. So you take your ribbon and you position it over your thumb and two fingers, and you open those fingers out. And if you've noticed here, I've got more loops than a normal bow. So I'm just going to take my ribbon and wrap it round in a figure of 8. I'm going to go back round again and back round again and back round again. I'm just going to take my scissors, cut my ribbon. So this is a satin ribbon, so it's a really nice finished ribbon. Take the ribbon over your thumb and push it through to the other side. Can you see? I've pulled it through. Take it back over the top, and where your thumb is, and sort of contorting myself a little so you can see. You're going to take that end and you're going to push it underneath that loop that you've created with your thumb, and then you're going to pull it really tight. Can you see? Really, really tight. And then you just slide it off your fingers, and then you just open it out. And I'm just going to take my scissors, trim that off, and there you go. A really pretty little bow. And as I said, these are very consistent. You will always get the same effect every time. So you don't have to do as many loops as that. You can literally just do one figure of 8 and you'll get just a single loop bow. But I absolutely love these. You could maybe put one down here, but I'm not going to do that. So there you go. So this is another one of my board designs. This is more of a presentation piece. It would be nice maybe to have some little treats or a gift added into the box. This is another one which you can use, as I said, add your marketing information underneath by explaining where the design came from and that it was beautifully handcrafted by, and the name of your business. But this works really, really well. And these double stuffed balloons here are just gorgeous. I think this will make a fantastic photo, so I'll do that. The other thing I might do actually when I take the photograph is I might actually drop this balloon down a fraction. When I first played with this design, I actually only came up with it yesterday. I actually had this balloon a little bit shorter, and I've just seen my stick for it here. But because I've glued this in, I'm not going to play with it now. So I'm going to shorten that, and there'll be a less gap between the two. I think it still works. It looks like it's a balloon that's floating, but I think it could be a little bit tighter. So I'm just going to change that for later. So I'll just pop that over there. Okay, so if Keith and Dom can actually put up my first slide, it says Design 1 Board Designs. Have they got that? Yes, no, no, yes? Yep, perfect. Okay, so if you see on there, that was the original calf balloon. Slightly different from the one that I've just made. Obviously, I spent a little bit longer playing with it and getting it absolutely perfect. But the one next to it is also a really cool version using the new North Star jellies. They're just gorgeous, these jellies. And you can see with that one, the board is actually covered using the pastel ombre. And the great thing about that is when you look at that design, it actually looks like the jellies are reflecting onto the board, and it's not. It's because it's the ombre balloon. And then I've just created some little bubbles on there. And that one, again, is just a really cool design. Could you put up my next slide, please, guys? This tropical centerpiece. So I'm going to make a design that's going to complement this design that I made and released earlier this year. This is actually a download that I created through Balloon School Pro, and it's available online to download and learn how to make that wall and that organic and design and all the accessories to go with it, all the accent details. But the one thing that I never did was made a centerpiece. So this is my opportunity to make a centerpiece. But whilst I'm making this centerpiece, I'm going to do a little competition. And the winner of the competition, which we hopefully will announce during my class, will win one of my downloads. And the download is, if you look at the next slide, is 2 parts. It's one, how to make the wall, and the other part is how to do all the accent details. And then I'm just going to set the question. So the question is, and it's a little bit tricky because you can't probably see it that easily, is how many balloons did I use to make the balloon wall? Okay, so let me just repeat the question. How many balloons did I use to make that duplicate square pack balloon wall? Not the garland, nothing else, just the pink wall. So if you want to start thinking about that and posting your answers, and if we get a winner. Well, hopefully the person close to it will win. So there'll definitely be a winner at the end of this class. And if you need a hint, I might get the guys to put up the hint slide as a clue later on. So let's talk about this particular design, because we've only got 30 minutes and this has got quite a lot of techniques in it. So let me just start off with the techniques that we're going to demonstrate. So on this design, I'm actually going to make it using this particular product. This is called Plexipole. It's a fantastic product, sadly not available easily in the UK. Currently there are no distributors in the UK, but there is definitely other distributors around the world. It's actually an American-made product. They are actually one of our sponsors for this event, and I'm sure we'll be able to give you lots of details regarding it. So it's acrylic based, it's a flat bottom, the pole is screwed in. I've actually just connected it with a little screw that comes. This one is slightly shorter than the actual pole that you would get, because I generally carry this with me when I go and teach, and I can't fit the full length pole into my suitcase, so I've cut it down. But this is perfect for what I'm going to do. In the UK, we generally use a product called Lomi. It's not as pretty as this, but it certainly works. But this is my preference any day. I'm going to make two different confetti balloons to go with this. I'm going to demonstrate. Let me find my balloons. I'm going to make a 5-inch confetti balloon, and I'm going to make a Deco bubble confetti balloon as well. Now, confetti comes in all different shapes and sizes. I prefer smaller confetti cut to larger confetti cuts. So I've got some small rounds here, but one of my absolute favourites is this tiny little cut that I discovered when I was working and teaching in Brazil. I've actually got, I think, one of the packets here. It's a very, very soft confetti, and it's very easy to work with. So how am I going to make a 5-inch confetti balloon? So I'm going to use a 5-inch diamond clear. I'm going to stretch the balloon first. Give myself a little bit more latex to play with, so make sure it's nice and big. You see it's a bigger sphere now. I'm going to use my lovely little high float bottle, which is perfect for this technique, and I'm just going to pop the nozzle right to the back of the balloon and squeeze it. And I put the tiniest amount in. It's got to be enough to coat the balloon, but not to make it full or soggy. We're just using the high float literally as an adhesive. So I'm going to re-inflate my balloon again, just to make sure it's not all stuck together. Now, many of you will have seen these. Some of you may not know what this is. This is, its real name or purpose is a castration tool. Yes, I said it. It will now forever be known as a balloon stretching tool, but it's actually, you can buy this from farm supply shops. I actually bought mine from Amazon, and it literally is a 4-prong tool that will allow you to stretch the neck of the balloon open. So I'm just going to slide that. I've got 2 different versions here, just so you can see they come different, but basically they're the same. Just going to put the prongs into the balloon. Make sure that the prongs go right into the balloon rather than the neck. Actually, I'm going to use the other one. That one's got a lot of high float stuck to it. It needed a good wash. There we go. Here we go. Slide that in. And I'm going to stretch open the balloon so I can get into it. Can you see? I think John's got the camera. Oh, look, I've managed to put a hole in it. That's not so clever. Let's try again. There's always something that's going to happen. I think it was my first. Oh, let's stretch. The first tool may have been a little bit sharp. There we go. Tiny little bit of high float. Rub it around. Okay. And inflate that balloon back up again. There we go. Take 2. If at first you don't succeed. So just getting those prongs onto the inside, stretching the balloon open, and then I'm just going to scoop some confetti, which is why I really like this really fine cut confetti because it really fits nicely into the 5-inch. Slide the tool out, release any confetti back into the bag. We'll move that out of the way so we don't get confetti everywhere. And then just carefully inflate the balloon. I don't want it to be too big. Give the balloon a squeeze, but not too much because you obviously don't want it to pop. And you get this real shine from the diamond clear. Now you'll see that there's some confetti in the neck. There's nothing you can do about that because it will stick there because of the, literally just, not because of high flow, it's static, sorry. So what I do, can you see, because we've got confetti there, oh, I'm going to get nice everywhere else as well. I'm going to put a second knot in. So if air escapes from there, hopefully it won't pass the second point. And then you've got some really lovely little balloons, confetti balloons. Now I'm going to do the same, but I'm going to do actually put some confetti into a Deco bubble. This is a 20-inch Deco bubble. I am going to use high float in here as well. So we don't normally put high float in Deco bubbles. You can to use it as an adhesive for high float. For confetti. I'm just going to slide that in. Just putting a little bit of air in it will help. Just to open up the balloon. Try and get the nozzle halfway in. And then I'm going to, this is measured for an 11-inch balloon, this pump. So I'm going to put a full pump, an 11-inch equivalent, okay? And then slide off the excess. So as you slide it off, clean the nozzle so you don't get any high flow in the neck of the bubble. Now, unfortunately, this isn't a quick process. We're really going to make sure that we cover every single bit of this balloon. So in reality, that could take a few minutes. So let me see how quickly I can do this. If I don't get a good result because I'm doing it too quickly, I have got a balloon that I've already prepared, which will help to save some time. Okay. So the other thing is when you do this is try and get to the edges. Otherwise you get gaps there. Open it up round. I've done this technique. I use this technique a lot on corporate jobs for, you know, parties, and they love it for centerpieces. And I used it last year for a really gorgeous design that I made, which you'll see on my Instagram page. My Instagram account is just Sue Bowler. It's very easy to find. All right, so we're going to stop there. I'm just going to grab myself a funnel and I'm going to just take my hand pump. So just pump up the balloon until it opens up. So you've got good surface coverage, and you can actually see now how well you've covered it. Just going to take my funnel and I'm just going to take my confetti and I'm going to mix some blue and some green together. You do know that I'm going to be finding little bits of confetti in my dining room for months to come. What's new? I actually found a little bit of confetti in my bedroom last night, so it was obviously following me as well. So here we go. Just going to take my chopstick and just push that through. How much confetti am I using? That's entirely up to you. The balloon's not going to float, so if you put a little bit too much in there and the weight is quite heavy, it doesn't matter because it's going to be an air-filled balloon. If it's not enough, we can add some more. So let me just show you. Let's have a look. Give that a good shake. And looking at that, we've got a really good cover and it's still really quite light. So I'm going to do what I never normally do, is I'm going to put this away because I do have a habit of knocking the bag over. So now I need to inflate this balloon. Now there's only two ways you can do this. One, with your hand pump, or two, you can use an electric piece of equipment, but only one that has a hose on it. You do not want to be putting this balloon with metallic confetti onto an electric inflator where the metallic confetti can get inside, because it can cause endless damage. So I'm going to change the nozzle to the high powered nozzle. So this one doesn't have any ridges in it. I'm just going to pop that on to my balloon like so, and I'm going to inflate it. Okay, and that is absolutely beautiful. Can you see how beautifully that's going to go with my design? So we're going to take from my design, or my tropical design, we obviously had the pink background, green organic garland, but we did have that 3-foot balloon with the blue confetti inside, and I think that I'm just going to take that sea sort of element, tropical element, on my centerpiece. So how do I secure a deco bubble? So I've twisted it, and you probably saw me twist it maybe 3 or 4 times. 5, doesn't really matter. I'm going to take a scrap of a 260. So this is one from earlier. Just going to pull that on and twist it around. 1, 2, 3, 4, and twist.
Can you hear me, Keith?
Can you hear me? Okay.
Is your opinion?
My earpiece is in. Can you hear me now?
Is that better? Can you hear me, Keith? Okay, I'm going to swap earpieces. 1 second.
Hang on. How's that? Can you hear me? I can't hear anything.
Okay, can you hear me? Try again.
Okay. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Well,
Yes, they can hear. Can you hear Sue? Can somebody let me know if you can hear Sue?
Can you hear me? I'm just inflating. Yeah, you can hear me. Fantastic. Okay, guys, I'm just going to continue with the design. So we're going to complement these colours. I'm going to be using dual tones again with chrome colours inside. So this is dual tone sapphire.
Yeah,
no?
on again. I think it's going to. I can't get Keith or anything.
we
They were fully
can't
charged.
hear Sue.
Hello.
Hello.
There's something.
That's better.
No sound.
That's fine. Sue, just talk.
Sound I can hear you, but you sound very distant.
Just project.
I can't. I've got nothing from Keith and Dom. I'm guessing it may be at their end.
Is it? No? Isn't. Okay. I'm going to carry on building this. Okay, because I don't want to run out of time. So I'm just going to carry on building this. So I'm going to carry on talking. Hopefully you'll be able to hear me. If not, I'll just keep talking. So I'm starting off with my clusters. Okay.
Okay, do you want me to switch earpods for her again? Okay, I'll switch earpods again.
Okay.
Okay, tell me if you can hear her.
Yes, testing. Great, yay! Okay, sorry about that, guys. Technology and all that, and that's not my strong point. So, obviously I'm very mindful of the time, so I just wanted to get this design made. So I've started the base. I'm going to make this organic style to fit in with the rest of my theme with the backdrop. I've taken some colours. I've used chrome inside dual tones. I've used chrome on its own. This one is a beautiful colour. This is actually the dual tone teal with blue inside it, so it gives it this really, really rich colour. So I'm just going to pull that one on, and I'm actually going to tie this one on, and because we're only going to have a duplicate of this, I'm going to pull that right to the back, and then I'm going to use one of my lovely little flamingos and connect that into the base. Now, a centerpiece has to be both-sided, so be very careful when you're doing something like this, that you don't make it just one-sided. For the purpose of today, I'm only going to work on one side because I'm pretty limited to time, and we want to make sure we get the design completed. I'm just going to pull that in, and I'm going to connect that to my pole so it doesn't fall over. I'm just going to use a couple more dots, like so, and pull that in. Okay. Actually, I'm just going to move that one around. I think that might sit a little bit better. Oops. I think, here we go. That's what happens when you get technical issues. There we go. So, I'm just going to pull that to here. So, I already prepared some of my lovely confetti balloons. I did these yesterday. What you'll find is 24 hours later, they start to feel a little bit different. They sort of feel a little bit crunchy. Don't worry about that. They will stay looking good for ages because they've obviously got high float inside. It just alters the texture at the. I'm just going to take these. I'm just going to make these into a cluster of 3. And I just want to add these into my base. I'm going to grab a balloon for that. Let me just grab a balloon 260, that would be a little bit better. And you could just add in quite a few of these just to create something a little bit different. The idea. Okay, so we could add more of these. I've got some really stunning colours here. I'm just going to bring these out and you can actually see how gorgeous they are. I'm just going to bring all these out of my box. Okay. Alright. So for the top, I'm going to add my bubble to the top. So what I want to do first is I want to take an uninflated 5-inch balloon and slide that over the top. Balloons prefer to be connected to balloons, so they'll sit tighter onto the pole. Also, because I cut this myself, I didn't want to make sure that if there's anything a little bit sharp, that it wouldn't pop the balloons. I've got a cluster here that I've prepared that look really quite good. So you'll see that it won't sit evenly initially, but when we take the next clusters, it will hopefully push it up in the right position. So I'm going to take one duplicate on one side, one on the other, pull that up. I'm just going to lock those. Be a little bit careful because I don't want to damage my confetti balloon. Okay, and then I'm just going to take another little cluster of balloons and slide it underneath. So here we go. I've got 2 different clusters here. Sorry, giblets. And I'm just going to push those up until my balloons at the top sit nice and neatly. So what you'll see is that it won't make a regular cluster. If you can see that at the front, that's because we've used different size balloons, but actually that's not an issue because it helps to create a nice effect. So I'm going to pull that in, push that up a little bit more. Okay. So I'm just going to take my bubble and connect it to the top. I think I've got one in here. It's actually on blue. I've actually got it facing me at the front at the moment. I need to push all that up a lot more yet. Where are we? Here we go. Let me just pull that on, and then I can make all the corrections that I need to in a moment. There we go, let's pull that on nice and tight. What I haven't told you is another little secret, is that Milo doesn't like balloons. He is currently shaking on the other side of the room, so poor little thing. It's like, what are you doing to me, mummy? Alrighty, so let me have it, just swing that one round, and you can see how beautifully connected visually that is, and the colours are just so stunning and intense. They are amazing. Something else we can add is we can do exactly the same as I did before. We can use those tiny little bubbles that I made out of the 260Qs, but this time, instead of gluing them on, I'm just going to make these little duplets, and I can just pull those into the design. Let me just do this nice and carefully. I don't want to upset anything. It's actually sitting, it's actually behaving itself, if you know what I mean. Something else that I could do with this is bring a little bit of greenery into it. As we all know, I used a lot of greenery on the video, so to actually bring some greenery into this design. So we've got these lovely sort of like palm fronds really, and I'm just going to slide this one into the base over here, and just to give it a little bit of depth around there, like that. And then I'm going to take the other one, and I'm going to carefully, let me just turn these sideways, see how easy that is to get that one in. Pull that through. Now, with any faux flowers, you may find that you've got a wire at the end of it when you've cut it, which is what I've done here. You need to protect that wire from blocking the balloons. So you need to tape it over using a little bit of floral tape. Let me just see. Let's have a little look. And again, I will probably play with this once I've gone off air to make sure it looks absolutely perfect, but I just wanted to finish it so you get the general gist of the design. So, did anybody guess how many balloons I've used in my wall? Okay. Do you want to put up the clue, which is slide, it's the fourth or fifth slide, 1, 2, 3, 4, fifth slide. Need a clue? Can you help me? Are there any questions? Does anyone need a clue?
Okay, questions. Stunning as always. There's loads and loads of numbers come through, so there's hundreds and hundreds of
Sue
guesses.
or John, can you hear us?
Literally.
Okay. So I need to check through. I can tell you what the answer is.
No, don't.
Okay.
Hey, John.
John, can you hear?
So any last guesses?
So we're stopping guesses from this point.
Okay, so
Put it up then.
the last guess right now is from.
Yeah.
No, it's moving too quickly. John says it's moving too quickly. Okay. Did anybody pick it up? The boys, Keith or Don, pick it up? Do they know if there's an answer?
Okay.
We're trying an experiment here. This may just backfire big time.
Okay, so we're going to have to shut it off now. Bear with me. Keith?
So, somebody's come up with the closest answer.
Martha McCoy.
Oh, okay, Martha. Martha, the actual answer
Thanks, Keith.
is actually 612. If the boys can put up the final slide, and I'll explain why there's 612 balloons. And Martha, congratulations, I will contact you and you will be the proud owner of that download. And now you've got a centerpiece design to go with it. So basically, there were 204 balloons on each side of the wall, but the pink is double stuffed. So therefore, you've actually got white with the pink, so that doubles up the white. So in total, there are 612 balloons. So thank you and congratulations to Martha. And I hope you've enjoyed the class. Sorry about the sound loss for a few minutes, but I hope you like the designs as well. And I will go on to the chat afterwards if you've got questions, and I'll happily answer any of them. So thank you very much, everybody. Are we hearing?
Okay, I've got nothing coming through here. Have you got any?
No, I've got nothing.
Okay, well let me just call Keith.
Hi, we can hear you. I'm not sure if
we've lost you. Unfortunately
Okay, you're down.
What happened is the battery on the earpods kind of ran out before the end of the class. That's what happened, guys. So it is one of them things, but thank you very much for sharing, Sue. You were utterly awesome, as always.
But what counts is everybody heard Sue. Sue couldn't hear us, so that's kind of like a good day for Sue, really.
Absolutely.
That's like a winner. But yes, that was a close call on the competition. I have to say, my eyes were hurting a little bit, trying to catch all those answers coming through. There was someone else, I think it was Ross Wilkes, who was very close. I thought they were going to be in for the winner at 6:20, but then Martha pipped it there at 6:08.
Yeah, there was somebody that came in with the exact number, but they were after the call.
It was after the call I got from Sue was when she said she called it, and then that's when I put it up on the screen. But thank you so much, Sue. Thank you for your IT support there. With John, and then emotional support.
Yeah, exactly. So
with Milo,
if you go in there, can you give us a wave?
No, they get no audio from us, unfortunately. So
okay,
I'm sure she'll be in the chat. Tell her how well she did, because there's some fantastic comments that came through as well. Let's have a quick look, because I was going to go through this with Sue. We've got. Let's have a look. Where is it?
There she's waving in the background.
Yay!
There we go, waving in the background.
Like this one, look at this. This was just some of many of the comments coming through. Really, really just nice. There wasn't many questions, and that's because, as always, Sue explains everything so carefully and so detailed, so you don't tend to get too many questions. The only questions that I really saw from people were if they'd maybe not got in at the beginning, so you know what, those guys were easily going to be able to go back in and catch that up from the beginning. I did catch this one. A good friend of ours, I'll have to put that one up. That's it. Yes, Peter, sorry, from Norway, the ceiling expert. Yes, we missed you in the prep room, helping Sue out. But yes, that was an awesome segment, and we very much enjoyed that. So Hope Sue goes back into that chat and has a good read through, because there was literally, I don't know, a couple of thousand comments in there. Yes, there was an extra few with the numbers, but that was phenomenal.
For all those that are repeating the same thing that's going down there, we'll just have a little look at it later on and we'll sort it out. But at the time that things were called on our side, I don't know if you guys were running behind or anything, but at the time when it was called on our side, that was the closest answer, I'm afraid. Okay, so I hope that makes sense to you guys, because there's still people trying to guess now, and it was closed a good 5 minutes ago now.
It was only when it was live.
Yeah.
And she stopped doing it now. She called it in real life, and that was it done.
Yeah, exactly.
We picked the winner, and I picked the one that was closest to the actual answer.
At that point.
That's the one who gets the prize. But thank you all for joining in. That was a fantastic segment. So that's it, yeah? Convention's finished, yes, Keith?
Not quite. Okay, bye-bye, Sue. Everybody, please, as well, put
thumbs
up in there.
Golden nuggets.
There are people still saying about that. We shall check into it, and we shall make a decision later, okay? We don't need to see the same thing again and again and again. It's just spamming the channel, guys. We will look into it, though. Promise, okay? Is that fair enough?
I think it is.
Okay, bye, Sue.
Yes. So what you're saying, it's not the end.
It's not the end. We need to move on, because what we need to do, though, is that we have a wonderful gentleman in the waiting, ready for you guys.
Let me just cue some things up for that.
You're going to sort that out on there. I'm going to find out where all my sheets are. I was too engrossed. Just want to say as well, thank you very much to Debbie McGill, who sent me some Bila. If
I may have eaten some of them.
Yeah. For those that don't know, it's a sweet. It's a candy from Sweden, and it's my favorite candy as well. So I really appreciate it. Thank you very much, Debs. Right. Okay. So which section are we on to now? We must be on to 35.
So having one more segment.
One more segment. Segment.
Crazy.
Segment number 35. Balloon accessories with the Italian flair for fashion. Okay, its a description is different accessories for different occasions. How to be fashionable wearing balloon accessories. Who's this by?
Well, a very fashionable guy.
Yes, by this gentleman, the Alberto Nava, if you know him. We had a funny story one time. We were working in Italy, and Alberto was actually translating for us. And he translated one of the comments, and he said, afterwards, after he translated, he said, "Oh, you shouldn't have said that." And we're thinking, you know what, Alberto? You could have told us before you translated it
he's at the
that
side
we shouldn't have said it.
Yeah.
Okay, he's laughing his head off in the background. He remembers it.
Remorseful information, yes.
So what we're going to do is, can we bring him into here? Everybody, give a huge Q Corner welcome to Mr. Alberto Nava. Here he is. Everybody's really happy to see you. Can we have some sound on there as well? Caller 2.
Maybe.
There we go.
You're there.
You're there. You just need a little bit of boost.
Fantastic. Thank you for the great job you're doing, guys. This is amazing, honestly. I don't know how you're doing this, but thank you from all of us.
Don't worry, we don't know either. So what we're going to do is, thank you very much for that. We're going to hand you over to Mr. Alberto Nava, and we're going to check in the chat in the back, and we'll see what we can do about that competition. We'll figure it out. Don't you worry, okay? Stress ye not. We've got this. You guys just concentrate on what Alberto has to say. Enjoy.
Good t-shirt, though. Nice.
Nice t-shirt.
Nice. Enjoy.
So, welcome everybody. I'm so happy to be here with all of you. Like, we are all on the same boat. So we'd rather have fun and learn something new and profitable. So if you are familiar with the, well, first of all, an introduction. If you have never met me or you know who I am, I'm Alberto Nava. I'm from Italy. I own a company called Crazy Balloons Italy. We specialize in decor, crazy parties, and I am a performer myself. And we do deliveries and we set up crazy themed parties. We have over 64 different theme parties now, and we try to give different accessories for all the themes we have. So you may be familiar with the hairband concept. 10 years ago, I was on tour with my mentor and very best friend, Robbie Furman, and we toured all the US, and it was 2010, 10 years ago. And I introduced the concept of hairbands back there, and apparently it was quite a success. So everybody's been using hairbands for the past decade now. Well, decade, getting old. So today I'm gonna show you a couple of hairbands and then move to the next step, the next concept. Balloons are a great mean to bring joy and create the party and give the energy. So balloons are so nice that people want to touch them, they want to play with them, and they want to interact with them. And sometimes the standard decor doesn't allow for that. And I really love balloon hats and balloon accessories. The problem with standard balloon hats was they were always getting tangled in the hair, and they were not comfortable. So after a little while, everyone will take them out. Instead, with hairbands, now you can enjoy the freedom of moving around, and the hairband will stay there, and the sculpture will be there in display the whole time. So playing with different hairbands through the years, I developed many different designs. If you have never made a hairband before, you should try it because it's really, really powerful. And in these days where there is no, we really try to give value to what we buy. Something that has a piece of plastic inside will give a great value because it will last a longer time than a regular balloon. So today I prepped for you some designs to see, so we can go through them and enjoy them. So the basic of a hairband is a base. It's all about the base. It's a base and something to put on top of the base. So they are great to use all the different imprints that we have and to create movement. In this case, I'm using rose petals inside, but the basic of the hairband technique is getting a plastic hairband These are usually the half an inch hairbands, and then cover the hairband with a balloon. I always cover the hairband with a balloon because it gives you more. Then it's all one piece. It's all made of balloons, and for people this is incredible. So I'll just take the 350. I use a 350 and a plastic hairband. These they get narrow on the tips, but you can get regular size, all the same size ones. So I push in the first part of the hairband. I push up all the balloon up to the center, like this, and then I grab the nozzle and pull like this. I make sure to get all the air out, so it's nice and flat. Tie and cut. I use a belt cutter. So now we have the hairband of the exact matching color that you need. Then I'm making a base. I'm using a 260 chrome silver. I use nitrogen to inflate my balloons. I have a nitrogen tank here and a dual sizer. And the reason why I use nitrogen is a very thick molecule, and the balloons will last a long time. Especially on modeling balloons, I will not go through the trouble of high floating them, just because I don't. With high float, they last a long time even without, with the nitrogen, they last a long time even without high float, especially the modeling balloons. Just to give you an idea, on St. Patrick's Day, that was the 17th of March, I made something and hasn't been balloon shined, has been roughly handed it by a 3 years old for a couple of weeks, and is still here, and the 260s are still quite firm. So it will give you a long time on your creation, especially if you are twisting. Giving away twisted pieces at the end of a party, if you're an entertainer, if you pre-inflate your balloons with nitrogen, they will last really a long time. Even if you're doing just a simple sword, it will last a long time. So the basic of the design here, it's a 7-petal flower. This is thank you to Dave Brennan. I always did 6-petal flowers, and he said, you should try 7, because then they will not move on the hairband. So now I'm doing 7-petal flowers. I do 1 petal at a time, 1 small loop, about 2 finger wide. I take the nozzle of the 260 and I just tuck it in like this. And I use the center point to create 6 more petals the same size. They are always loop twists. See? Also the chrome, they don't speak that much. I really love them. So you go like this, get rid of the rest. I wrap the center, the remaining in the center, and you position your balloons like this. Now, we have our base, we have our hairband. For the heart, I use 6-inch clear hearts. I make sure to stress them before, so they can blow up a little bigger. And if they need to pop, I'd rather have them popping now than later. So now I deflate. I take rose petals. I use fabric rose petals. Then just take a bunch of petals. I place them. You need the soft one, the fabric one, not the crunchy ones. So I place them all in my fist like this. Then thumb and index and middle finger. I stretch open the 6-inch, and with my thumb I will just take the petals from my hand and feed them in. So we are like this. Make sure you have no petals sticking out from the neck. Then you place your part here, and you have this beautiful effect. If you have balloon shine or a shining latex product, you want to shine these hearts, or at least you can remove the talc powder from the balloon, so it gets pretty nice and not cloudy. That's why I inflate the first time, so I can inflate them at full size, a little over the full size, so they are very clear. Now to attach on our hairband. Take my hairband, I'll place it right. When we do a design here, if you place the balloon on top, it looks very stupid, I don't know why. On the side, it looks very cute. So, you go like this. Ooh, magic. Ooh, love it. So you hold this, you place it on the top, and you simply use the neck of the heart to go around one time around the hairband. Then you go inside the flower petal, the 6-petal flower, and you let go. So this one gets trapped in there, like this. And this stays. Right? Here you can go crazy with all the accents. You can match the color of the bride, or you can have this one for a wedding, or for hairbands are a great way to perform as an entertainer, as a balloon twister for black tie events, because these are really classy and they can be worn by adults. So if we go on in the hairband world, we have so many different options. Basically, they are a great way to promote your business. On the top of the hairband, on the plastic part, I encourage you to place stickers with your branding, even if it's under the latex. When it breaks, when the latex breaks and the balloon is gone, the hairband, they will never throw away a hairband. A mom will never throw away a hairband. And so then you have the marketing 10 days after the event. So I will go through all the questions at the end if you want, because if I look at the questions now, I will lose myself. I'm not a multitasking. I'm a guy, so I'm not multitasking. So more things to show you. Oh, this one. So this is the basic hairband. But the upsell part of the hairband is the fact that this one it will last a long time. The flower itself as a bracelet, it's okay. This one will give such more big impact for people. So I encourage you to try them. And they are not just for girls, because the main thing is hairbands are just for girls. Now, if you choose the right designs, they are not just for girls. All right, let me see here. What do we have? Oh, I love this. Cute. What I like about this design is the technique that is used for the head of Olaf. It uses only one 5-inch imprint. So it is imprinted, it's licensed, so we can use it. So we go through Olaf now, and then we go on the other designs. So we'll move this around, otherwise everything is in the way. I have more surprises for you. So here is Olaf. It's a 5-inch Olaf face imprint. It's a 160 mocha brown. Of course, white covered hairband, so with a 350 white 40 hairband. And we will use a scrap of white balloons. In this case, Yes? Yes, kan man säga det? Yes? Yes, we are back. Very sorry, I apologize. So, go on with the design. So, 350 white to cover the hairband. We were saying about the scrap. Now, I will use 260 red just to show you the technique. But now, of course, you will use a scrap of white or whatever you have. I suggest matching color with the hairband. So if you're doing a hairband in light blue, use light blue. So I'll just use a piece of scrap. So we have our scrap, and this is gonna be used as a rubber band. So I'll squeeze all the air out like this, and then tie the two ends together and make a loop. Okay, like this. So, like this. Now we have our Olaf. So, before inflating Olaf, we need the arms, because they will lock the head in place. So 160. 160 like this. Perfect. That's a lot. We need just half. That's about it. Tie the 160. Do a one finger bubble and a loop. And wrap the nozzle inside the loop. So we got one hand. Bend a little, but not too much, because they are stick after all. And create a 4-finger bubble and a pinch twist. We are like this. Now we are ready. This one will be used to fix my Olaf head. So, take the Olaf head. It's inflated to about 4 inches. I try to tie as up near the nozzle as possible. So I have space to squeeze into this. I'll take my rubber elastic here, my loop, and I'll push this one with a marriage twist inside my 5-inch. I will not push it all the way to the bottom of the balloon. I will stop halfway. So I push in, under Olaf's mouth, I'll grab the knot. Now I need to do an apple twist here. So I'll take the top part and twist. Now, if I let go this twist, it will come undone. So I'll hold it here in the middle, take my arm, position the pinch twist in the back, so it's right on top between the two bubbles. Now I will twist this one around the bottom bubble and around the pinch twist in the back, so it will secure it in place. So I'll just twist, 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 and we'll roll. Here I'm rolling around the pinch. just the face in the front, pinch is in the back, and now we will make the other arm symmetrical. Squeeze a little, take the size, one loop, one bubble, that I will turn into a pinch twist, so it's matching, and I will cut the rest. Here I will tie and wrap. So we are here. This band here allows me to slide on the hairband and have it in place. Now we can color in. The Sharpie makes the difference, especially on the carrot. Honestly, I color in also the eyebrows. And the little dots here. So, of course, the red one, once again, needs to be white, so you won't see it. And the pinch in the back gives you that leaning that you need, because this one is on the top of your head. So it's leaning, looking down. Okay? Very good. And we'll keep 10 minutes for the question at the end, so maybe Keith and Dom can get them all together, so we can do some explanation, extra explanation at the end. All right. So next step. Now you know hairbands, and there's a word out there. There's a Facebook group, so you can have many ideas to get inspired from. I wanted something more. In the last 3 years, we purchased 2 photo booths, and they have been a great hit in our company. We do theme parties, so we are always looking for props for the photo booth as an upsell. The truth is, props are always cheap, and they break, and they do not look good unless you custom make your props, and then they are stealing them or they're breaking them. What if the props are made out of balloons and you sell them? Now it's a good thing. With the hairbands, they are not that comfortable switching the hairbands, like placing them on their head and then placing them back. And I don't want them. I want to sell them. But with the bigger things, they can, and if they don't go on their head, it's better. So what I came up with is sunglasses. Sunglasses. Big sunglasses. So I love the idea of having multiple attachment points and having and placing really big stuff on your head. Also, I want to be able to see in a picture. If I don't see the eyes of the people in the picture, it's not him. So they originally come with lenses, I just open them and take the lenses out. Just push and they come out. One, you push, and they come out. They are plastic sunglasses. They are not single use, so you don't fall in that rule. It's not single use. They're not disposable. You can use them over and over again. They're great for branding. You can place your sticker up here or on the side, or you can have the branding of the customer. So now you're giving away branded products and adding balloons on top of that. They are gender neutral. Well, pink one maybe not, but why not? So they are more acceptable than a hairband for the tough guys that will not wear a hairband because it's a hairband. And they give you attachment points on the sides, on the center, and on the bottom. So now you can think of all the possibilities that you have to create this new concept, this new design. Also, I like that they don't break. They come apart, but they don't break. There's no screw in it, so you just attach them back like this. Also, what you can do with them is, so now we start. The ideas are just so many. I like they stay in display like this. So you can have a table at the entrance with all the sunglasses lined up, ready to be taken by your guests. So when you get to a party, a costume party, if you don't have a costume, but if at the entrance there are like 3 or 4 tables with all this lined up, you just take them on, you put them on, and the party is starting. With hairbands and with sunglasses, the great thing is that they can be incorporated in balloon decor. So if you have a column, if you have classic decor, they will just attach perfectly, and they just stay attached to the round balloon. So you can do a full column with all this tucked in, and you as soon as people realize that they can take them out and put them on, this is great because you can have a regular classic decor column and turn it into a super intricate column because all the twisted details are then wearables, either hairbands or sunglasses. So moving on, I had fun, so I created some designs for you guys so we can see them together. Of course, the panda bear. I love it. So good. And you can even go pandemic. Pandemic. Quarantine has been very long. 3 weeks already. I know. So, but let's try to make the best out of it, guys. I know it's tough times, but keep the positive attitude, learn new skills, and thank you to Qualatex for hosting this fantastic event and investing, as always, in education, just for you guys, just to make you grow and to help you, because this is all about giving and sharing. So the pandemic, 5-inch panda imprints, and a very simple technique, one single 260 to create the body. This is great. We will have some variation of this design is also coming in Balloon Magic, the magazine. Shh, it's a secret, don't tell anyone. And Mike. A little more. What we have here for you. Same body style, but then using both attachment points. Then we have Winnie. Ooh, honey. Okay. So it's great about the sunglasses concept is you can now create a scene that goes from one side to the other. You can add movement. You could do that with hairband too, but the space was very limited. Now here you can have two subjects, two characters interacting, and something is happening, and there's movement in the scene. So if you want to go with a little honey design here, it's same exact technique for this one and for our Olaf head. In this case, I use a quick link because my tulip twist goes all the way. My tulip twist goes all the way down. So I just go like this, keep it soft. And push up. Oh, we have questions. Oh wow, okay. Already. Okay, I'll get them all at the end. So I'll push up so you're stuck with me for 20 more minutes. I need to run. Okay, like this. You push up, it's a quick link. So I push down here. And I use the tip of the quick link to tie. So push up all the way, down, tie, twist, and tie. And here I tulip twist, right here. Too much, a little less, a little less. Real time. Still too tight. Let's try one more. One more to be a little less tight. But you get the idea. And over here you just go with a 160. See, I got distracted from questions. I told you. You got a 160 around here, so you got this nice shape for the honey container. And you just go around with the 160. So, what else we have here? We have more, way more. I have to run. Ooh, almost Easter. Even if you're spending it in your home. Easter bunny. Or a bunny. If you do not celebrate Easter, that's more than fine. And the bunny has this beautiful, so easy if you haven't seen it yet. It's quick link 6-inch hearts, 6-inch round, I'm sorry. With imprint. So it's so easy. You just go and attach the 260 on top for the ears, and for the added detail, I added 160 for the inside of the ears. So you can add the detail of the 160 or not. Up to you. The egg is just a simple 11-inch is just puffed with air, like this. So you tie, and then you cut the knot. One time. Thank you. So it's clean. It said one time. So it's clean. All right. More ideas. I want to give you some ideas. We have the new Pinocchio movie is coming up, so this is perfect, like Cleo. Yay! See, it's a fishbowl. It is a 5-inch fish face, and this is inside. I usually put it inside an 11-inch because I want it bigger. In this case, I placed it inside a 5-inch. So go like this. Inside, you can see the fish. Can you see the fish? See? Yes. Turn around. Yeah. It's a fish imprint. Love it. So you simply double stuff the 5-inch imprint inside a clear. On the bottom you place a 6-inch petal flower, and on the top you just glue a circle of 260. See? Very simple. Me personally, I use rubber cement to glue, which is this one. But I use also U-glue dashes or glue dots, or honestly, this one for me it's easier, and I use it all the time. This is so funny. This is the most common adhesive in all the kindergartens in the USA. In Italy, it's illegal. So funny. Yeah. So, what else? What else do we have here? We have attachments. See, if you keep going with the attachment points, one side, the other, you can take your regular designs and just turn them into let me make some space here. Okay. Ha! So, whatever character you are making, you can just make the torso and will stay there and interact with whatever it's on the other side here. So you can have like a guy fishing, and you have a fish on the other side. You can have all the superheroes, all the smiley guys, all whatever you want. Okay? Super easy. What else? We have. Oh, I love underwater. Do a lot of underwater parties, under the sea parties. So imagine to create all the different creatures. You can have all the sunglasses with octopuses, with fishes, with sea stars, with whatever you want. And I really like these new eyes. These are still checking. Okay, these are 5-inch with the eyes imprint, and the imprint is on both sides. See, so no more drawing. So you go smaller like this, tie, and then split. See? Like this. Perfect. And it's easy, you just tuck them in your design, and especially for these cartoony characters, they always work. Okay? What else? We have more. I told you I prepped you some amazing things. Yes, in Italy we get really crazy about soccer. That's all we do, soccer. Soccer. Oh yes. So these are great for sport parties. You can. The idea is you can write whatever you want. You can use the color of the theme of the winning team or the house team. You can change it. I like the movement idea. So if you change the soccer ball into another sport ball, of course, can work for all the designs. For bowling, you can have a bowling ball and bowling pins. The possibilities are endless. And for the writing here, I just twisted the letters and glued them on. So very, very easy. I like easy. More. We have more. Don't. Of course, if you go around and you look for different kind of sunglasses, sometimes you get the right inspiration. So, if I show you this, what do you think? The little wizard. So, sometimes even smaller sunglasses will give you the opportunity to create a custom design. So you have the golden snitch. Haha. Try to catch it. You win the match. Gryffindor wins. It's a 7-inch chrome gold round and 2 pieces of 160 silver. And more. I have more. Told you I have more. If you think of the sunglasses, they remind you also as a mask. If you think them as a base for a mask, then you can think of all the different masks you can apply onto sunglasses. So, starting with a classic. It's Mardi Gras! Mardi Gras. So, the great thing of these is that if you fold the back there, you can use this one as decor, also on walls. So you can decorate a full wall. If you put out a tab of Velcro here, the small dots of adhesive Velcro on the walls that are made of, carpet, like in hotels, they will just stick like this. And then you take them out and you put them on. And of course, with this one, you can go crazy. I use feathers because I love feathers. I use feathers, and I just take single feathers and I wrap them with a piece of 160. So you can then add them on in here for the added effect. And it's a party. Yes. So you see here, the attachment is very simple. I always use 2 pinch twists on the sides and 1 pinch twist in the middle. And simply the 260 goes around the bridge here of the glasses to keep it in place. And that's it. Easy. Oh, and I love this one. You can place them like this. Haha. Or on top of your head. And you're still wearing them. And then for the picture, hey, we're ready! Yay! And you can still see perfectly, and you can see the eyes of the people in the picture. Very important. And if you live in New Orleans, you can do this like all day, forever. 7 minutes, right, guys? This one, just to give you the idea. Very popular cartoon now, the guys that goes around in pajamas. You know those? So this is the guy that climbs. So the concept here, you can see the top part. The concept here is you can do the full range of masks and have them ready, and you can all the characters that you may think of. If you think Star Wars character, you can do all. You get me. Once you start drawing, you have the attachment points, you have the top, you can do things in the bottom, and you can do whatever you want. On the bottom you can attach a beard, so you can have Santa, you can have so many designs. What else we have here? 6 minutes. I'm gonna set my soul on fire. Viva Las Vegas. And the king is here. Very simple. Chrome gold for the sunglasses, 260 for the hair, and a curled 260 for the top part. Very easy, but great for characters and for theming. And I have 5 more minutes. And one more thing we have here. A very important message for you guys is, don't you worry, because after the rain, the sun always comes out. So we will get through this. Please, 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 please stay home. It's very important. And you have so much material to study and to learn and create pictures and reach your portfolio and work on your marketing and on your websites and on your client list. You can do so much. Please make the best of this time you have, because this is a once in a lifetime occasion. See it as a way to grow your business, to grow yourself as a person, spend time with your family, and I know you're worried about money. Money will come. Don't you worry. And so, thank you so much for joining me today. I will go through some questions. I have a piece of paper here, and we have 4 minutes more. So we'll go through some questions here. And balloon size to cover the hairbands. It's a 350. I use 350 to cover hairbands. Used as treats or service, both. I use them as party favors at the end, or you can sell them as part of the decor, incorporating them in the columns. So pricing for hairbands, you can set the price, because this one is something that is more strong and tangible and has more perceived value than a regular balloons. So give a price, and remember, whatever, don't go cheap, because you don't want to sell one, you want to sell 20 of them. Sell them in bulk. Sell them as the way to create the party. Don't sell one. Brand for glasses. The glasses are available from different distributors, different manufacturers. There's a manufacturer in Spain that is called Guerca. There's of course Smithy is carrying them. Every major supplies in the US. There's Oriental trading. Every major supply for parties will have them. Just find a way. I'm sure. Also looking online, shipping from China in bulk. You can do whatever you want. Don't worry. You don't need a specific brand of glasses. Yeah, exactly. So where to buy? Just Google them. Giant sunglasses. We have on hairbands. There's 2 DVDs available, and there are my details. You can find me on socials. You can find me on Instagram or Facebook, and on Crazy Balloons Italy, or Mago Alberto Official, which is my performing name. And you can write me on Facebook. It takes me some time to reply, but I try my best to reply to every one of you. So thanks again, qualatex, for hosting this. Thank you, Keith and Dom. You have been just amazing. And 2 more questions. Yes, we have 1 more minute. One more. Thanks.
Yeah, no problem at all. Yes.
And thank you so much. 2 more questions.
Scroll down.
Scroll down.
No, there's one, and then there's another one right after. Rob.
The experience about using so question is, with the balloon word coming under fire in many places trying to ban the sale and use of balloons, have you experienced feedback from clients about using so many plastic products? Once again, the plastic product, the hairband and the sunglasses, are not considered single use, so you are safe on that side. And balloon wise, always stress your customers that our balloons are 100% biodegradable, and qualatex is going a long way, taking a long effort, using only sustainable sources from the Rainforest Alliance to get the sap from the latex trees. So they are protecting actually the environment. So always ask them for the question, or always thanks them for the question, and always stress the fact that our products are biodegradable. Last question, I think.
Good answer, Alberto.
Thank you, Alex.
Do you prefer to display photo booth props to prevent people roughing them up? How do you display photo booth props to prevent people from roughing them up? Thank you. So with hairbands, we use these because they are easier to replace. And also for this one, if you put the little Velcro tab I was telling you about, little Velcro tab adhesive on the back of this part of the balloon, if you have a little display made out of the carpet, so the other side of the Velcro, this one will just stick and stay like this. And so they're easy for people also to put back, not in a specific place, and they will not get handled roughly. All right, so I think that was it. Okay.
Very good tip,
guys.
there, Alberto.
Thank you so much, and good luck for the rest of the convention. Thank you, and take care, everybody.
Okay, thank you, Alberto. Guys, can we just show a little love for Alberto in the chat? You've got there as well. Thank you so much. Your class was so inspirational. You got some amazing feedback there. You can also, as well as Alberto will probably drop onto chat, he can share his social media links on there and answer any questions that you might have.
And I think the biggest thing that everyone's learned here today is just to make sure that when Alberto's translating for you,
yes,
that it's okay and it's safe for it to be said before he says it.
Absolutely. Right, okay.
He's processing that now.
Bye, Alberto.
You've been a star. Thank you so much.
Ciao, ciao. He'll never live it down.
It was that. Okay, I'm listening. It's very serious. Yes. Okay, it's them too.
Well,
thank you, sir.
It comes to another part in the show. Look at the chat exploded. So we've come to another part of the show, we've come.
What? One more segment.
One more segment.
One more segment.
It is our second Twister contest. So it's a 12-minute twisted figure competition. You can pretty much do what you want as long as you're using qualatex balloons, and then the the contestants must take a photograph and send them to the email address that we've already provided within just a few minutes or straight after the competition has finished. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to get myself off the screen, and we can end up with 4 people on the screen like this. Okay.
Ooh.
So we have our I need to do probably is that will help us. We have our 4 contestants who are nervously waiting behind us.
Thank you so much, guys, for joining in
Thank
on
you.
the first ever Q Corner convention, second Twister competition.
Yes. So we have, who do we have on here? We have Ginger, we have Mark, we have Liz, and we have Daphne from all around the world joining us live. So this is exciting, isn't it?
It is. You know what I think we need as well?
What's that, buddy?
This is what we need. I'll tell you.
Oh, a little bit of music in the background. We like a little bit of music in the background. So I think what we'll do is we can start on this in one moment. It's a 12-minute competition. What we'll do is I'm just going to drop this off here in a moment because I'm just going to give some last-minute instructions to our contestants.
You do that. You do that.
Just put that on there. What I'll do is I'm going to count them in, and they can all see me at the same time, so we can start it, and then we can put it up on the screen for you all to watch because it is live.
You'll see there rooting for France.
Okay, guys.
Very good.
So if we are about ready, we can. We're going to do 12 minutes, and we're going to start it off. Shall we do? We'll do a little countdown, eh, Dom?
Yeah.
Here we go then. Ready?
Are you going to send me a feed? Are you?
I will in a moment.
Awesome.
Once I've got it off this, I'm just going to count them in so they can start.
Right. Okay. So you won't quite see them starting, but we'll get there.
Second, we've lost a Ginger. We've lost.
Where they gone?
She's there. She's there. Right.
Hey!
Can I just get a thumbs up of everybody? Thumbs up of everybody. Liz.
This is the thumb.
Thumbs
There's
up.
One.
Liz.
One's ready.
Everybody. Mark. Thumbs up. Liz, thumbs up.
Are they getting your audio?
Thumbs up. There we go. Right. Okay. And we'll go in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Begin. There we go. Start. Go.
I need my feet.
Go. Go, 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 go.
We're trying to encourage them to go. They're not quite going yet. Right, they're out the trap. They're away.
There we go. Dom, let's make them full screen so make this a bit easier. How can they see them? Okay, that's fine. That's out there for them. Okay. And here we go, guys. So I hope while they're started on there, we can watch them. I think we can have a bit of a game as well where we guess what they are making.
A balloon model. Balloon model, definitely. No.
Definitely a balloon model. I'll tell you what we're going to do is I think that was off mine where we did that. No, I don't think it was.
Who knows? It's a ping and a pong from somewhere
it was
in
somewhere,
the world of audio.
We've got a ping and a pong in the system somewhere. Okay, but off they go anyway. So we might as well have a little bit of a chat to the rest of everybody that's sitting there on the chat. I'll have a little bring up the chat so they can actually see it on there. We've got what competition is this? Well, it's a good question, Kathleen. This is the 12-minute twisting competition, and what happens is randomly we release it on our community page. So if you go to the community tab on the front of our YouTube channel, there is applications that appear up there at random times for this competition. We didn't want it so that anybody could just enter. We just wanted it so that guys that have to be in there, so you have to have your notifications on. You'll be one of the first ones to apply, and you can go for it.
As well as the other competition that you're automatically in if you are a subscriber.
Yep. So this is the second one. This is the second twisting competition that we've held, and we've got 4 more to fit in before the end of the whole thing. So they are furiously twisting away. I know that a few of them are nervous, guys, so they are quite nervous. The reason that they're nervous is that there's a few of them this is their first twisting competition that they've ever been part of.
Do we know where they are from? Because we've got some names, but whereabouts are they from?
Well, there's some people in the chatland that will know exactly where they're from. I know Daphne is from France.
Okay, so we've got a Mark. Where's Mark from? Come on, Mark supporters.
Is from Belgium.
Ah, okay. So let's see where we've got Liz from. Where's Liz from?
Liz is from...
Come on, Team Liz.
It was already said on there. It was already said on there, yeah, absolutely. Where was Liz from, guys? It was already said on the chat. Who won the first competition? The winner hasn't been announced as yet. What happens is, as soon as the competition's over, they must email a photograph of their piece. Liz is Mexico.
Ah, okay. And what about Ginger? Where's Ginger from?
Ginger is from... It escapes me 1 second, so I'm going to find out.
We'll track them down. Our chat moderators are asking where everyone's from. So yes, we've got Mark from Belgium, Liz from Mexico, Daphne from France. And where else? Where is it? We got the last one.
Yeah, give me 1 second.
So we're tracking it down.
This is killing me because I know.
We'll get more specifics now. Exactly where Daphne lives. We want street address and house number. No, we don't.
Yeah. Ginger lives in Cancun.
Ah.
So there we go. Excellent. We have an international affair.
See? Where else could you do that?
You ask the questions, we get the answers. 12-minute competitions are so much fun. You're right, Renata. Yeah, so as we said, is once this competition is over, once it's finished, they've had 4 minutes so far, 4 minutes. So they still have another 8 minutes left. Once it's over, they must send a photograph of their finished piece to the email address that we've already provided. And they've got to send it straight away.
To stop anybody working for an extra 30 minutes on that piece.
Yeah, absolutely. Got to do it straight away, and then it will be judged by our expert panel. Not us, because we don't have time.
I like the good use of emojis there for Ginger's location. Well done there. Arrows, balloons, hearts, and kisses.
Absolutely.
Excellent. I think I saw a question there about is this chat the community page, Keith?
No, this chat is not the community page. What you need to do is go to youtube.com/QCornerShow, and when you land on our channel, you will see a few highlights across the top. And one of them will say community. I think it's got playlists and videos, and one of them's community. You click on that one.
It's an often missed tab on YouTube because you go in there for that primary content. You go over there for that video, and it's yes, you know, that's what I've got. But you go onto that community tab, and there's loads of stuff there, loads of different bits and pieces.
Can you only send one picture of the product? Yes, we only want one picture of the product. 6 minutes gone. We are halfway, guys. Halfway.
6 minutes.
And then after this class, what's after this class, Dom?
I think we get a break, don't we? There's not much to do. Is it like I don't know. It must be a really dull class because we decided to go for a nap. Is that not right? No. No.
After this class,
can anybody tell us?
Yeah.
Because I can't remember. It just didn't seem that important. I didn't write it down. Is it one more segment? But
on the next segment, there's a good question. On the next segment, who's it going to be, guys? Who's on the next segment? We know. But
do we?
We do.
So it's
do you really don't know?
No, I do know.
Okay,
I'm being silly because I'm really excited by it.
On the next segment,
I was joking.
It is Jackie O from Canada. We've been, yeah, exactly.
Yay, Jackie O! So we get to pick on Jackie for a change. She picks on us all the time. She looks really innocent, but you know what? She's mean. She picks on us
all the time. It's true. So
you
what
don't
we're going
see
to do
it.
is,
You don't.
yeah, it is the one and only.
We've got feelings.
So what we might do is, because we have the ability to be in somebody's ear, one of the instructors, we can still be in the ear when they are working. So if you see her just suddenly start laughing or something, or crying, Laughing or crying.
You put your jokes in the chat, and we'll pick a good one. We'll tell her it while she's twisting, and we'll see if we can get her to laugh whilst she's teaching you something cool.
Have we slept at all? Why do we need to sleep when we have the energy from you guys keeping us going all the way through this convention?
And this box of snacks.
Eileen, I don't think we said Jackie picks her nose at all. I don't think we said that.
No, she picks on us. She's mean. She's mean to us.
She picks on us.
We're also not saying that she doesn't pick a nose. She could.
We just didn't say that she did.
Yeah,
that's all. What have we got left? We've got 8 minutes gone. 8 minutes gone. We've got. Oh,
Keith.
We love you too.
Yeah, Keith, you're bad.
Like in a distance kind of way.
Definitely Keith's fault, Renata, not me.
Jackie is like a sister that I never wanted. It's true.
How long we got?
We've got 8 minutes gone. We're just about to go on to our 9th minute. So
wow, that's pretty fast.
What do we got going? Can anybody guess what things we got? Okay,
Keith?
Let's have a little look at what we got. What Mark's doing. Mark's doing some sort of character. I haven't been following along. I've been reading the chat too much. Liz is doing one of the flowers that we like so much. And Daphne's doing... Oh, that looks like some interesting hair on that character that... Oh, I'm actually really looking forward to seeing that.
What they try to achieve in 12 minutes.
Yeah.
You think about the instructors that we've had on, how much they've created in an hour and a half. How fast does that go for them?
Yes.
It's like an hour and a half competition for our instructors. So remember, you have to give them the big love there in the chat.
And bearing in mind as well, there's almost...
Careful, Jackie O has bodyguards. Is it you, Paul Baker? Are you the bodyguard?
We've got almost 1,000 people watching as well, so it really does take some confidence to apply to be part of this competition, to be in front of 1,000 people and make balloons, right?
And Liz is doing parkour. She was doing a flip there up the wall by the look of it. When the camera flipped round.
What do we got now?
Thank you, Evie, as always.
10 minutes gone. We've got 2 minutes left, guys. 2 minutes left.
Wow.
Almost there. 2 minutes left. So, out of all of the instructors that have been on so far, who's been your favourite, guys? Who have you enjoyed? Who do you think you've liked the most?
That's a tough question,
I know.
Keith.
It absolutely is.
That's a hard one.
Hey, I don't mind that. I don't mind asking the hard questions.
It's easy to ask. It's hard to answer. What country we have? The contestants. Evie, were you not listening? Were you not in the chat? We have Belgium. We have Cancun.
Cancun's Mexico. We have 2 from Mexico.
2 from Mexico, 1 from Belgium, 1 from France.
That's right.
There we go.
Liz is Mexico, Ginger is Mexico, Mark is Belgium, and Daphne is Francais.
We've got a Mike Harris there saying Luc Bertrand. Was it because of the extra wheelchair camera move? I mean, his poor parents-in-law, they did without with that wheelchair. It was nice, but they were sat on the floor.
1 minute, guys. Last minute. We're on to our last minute of the competition.
I did like that new Aeropole, though. That was a very, very nice addition.
Oh, Ginger is finished already. What? Oh, very nice. Very nice. Ginger's finished. I would be finishing up now, guys. You need to be finishing up. Luke's there. And we've got it.
I'm not judging Luke. I'm not. We'd have done the same. It was good. It was
15,
very resourceful.
14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and stop, guys. Stop. I need you to stop where you are. Can you stop where you are? Stop twisting. Stop twisting. Okay. Fantastic. So, okay, what we're going to do now is we're going to stop our feed onto these guys, and what we need you to do is take a photograph of what you've done and send it to the email address that we provided. You need to do that in the next couple of minutes just to make sure. So well done, guys. Can we show these some love in the chat.
Thank you so much
for getting in front of all of you guys to do this. So
Yes.
this is absolutely wonderful. Thank you very much, guys. Send your photograph in to the email provided, and then we can let you know about the winner. And the winner will win a premium balloon accessory micro air inflator.
Yes.
Okay.
So thank you guys for joining the chat and shouting them along. Yes.
Yes.
Right. Okay. Let's have a look. See where we're at. We've got.
I know what we got.
Yes. We just need to get someone connected, though.
Ah, it's because we'll probably just need to send the correct password.
We will. We will.
Do that.
We will.
Okay, so I'm going to do that.
Let's sort this out. Otherwise, no one will see it.
That'd be rather disappointing for everybody. Yeah. Right, okie dokie. Let's take it in. Are we going to bring it in on channel 1?
Please.
Right, channel 1 is coming in rather quickly.
Oh, sorry. Did you get that?
Get what?
You got it? Yep.
I did.
Right.
She should be going off under there, and that's all good. There we go, and I should be able to do that on there for you guys.
Just updating.
Thank you very much, guys. Thank you. I'm just talking to our competitors off here. Please send, take a photo and send it in. I can see them all sorting everything out so they can take a nice photograph and send it into that email address. Thank you, and thank you.
Let's see if we can find our next instructor. I think we might have found one. Right.
That's
Oh, we're recognizing some of this. Side. Right there.
Edward Munoz balloons has turned
hard
up.
Question, guys.
I think there's going to be a lot of people turn up for this particular lecture because we've had a lot of comments about it coming up. I'm just going to go into here so I can see what's happening over on this side as well. We had a Bravo Daphne.
We look like we've got a good connection.
You think so?
I think so.
Oh, I was waiting for an inopportune shot, and then we'll just start that one then anyway.
We're so mean.
Sometimes it's good to be mean, right? I mean, if you watch the lecture right at the beginning with Rupert, yeah, he started off as the bad guy, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is our
you know why I win? Because I cheat.
Is our crazy instructor ready?
Are you ready? Are you guys ready?
I know. I was also a little disappointed. I was told that you were going to make an effort today. You know, because you're inviting people into your home. You haven't been out the house for many, many days, and you've never felt the need to dress up.
I think what
you
we'll
did
do
say
is...
today.
So what we're going to do is, I think we're going to drop over to you in a moment. We'll have a chat before we start, because if anybody is turning up exactly for you to start, we don't want to disappoint them, right?
No, because we are ever so slightly early. But
we
that's
are.
A good thing.
We're about 10 minutes early. Can you believe it? How crazy is that? Yeah.
We've got some crazy emojis going to say, we are ready. We are ready.
Right, okay. Let's welcome the one and only Jackie O. Can we show some love in the chat, guys?
We've got audio. We've got a dancing Canadian.
Can you see me? Can you see me now?
Yes, we can still see you.
Even
when you
like, unfortunately, yes.
Even when you kind of like bend your knees a little bit, you don't turn invisible.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's because you're not a ninja. Yeah. It's true. It's true. Only ninjas go invisible when they bend their knees.
That's so funny because I actually call myself the balloon ninja.
Really?
So funny.
Ah.
I do. Actually, I went to a party once when I first started, and one of the moms was like so enthralled with the twisting, and she's like, "You're like a balloon ninja." And I was like, I am so stealing that. And of course I did.
Keith's very got a very similar name, but we call him the balloon whinger.
Whinger?
Yeah.
That's terrible. But actually, Anna from Pioneer Europe, she's been our ninja recently as well, hasn't she, Dom?
She's been our chat ninja.
She's been our chat ninja. Every now and again, you might unfortunately spot some unfortunate chats that come up, and that's due to spam bots, and there's nothing we can do about them other than take them down as quick as we can.
Jackie has
she's our
nothing
spam
better to
ninja.
So she's been spamming the chat. No, it's not. It's
Anna's our spam ninja. She's been chopping them down.
She beats us to it.
She's been awesome.
Yes.
So Jackie, have you been following along?
Thanks, Anna.
Have you been watching?
I have. I haven't slept for 2 days, as you can tell. Okay, I lied. I've been sleeping like 8 hours a night, honestly. But I've been rewatching some of them. I just watched Alberta. I watched.
I'm switching her off. That's it. I've been sleeping 8 hours a night. We're not having that. She's not been on there saying that she's sleeping 8 hours a night when we've been staying up. Okay, well, you promised to be good.
I promised to be good.
Okay. Are you sure? It looks a very nice setup there. Is that something you just rustled up just now, or?
Thank you. Yes, this is here in my house all the time. You should see the rest of the living room. I'm going to flip this at one point, and you'll see all my furniture pushed to the side of the walls. My kids are like, "Mom, we need some space." And it's not so pretty.
Was Brad and Joe Mock in your house filming as well? Because they have the same backdrop.
Yes, so there's apparently a deal for balloon artists on this backdrop. It's like 50% off because every balloon artist I know has this backdrop.
I thought they just lived with you part-time or something.
Yeah, they just left, actually.
Yeah. We'll go out.
We're going to say a big hi to Reese, Jackie's daughter. Everybody in chat, we can say a Reese as well. To,
Reese, you can wave. Yeah. This is like, why do they know I'm here? She's like mortified. But she is being very nice.
If you tell Reese, it's because she's on the second camera. That's why.
She's on the second camera. She just left. She bolted up the stairs.
We've got a hashtag going for yours here. We've got hashtag thanks Reese.
Yeah, hashtag thanks Reese.
Thanks Reese. Aww. She's like looking at me like her.
Exit stage left.
Right. Oh, poor thing. Anyway.
I blame the parents.
12 is hard. Yeah. Oh, stop it.
So are you saying that you have been watching? Have you, what
I have been watching.
Yeah. Which classes have you been enjoying the most?
I really enjoyed Joette's class yesterday, actually. I learned a lot. I was actually standing right here doing my prep and watching Joette here on my screen. Which is fantastic. She's an excellent speaker. I watched Sue today. I just watched Alberto and Freddy. I watched him a little earlier too. So I've been keeping up.
Absolutely.
Good.
Yeah.
It's we're seeing some hashtags there in the chat there. Hashtag thanks Reese. Look at that. That's
Reese.
There we go. Hashtag thanks Reese. Pop that out there.
Yes. So the reason that I dragged my 12-year-old down here is that if you do have any questions, I will be trying to keep an eye on the screen, but she will be able to just ask them for me as I'm twisting along, so I don't have to stop and keep
So what
reading,
you're saying is her specific job is to check the chat for you?
Exactly,
so
yes.
If there was hashtag thanks Reese in the chat all the way, that would be quite funny, then, wouldn't it?
That would be funny, yes.
Thanks, Reese.
Thanks, Reese.
Just saying. Okay.
We can fill.
Guys,
all
just before we start.
Are we filling? Are we stretching? Is that what we're doing?
All we're doing is, Jackie, because your slot doesn't start just yet.
The numbers that keep on going up in the background, we can see at the moment in your room, you've got over 1,000 people standing around. Is there enough space for more, do you think? Have you...
I think a few more can come in.
Yeah.
I may have gone on my Instagram a few minutes ago and told people that I was here. And maybe my Facebook page. So
I know
I am so not about self-promotion. Like, it's crazy. Have you guys seen my Instagram page?
I've never even heard of you before today.
You've got an Instagram?
No. Oh, no. Yeah, I do have an Instagram. It's at With a Twist Balloons. If anybody would like to head over, there's some great tutorials on there. Yeah, it's fantastic.
Excellent. So that's at hashtag thanks Reese.
Okay.
Thanks Reese.
It says it there. What we're doing is we're literally, Dom's just reading it off there, and there's a C.
That's the chat. Reese. It's not about you, Jackie. It's about thanks Reese.
Is it really all about Reese?
It's all about Reese. Yes. Yes, we just didn't want you starting too soon before your time, Jackie. That's all. And we needed those extra few minutes to pick on you. That's really the sum of it all.
Awesome. Have you gotten your fill? You're good.
Evie's just posted your Instagram there in the chat.
Oh, good.
Thank you very much.
In case they didn't know. Thank you, Evie.
Yeah, you know, there might be someone who doesn't know.
Some people have just turned up. Don't worry, we haven't let Jackie start early. We just brought her on just to have a little bit of a chat before we started. We didn't want to start early because we know that there's people that are turning up for these classes just on time. So we try our best not to start the classes early just to make it fair for everybody.
That's right. But if you have just turned up, thanks for joining. Don't forget to pop the hashtag in the comments for hashtag thanks Reese, because that's the chat bot in Jackie O's house today.
There is also, as well as, can you do the other hashtag that we should be using?
Yes, I can do that one once I've updated my screen because it disappeared.
Remember that if you're posting anything on any of your social media, please use the hashtag Q-Corner Convention. There we go.
There's a question there. Where can I find the love script? So the love script that's on the back wall of yours, yes.
Is that the right side?
Look at that.
I believe this is a North Star balloon.
Correct.
You can get it anywhere that you, I should know that, anywhere that you buy your Qualatex balloons. Contact your nearest distributor. Ooh, you know where you can go for that? Qualatex.com.
Because you can't go
wrong with Qualatex.
I have been wanting to say that
for so
long.
One second, because we'll record that for later. Can you do that again?
Which part?
All of it from the beginning.
All of it from the beginning.
They can't go wrong with qualatex.com. Come on, Jackie.
Okay. You can't go wrong with qualatex.com.
Next time with a little bit more feeling, but...
and then one last thing, hashtag thanks Reese.
Okay. Reese hates it when I do this because she's like, you're so old. Hashtag thanks Reese. She loves that.
Hashtag. What's this?
I don't know if there's an emoji for that.
It's a hashtag.
Okay, now I feel that you're old.
No,
as well, so,
stop that.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, stop it!
Right, okay, it's about time.
That's not even true.
What we'll do is we'll stop all of this messing around. That's not what you came for. Well, maybe you came for a little bit.
It is kind of a little bit.
Exactly. I hope so. I hope
Whatever.
So. But what we're going to do is we're going to get out of the way and we're going to pass you over to the wonderful, the one and only hashtag thanks Reese. We're going to pass you over to Reese's mom.
Yay!
Reese's mom. Now known as Reese's mom. Hi, how are you guys? I'm so excited to be here. So I'm going to start mine in a little strange way. Hey, all you cool cats and kittens. Welcome to the Q Corner online convention. So I'm Jackie O. I am from Calgary, Alberta, Canada. I actually live in Airdrie, which is about 10 minutes north of Calgary. If you guys don't get this joke, you have to tune into Tiger King on Netflix. Reese, can you take these? Keep them away from your father. So for those who don't know me, I started twisting in 2010. I started actually twisting when my kids were little. They were 2 and 4, and I was a stay-at-home mom. I was in radio before then, on Virgin Radio in Calgary. I was a morning show co-host. And so I found myself at home with 2 kids, 2 and 4, and I did what most moms do. We went to the library one day and got a book on balloon twisting, and I opened it, and we fell in love with it. The kids love balloons. I couldn't believe how fantastic it was just to keep them busy. And I got kind of good at it, and I loved doing it for the kids. Some of my balloon heroes growing up were David Brenyan. I love his stuff. Pip, she was fantastic, growing up in the balloon world, that is. Buster Balloon, Alberto Nava. On the decor side, Sue and Edward, of course. And the first time I taught for Qualatex was in 2017. And since then, I've been lucky enough to go all around the world. I've been Brazil, Australia, Mexico, all over the States, and Dubai, Lebanon. It's been a fantastic ride. And my biggest thing that I'm proud of is teaching at WBC, which was fantastic. So I hope to see a lot of you guys there in 2021 in Florida in March, and that's going to be a great time. So I guess what I'm best known for, I sent the boys some pictures, maybe they can pop them up on the screen for me if you haven't gone for a tea, are my dolls and maybe my unicorns, things like that. So I consider myself a deco twister, which means I enjoy the decorating side as well as the twisting side. So I do incorporate a lot of twisting into my decor pieces. I do also do some big installations, and I do enjoy organic work as well. Okay, I think we should probably get started. I'm going to be starting with a candy cup. So This Images magazine, October, November, December of 2018, has an article that I was asked to write on balloon candy cups, and it's called Sweet Profits, and it goes through a step-by-step process of how to do the candy cups. And this is available online at qualatex.com, because you can't go wrong with qualatex.com. So if you guys want to check it out, it does have all the step-by-step process through there. And we are going to start with this cute little cactus. So I'm going to show you how to turn him into a candy cup. So there is a product list available. I hope a lot of you went online earlier and got your balloons all ready. And I think we should probably get started. So I'm going to show you some of my inflators that I'm going to be using. This is the Premium Smart Twist. I just started using this about a week ago. I've been using it to prep my classes, and it's fantastic. It's a battery operated machine. It's quite quiet. It's got this little cutter on here, and it's super powerful, and I have been absolutely loving it so far. It's got this little 160 nozzle that you can use, and then the regular nozzle for your 260s or 350s or 5-inch balloons. I've heard this actually inflates 5-inch balloons stacked on top of each other, so like 5 stuffed. I guess it's called, not double stuffed. The first time I saw this machine was Sue was using it at the spring fair, and I messaged her and I'm like, what is this machine? I need it in my life. And I'm so glad I did, because I absolutely love it. It is fantastic. I'm also going to be using this little Cool Air inflator, and I'm going to be using this for some of my bigger balloons that I'm going to be inflating today. And then other than that, I have my handy 260 green pump that I'm going to be using if I'm counting pumps. So if I want you guys to count pumps along with me. And I have my little pocket pump as well. So that's all I'm going to be using for inflation. I always have my scissors here with me as well. And then we have some markers for drawing. Okay, so I think we should probably start the balloon right now. So I'm going to start with the 350 in green, lime green, and I'm going to cut it in half. Any questions, Reese? How are we doing? Nothing? Okay, excellent. I'm going to pull on the tip a little bit, because when I do that, the air is going to want to go into the end. So we're going to want to reverse inflate this. I say that and then it doesn't actually do it. But what you want to do is get the air into the tip of the balloon, okay? And we want to inflate this. I brought my little tape measure for me, to about 7.5 inches. And for those of you that use metric, that would be just under 20 centimeters, okay? So this is going to be the actual cactus part. I'm going to tie that off. And then I want you guys to grab your 5-inch in the mocha. And what I'm doing now is I'm just kind of measuring with my thumb, just to make sure. I want it about 3 inches tall when it's done. And I'm going to tie this, and then I'm going to roll the nozzle all the way up to the knot, okay? I'm just going to put these two aside for now. And I'm going to grab my 260s in the lime green, and I'm going to cut those in half as well, because I'm only going to be using the tips of these. So I'm going to stretch out the tips. I'm going to hope to reverse inflate these ones. So these are going to be my 2 arms. I think I'm going to use my hand pump for this. And we don't need very much of this balloon. For those of you wanting an exact measurement, it's going to be about 4 inches, okay? And we want them kind of soft, because I want to give it a little bend. I mentioned my Instagram page. I did post, I reposted a couple videos that showed all of the different twists that we use as twisters. The pinch twist, the marriage twist, apple twist, all of that. And it's a hands, like really close up, hands-on way that you can just take a look. So if I'm showing you twists that you guys have no idea what I'm talking about, just head over there, have a look, and then maybe come back and try this again. Not right now, but when it actually all gets uploaded. Okay, so this is the marriage twist that I'm talking about. So I have tied my 350 to the nozzle end of my 5-inch, and I'm going to stick my finger through, grab it on the other end, and I'm grabbing the nozzle here, getting a piece of my scrap balloon. I always have a little bin attached to my inflator that just has my scraps in them, because I'm always getting scraps. And then I'm just going to tie it off. Any questions, Reese? How's it going over there? Oh, you guys are answering yourselves? That's fantastic. Thank you for everybody who's helping out on the other end there. I haven't heard Dom and Keith in my ear yet, so that's good. Thank you, guys. Okay, so the next step is going to be a 6-petal flower. So I'm going to inflate about a hand's length left. So I was watching Luke's class the other day, and Luke, I think, speaks 6 or 7 languages. I'm not sure exactly how many, but it was really funny because at the beginning of his class, he was like, I'm going to do this class in French and English. And it was so funny that there was like actually a choice. And I was going to say, I'm going to do this class in English. And that's only because it's the only language I actually speak. It's kind of funny, but yeah, Luke is fantastic. Actually, does anybody actually know how many languages Luke speaks? 8, 9? Our hands are too busy to talk, is what I'm saying. I'm glad that everybody's twisting along. That's fantastic. Okay. So all I've done here is made a 6-petal flower. Okay, this should be pretty simple. It's about a 3-finger petal for each of them. And the idea is just to get them rather symmetrical. Okay. So I'm going to take the ends here, my scraps, and just run them around my 260. Okay, now the boys are singing in my ear. That's great. Okay, so we have this strange torpedo-looking business happening. Our next step is to grab our 260 in the mocha. And I'm going to inflate and tie. Can we all keep up? We're doing well? Not going too fast? Excellent. So we're going to do 2 pinch twists here to start. Give it a good squeeze, and it's going to wrap around. Those 2 pinch twists in the back. And I'm just going to tie it to that nozzle that I have from that mocha. Okay. And that's just kind of to hide the mechanics and make it look more like a pot, right? So now I'm going to take my arms and I'm going to tie them together with a little bit of slack. So somebody's asking how you reverse inflate. Right, Reese? Thanks, Reese. So the air is going to want to go into the balloon where it's easiest for it to go. So if you stretch the balloon out and make it thinner as you stretch it, when you inflate it, the air will go into the end of the balloon. Okay? So I now have my arms tied together, and I'm just going to pull them in under that 350. Crossing them over, and then I'm just tucking them into that 260, the top of the pot. Okay? And you're going to get something like that. And you can give them a little bit of a bend so that the arms come in a little. And that's what you're looking at there. Okay, so the rest is just little additions. So we're going to add a little bow, well, a flower, I guess, in this case. You can add a bow to her hair, and also one down here. And that, again, is just by making a 6-petal flower. If you've ever been in my class, you know that I really enjoy the 6-petal flower. And by the time you are at the end of my class, you are usually an expert in making the 6-petal flower. There's a question? How much slack? I would say about a good 3 inches, just because you don't want them too tight. If they are too tight, they're going to be pulling in a little bit too close, and they're going to want to make that 350 pop up, and things just aren't going to sit as nicely. Hashtag, thanks, Reese. Cringe. You should have saw her cringing when I did that tiger bit at the beginning. That was cringy. So. Okay, so we're making a 6-petal flower with the wild berry. It's not too late to head over to the website and just take a look at my product list if you guys are sitting there and wishing to twist along. I have quite a few more designs after this one. So definitely get your balloons. I know it's been really hard for everybody adjusting to being at home and just the way everything is right now, but I've kind of been enjoying being home with the kids and creating, getting my balloons out again, coming up with new things. I always make fun of my my culinary skills, but it's been fun, like trying new things in the kitchen and just having time to do that. Breaking out my Instant Pot, it's been fantastic. I was telling Sindra online yesterday that we have an extra turkey in the freezer that we had from Thanksgiving because my mother-in-law got a turkey and we got a turkey. So we're like, okay, we have an extra one. So we're actually going to have second Thanksgiving later this week. So we'll see how that goes because I've never actually cooked a turkey in my life. But the fact that I'm just making it for my kids and my husband, I don't think they care that much if I burn the turkey. We'll see how it goes. So we're going to have second Thanksgiving just because I am thankful that we are healthy and safe at home, and because I love turkey, and because I'm going to have leftovers for like 3 weeks, which is fantastic. Okay, so I've been talking and not telling you. So what I did was I grabbed some U-glue dashes and I stuck them on the back of this 6-petal flower. I need to buy stock in U-glue because I use these so much. I love a U-glue dash. It comes in these little paper, these little flat packages, which are great for when I travel. And it also comes in these boxes. And I love a U-glue dash. Oh, speaking of U-glue and where you can get them, I think Tristan has these. It's US Party Company. And for the Premium Smart Twist, if you are in the US, All American has them, Burton & Burton, and I think Having a Party in New York. So if you are looking for these, I'm not sure if any of these companies are actually up and operational right now. Probably not, but maybe once this whole virus thing is done, you guys can contact them. Oh, and in the UK, you can get them at Party Time, and I think through Pioneer Europe in May. Okay, so we have our 6-petal flower attached to our 350. Oh, question? Can somebody post where to go to get the product list, please? Maybe Evie? Thank you. Okay, so we have this now I'm just going to make one more flower. So if you are following along, we're just going to make one more 6-petal flower with a wild berry. So I'm all about the little details. I always hear it from my clients. They love all the little details that I add. And it's really such a small thing, like in the grand scheme of things. You could have just handed the cactus out, you know, without all the little bits and pieces attached. But the reason I think that people keep coming back to me is that they love all the little things that I add to the designs. And that includes the little faces. I find once you add a face to anything, it makes it 10 times more desirable, especially to children. And the name of this class is Kawaii, Cuteness Overload. Kawaii in Japanese actually means cute, so I hear. So it's cute overload. I just tied my nozzle, that's what you guys are looking at there. Okay, so I'm just gonna make a little center out of a 160 white for my flower. And I really like the Kawaii style of face. I like how simple it is. I like that it looks good on pretty much anything. Even with the princesses, it doesn't matter who the princess is. You can use that Kawaii style face on anybody and it looks good on all of them. Okay, so this is what we have so far. So now I want to get into the markers that I use. So a good friend of mine, Con, in Australia, introduced me to these. I don't know if you can see that. This is a Supercolor Pilot Pure Liquid Ink marker. Okay, so it's from Pilot, and they're fantastic. It's just completely opaque. So when I went to float in January in St. Louis, I asked my friend Steph if she could bring me as many of these as she could, because I couldn't find these in North America, but they are available in Australia and New Zealand, I believe. So if you have friends down there, maybe give them a call and they can send you some. And they are really life-changing. I remember showing these to Anthony Lena in Washington in January as well at Capitol Convention, and he's like, these are life-changing, and they are. They're fantastic. So if you're unsure what to draw for a Kawaii face, you can literally go on Google. That's all I do. I go on Google and I look up Kawaii face, and they have happy faces and winky faces, anything that you're looking for. So I'm doing, if I do these for line work, I will usually do a winky face because it takes longer to try to match 2 circles. But if you make 1 circle, it doesn't matter what it looks like if you just do a winky face on the other side. Yes, Reese?
What's the name again for
the pen? It's a Pilot permanent marker. Pilot is P-I-L-O-T, as in pilot, and it's called a Supercolor. And then for the mouth, I literally just make a number 3, and that makes a little kissy face, okay? So I'm just going to show you what that looks like. Okay, so just a number 3. The other markers that I like using, it's actually a paint pen, not a marker, are these Eddings. And these, I believe, are from Germany, but they do sell them in the US. Where do they sell them at? La Rox has these, and I think Continental has them as well. They're a little pricey, but they last forever. So this is an Edding. This is a 750, so it's got a bit bigger tip. There's a 751 as well. It's got a little bit of a skinnier tip. And I've just been introduced to the different colors in the Edding. So I had just started using white forever, and now I'm getting into the pinks and the reds, and these are fantastic for rosy cheeks. Because if you just use a Sharpie, they tend not to go on as nicely. You can use white Edding and then put like a pink Sharpie on top. I know Christopher Lyle is great at that. But if you just use the Edding 750 in the colors, it comes out super opaque, and it's just gorgeous. And it dries really nicely as well. Okay, so this is what we have for our cactus. If you want to make this into a bracelet, what I would do is grab a 260, possibly in the yellow. I would take the air out of it by just squishing it, tie the end, and just wrap it around. And now you have a bracelet for the child. But what I'm going to show you guys is how to make a candy cup. So, have a cup, put some candy in it. Sometimes I'll put some tissue paper on the bottom just to fill. So this is the 8-ounce cup. And you can get these Sam's Club, Costco, Amazon. You want to make sure you get a dome lid with it. And the dome lid has a hole in the top. Okay? And that hole in the top is for your round. So the way I do it is I will stick my round into the cup and just inflate it. I'll overinflate it, let the air out until it's round. Okay, I'm making a little ball, tie it off. And then I'm just wrapping it into my flower petal. Okay, so you got something like that. I'm just going to pop that right on top of here. And you can adjust it. And you have a cute little cactus candy cup. Good? All right. How are we doing for time? 12:54. We got lots of time. You think we're ready to move on to our next design? Yeah? Any questions? Okay. So, our next design is one that I actually came up. I made it during quarantine. When I came back from Hungary, I kind of locked myself at home a few weeks ago. And I started playing with some new Easter balloons. And I made this adorable little bunny. And I just love him. And he's so cute. And he's got a little poofy white tail there on the back. So for this one, if you're following along, you're going to need a 260 in white, a 350 in white, a 160 in white, and another 160 in white, a Caribbean blue 160, a 160 in, we're going to do a pale pink for the bow, a 6-inch white heart, and then some Sharpies and paint pen. Reese has gone off to get a snack, if you can hear in the background. You good? Okay. Excellent. Okay. So I think we should start with our bunny. I also wanted to mention for the markers, you can see I'm going to be doing a lot of marker work with all of my designs that I'm doing. I like to keep 2 bottles on hand every time I draw. One of them is vodka, one of them is gin. No, that's a joke. A bad joke. It's actually acetone I like to keep on hand, and alcohol, the rubbing variety though. And the reason I like to keep these on hand is the rubbing alcohol will take off your Sharpie and the acetone will take off your Edding paint pen. So you just get basically a Q-tip and just very gently rub it on the little mistake you made, if you made a mistake, and it will take it right off without damaging the latex and without taking any of the color of the latex off. So it's just a good little tip if you do mess up, which we do from time to time. Okay. They're talking in my ear. I think they're trying to make me laugh. I'm not laughing anymore. Stop it. Okay. So I think what we're going to start with is the ears this time. So I'm going to grab a 260 in the white. Yeah. And I'm going to inflate it 10 inches. Okay. Show you what 10 inches looks like about. Excuse me. So about that long. And I'm going to just snip off the end there just to make it easier for me to tie. And I'm going to keep, yes. Do I use stickers? I don't use stickers so much anymore just because the designs I make have such different varying faces that I kind of enjoy just drawing for now. You can make vinyl faces as well if you have a silhouette machine, which is fantastic. I do enjoy my vinyl cutter, but yeah, I do enjoy drawing. Okay, so I'm going to clean off my tips of my ears. And I'm going to take a little piece of that 260 and I'm going to make a raisin. Now a raisin is just a knotted up wad of latex, for lack of a better word. So I've just made a knot in this 260. You see that? And I'm going to take that and put it into my 6-inch heart. I'm going to inflate this heart. You can hear that raisin in there. And then I'm just going to make it really soft and let some air out, okay? So the reason we're using a heart here, any questions? No? Instead of a 5-inch, is that it gives that cute little bunny cheek. And I want it soft because I need to be able to pinch that raisin out, okay? So we're making it quite soft. And I'm just going to tie it off there. And now we have to go fishing. So I need to grab my 260 scrap again. And I'm going to grab my raisin right in the center of those lobes, okay? Sometimes we have a little poppage when this happens, but if you've made it soft enough, you should be okay. So I'm grabbing that raisin, giving it a twist, okay? Getting my scrap and tying it off. So you have something that looks kind of like that. I'm now going to get my 350. And we don't need very much of this. So the reason that this guy is so cute is proportion. I like to make a lot of my figures with really big heads and really big eyes and then little tiny bodies. And they say this is why we keep babies, because babies are really annoying most of the time, but they're so darn cute because their heads are big and their eyes are gigantic and they're just super cute. And that's what makes this little guy so cute. So I'm going to snip off my end a little bit, tie it onto the nozzle end of that 350. We want about an inch or so of slack here, and we're going to marriage twist this guy. So I'm going to stick my thumb into the nozzle. Questions? Good. Is everybody behaving on there? Yeah? And I'm going to give it a spin. I'm going to cut off just a little bit of that 350 just to make it easier for me to tie. And you should have that going for you right now. Okay, I'm going to actually grab one more 260. And this is going to be our legs and our tail. So it's going to be 2 pinch twists to begin with. Any more questions? Let's see. Aw, Reese is getting all this. Good job, Reese. Reese is sitting there eating a popsicle right now. Because it's not minus 20 degrees right now in Calgary. Freezing. We got a huge snow last night. So those of you that are self-isolating in the heat, I'm a little bit jealous right now. But the snow was really pretty last night, I must say. So we have 2 pinch twists, 2 loop twists for the feet, and then kind of a smaller loop for the tail. Okay, I'm going to show you what that looks like without the scrap on it. So just like that. So that's going to be our bunny feet, 2 pinch twists just to hold everything together, and our tail. Okay, so just like that. Ooh. Can you use a 5-inch? So the question is, can you use a 5-inch instead of a 350? I find the 350 is a little bit cuter because it makes them a little bit more tubular. Oh, if you don't have a 350, yes, use whatever you have on hand for sure. But yeah, I would prefer a 350, but yes, whatever works for you. So I'm going to grab the end of that 350, wrap it around, and just make sure that that connection is quite snug. I'm going to turn his feet so that they're facing out a little bit. Just give him a little bit of an adjustment. So I was prepping yesterday and I did this little guy, and I got to this point and I showed it to my son. I'm like, what does this look like? And he said, a Goomba. And I was like, it totally looks like a Goomba. You guys know what a Goomba is? Yeah. What is that Goomba from? Mario. I knew that. So you've got to the Goomba stage. I think we're going to do the ears next. So the way that we attach the ears is we grab our 160 in the pink. I'm going to put my little 160 attachment onto my premium smart twist. And we're just going to make her little bow for her hair. So the bow is 2 pinch twists. Once again, if you're not familiar with these twists that I'm talking about, I do have a number of tutorial videos on my Instagram page. You can go and take a look at that just to refresh your memory. And you're just going to make a bow, very simple bow. It's going to be 2 pinch twists and 2 loop twists. Okay, just like that. Get rid of the scrap. I'm going to wrap that into the top of her head. And then we are going to take that 260, split it in half, and we're just going to run it up under the pinch twist. And then I like to give it just a little bit of movement by bending one of the ears because it looks kind of cute. What's my website? My website is withatwist.ca. So a website for my supplies? Well, I get my supplies in Canada. So I actually order from a company called SKS in Ontario. So we are going to make 2 little arms next. I can hear the boys murmuring in the background. And the arms are just going to be 2 160s. And I'm going to reverse inflate these as well because you only want a little bit of the ends used here. So I'm going to just give it a little stretch. And just put a little bit of air into the end. Hopefully that worked. It did. Okay. So we just want a little bit. We want tiny little arms. How's everybody doing out there? We keeping up? Yeah? Some thumbs up for Reese? SKS is closed now. Yes, probably most distributors are closed now, I imagine. Okay. So I'm just tying these together, very similar to the arms on the cactus. So we just want them tied together with a bit of slack. And then I'm going to get rid of the ends. And then these are just going to run around Bunny's head. And I'm just going to crisscross them just to make sure they don't go anywhere. So a lot of things that I add to my guys are to hide mechanics and also for beauty. So in this case, in order to hide the mechanics here on the arms, we are going to add a cute little blue bow. Okay, so it also adds some cuteness, but yes, it is hiding some of the ugliness here that we have with the arms. So I'm just going to inflate a Caribbean blue in the 160, and we're going to make it the exact same way. Not the exact same way. We only want one pinch twist this time. For the bow, we did in the hair, we did 2 pinch twists. So we're going to do 1 pinch twist and then 2 loop twists. So you have something like that. Okay. I'm going to snip it off with some slack left, and then I'm going to tie it into the nozzle. Now you want to be careful not to wrap this around too tightly because it will make the head kind of want to push back. So you want it with a little bit of slack. So I'm going to put it on her like this, wrap it around gently around that pinch twist, and just back. Okay, and you see how that fills up that space between the arms? This ends up looking super cute. Okay, now we're going to do the face. Questions? You do need to be a business, yes, in Canada to order from SKS. There are some companies that you don't. SKS is definitely one of them. They do not sell to the end user. Yeah, good question. Okay, so now we're going to do the face. So the face here, again, is going to be a very simple kawaii face. We're going to do big round eyes. And it's very important to start around the middle of the face. So you don't want the eyes too close to the top of the head. You also don't want them too close to that bow. So you're going to aim for the middle of the face. So another balloon I like to have in my, not balloon, another marker I like to have in my arsenal is a brown Sharpie. And it's not a very common Sharpie. I found mine at Michael's. A lot of people like to use the brown Sharpie to fix furniture. If you have a furniture scratch, you can use a brown Sharpie to fix it. So they are available. And I like to use it because it's a little less severe than the black, especially when you're doing eyebrows, especially when you're doing eyebrows on princesses. And I like to use it here. Yes, it is. Thanks, Keith. So it just looks a little cuter than the black, is to do a little bit of brown. And then the pink that I used here is this gorgeous Edding pink. And we are just going to do a little triangle for the nose. And you can just see how nice and opaque that goes on. And then we'll just do some circles for her cheeks. It's funny, everything I make turns out quite feminine. I try to do more masculine things and they just always come out super cute too. I don't know why that is. I think it's just the aesthetic that I like. So we have this right now for the face, and then we're just going to give him a little bit of a mouth here with the brown. Reese, can you hold this one up to the camera a little bit closer so that they can see? You don't have to get on camera, just hold it like that, okay? Good girl. There you go. Extreme close up. Perfect, thank you. Excellent. Oh, look at you guys on the ball. Thank you guys. Yes. So that is going to be the face. Edding white. I always do a little bit of edding white at the end to the eye and just a little bit of circle. Just really gives it that little bit of sparkle and puts a little bit of life into the eye. All right. So that is our cute little kawaii bunny. Excellent. So we're going to get rid of this one. We're going to move on to the next design. And this is also one that I came up with in quarantine when I came back from Hungary and I locked myself in the house for 2 weeks. This one is very similar, but it's a chick. Okay. So this one, if you are following along, tell them they can probably message me after and I can give them some information if they would need to. Somebody's asking about buying things without having a business. Okay, so this one is, I'm just using a 12-inch quick link here because I do not have 6-inch quick links. If I did, I would probably use those instead. But if you have 12, use 12. If you have 6, use 6. The good thing about balloons is that you can underinflate them. And they are quite flexible. I'm going to use a 350 in the yellow for a body. 160 in the yellow for the head feathers and wings. A 260 coral for the feet. And a 160 wild bear for bow. Yes, Reese. A schedule for my classes? Can somebody put up the schedule for the classes? No, I don't. Okay. Oh, my classes that I'm going to do for the rest of the year. Is that, oh, well, I had a schedule for the rest of my classes for the year. It was actually quite busy, but with this virus and with the airlines shut down and everything, we're kind of stuck at home, which is fantastic, which is fine as well. But yeah, I don't really have a schedule right now for where I'm going to be. But you can just keep an eye on my Facebook page and my Instagram. I will always announce where I'm going to be on there. As the boys would say, I like to self-promote, so if I'm going to be somewhere, I will definitely tell all of you. So I'm just in... Okay, so we are inflating this to, gosh, what would you say that is? Maybe a 5-inch, 6-inch round? You know what? So maybe you should use the 12-inch. I would like to see somebody post this little chickie using the 6-inch quick link to see what it looks like, because I haven't actually done it with the 6-inch yet, but this is what the 12-inch is going to look like once you size it down. Okay, so about this size. We are going to get that 350 in the yellow. And it's a very similar body structure to Mr. Bunny. So I'm just squishing it down to kind of take a peek at how big I want it. When I tie it, I'm going to roll the nozzle up. I'm going to tie the nozzles together. And we are going to do that marriage twist. Yes, Reese. My Facebook page is with the twist balloons. You can find me. If you go to my Instagram page, all of my other pages are listed there in the bio, including my YouTube page and my website as well. Okay, so this is what we're looking at here. So that's our head and that's our body. For the feet and the tail, we are going to take our coral. You can use orange as well. I just find the coral is just a sweeter color. It's just really pretty. And I really love coral. It's one of my favorite colors from Qualatex. So the feet and the tail are 2 pinch twists, about that size. And the tail is just a small loop. So you want something like that. I'm going to cut off the end. Wrap it around tight so it doesn't go anywhere. You can find your nozzle if you like and tie it off. You're going to take the end of your 350 and just pull it down super tightly. And then you can actually take the whole thing and just wrap it around so that it's nice and snug. Question? No. And you're just going to want to angle them so that they look cute. Okay, you want it something like that. Yeah. So our next step is going to make his hair feathers. And if you've ever taken a class with me, you'll notice this little 3 loops on the top because it's exactly how I do my hair on my princesses. So we're going to take a 160 in the yellow, and we are going to make 2 pinch. We're going to take a 160 in the yellow, and we are going to make 2 pinch twists, followed by 3 loops. I should check the time. How are we doing? 1:20, lots of time. Okay, so we have 2 pinch twists and then 3 loops. I like to make my middle loop a little bigger than the others. Yes? Does my pump come with the cutter? Yes. So the Smart Twist does come with, actually comes with 2 cutters. And they are super sharp and I love them. I've been using them like crazy. And they are removable. And actually comes with a bag too. I didn't bring the bag out to show you. It's got like a little carrying bag with the strap. So this is the cutter. And it is removable. And you can actually put it on this side if you prefer to have it on the side. And it actually comes with 2. So if you'd like to have both cutters on at the same time, you can do that. So that's the Premium Smart Twist, which I've been using for about a week now, and I am loving it. So I'm going to take that little cluster of pinch twists and loops. Once again, 3 loops and 2 pinch twists, and I'm just going to wrap that into the top of the head. And I'm going to wrap Little Ducky around so that that's super nice and tight on there. And I'm just going to adjust it so that it's facing nicely. Like that. If anybody what? Anybody can do the balloon dog challenge. So we had a question about the balloon dog challenge, and if you've been on the Qualatex Facebook page or mine, you may have seen me do the balloon dog challenge in my backyard. Actually, Reese videotaped that for me. In the snow with a hula hoop. My friend Julio actually challenged me to do it, and it was really fun to do. I didn't know if I could do it, especially with a hula hoop, because I had to hold my hands. The hardest part was holding my hands high enough so the hoop didn't fall. But yeah, anybody can do the challenge. It's really fun. It's good to challenge yourself and to act a little silly from time to time. Alberto Nava, I challenged him after, and he kind of showed me up, which I knew he would. I challenged him, and he did like a spinning plate on a stick on his head while doing the balloon dog behind his back, which is fantastic. I was very impressed. So the product list, if somebody can post where to find the product list, that would be fantastic. Thank you. Tips on the marriage twist. So once again, for the marriage twist, if you want more of a hands-on, a close hands-up look at it, you can go to my Instagram page. I just posted a couple new videos on that. We are making a bow here, once again to hide mechanics. But I can tell you, when tying the 350 for the marriage twist, to tie it very close to the nozzle, and it just makes it that much easier. And also just to inflate what you're going to use. So don't inflate this any longer than you need to. So I'm only going to inflate it just as much as I want to use. And then keeping the slack between the two balloons. And that's probably the easiest way to do the marriage twist. So I'm going to put this aside for a second because I want to do some arms for my little chick. And the arms are going to be 160 in the yellow. And I just want to make 2 loops. And the loops are going to be quite small. I think I might have to grab one more 160. This was just the leftover that I had from the little hair feathers. So I'm going to grab a second one. And we're just going to make the exact same thing, which is going to be a little loop. And then I'm just going to trim off the excess on these. Okay, so we have 2 loops. And I'm going to want to tie them around there. So I'm going just to snip off the ends because we want some slack. Okay. And that is just going to go around the neck. And we're just going to switch places again, just to make sure that they don't go anywhere. And then we're going to take our bow. We're going to wrap it around loosely. You don't want to make it too tight because it's going to make that head shove back. Okay, and you're just going to adjust everything, take a peek. And then we are going to do the face. So for the chickie, we're going to grab our black pilot marker once again. We are going to aim for the middle of that face, and we're going to make 2 circles. So I like to just go around and get as close to a circle as I can just by eyeballing it, and then just fill it in. Once again, we like to do really big eyes, and you're going to try to space them out quite a bit. And then this is just all adding to that cuteness factor. Once again, if you have no idea how to draw, you can just go onto Google and literally type in Kawaii face. For this one, I typed in Kawaii chick, Kawaii duck, and this is what popped up, and I'm like, that is a sweet little face, and that is what I'm going to draw. We are going to do a triangle here for the beak. You want to do it quite high between the eyeballs, just like that. And then I'm going to grab my black one more time and just trace around the beak. And it's just going to make that orange stand out a little bit. I kind of wish I had bought an orange edding. I'll have to get one next time. I'm in North Carolina at La Rocks. I'll have to grab one. We're going to grab that white edding, and we're just going to do a little bit of sparkle in the eyes. For this one, I'm going to do 2 sparkles. So just 2 circles, one a little bigger than the other. And then I'm going to use black actually for this guy's eyebrows. And it's just going to be 2 little ticks, just like that. So it's just a really quick face. I would say it takes under a minute to do the little face. Right? Quick and easy. All of these can go on top of that candy cup. All you're going to need to do is to add a 6-petal flower onto any of these, right? And then any of them can also go on top of those candy cups. Easy peasy. Okay, are we ready for the next one, Reese? Let's do this. How's everybody doing out there? We keeping up? Google Kawaii faces, yes. Kawaii is Kawaii. Okay, we are going to do the bee next. I love this bee. Okay, so this guy is super cute and he's super big and he's really easy. He's one of the easiest guys I make. Kids love this one just because it is super sized and it doesn't take very many balloons. We are using the 12-inch yellow quick link again. This is for the head. We are using a dipped 321. If you don't have the dipped, that's fine. You can just get a 321 in the yellow. That works just as well. You can Sharpie the end if you need to. We're going to use 2 6-inch hearts in light blue. And we are going to use 3, 1, 2, 3, 1/60s in black, and then your Sharpie and your paint pen. Okay? So I'll let you guys get all your stuff going. It's 1:30 my time, so we have about a half hour left, lots of time. All right. So I taught this one for the first time in Washington, D.C. earlier this year at Capitol Convention. I'm going to get out my monster machine this time because I'm going to inflate this guy all the way and just let some air out. So once again, I'm just pushing down just to kind of get an idea of how big I want this, right? I want it really soft. And we are going to be doing a big marriage twist on this guy. So I'm going to be tying it right up towards the nozzle. So somebody was asking me earlier about tips for marriage twisting. Do not tie it here. You want to tie it close to the nozzle. Okay, it's super important. You don't want to make it harder for yourself by tying it here. It would actually probably make it impossible to try to marriage twist this if you tied it here close to the balloon. Okay, so we are going to grab our 1/60s. We're going to reverse inflate these, which means getting the air to start on the end bit instead of at the nozzle area where it wants to start. And in order to do that, I'm just stretching out the tip of the balloon. Okay, so when I inflate it, the air should only go to the tip. Okay, and we don't want very much of this, just like that. I'm going to tie it at the nozzle end. I'm going to do the same thing with this other one. Give it a good stretch. A little bit of air. You want to try to match them up. Can you use an 11-inch round with a raisin twist? You can definitely do that. It's a little bit easier with the quick link, but whatever you have on hand for sure. So I'm going to take these 2 1/60s in the black that have been reverse inflated with a little bit of puff. I'm going to come up about 4 fingers and tie those into the nozzle. Now you're going to need a scrap here. I'm sure you have one. I'm going into my little scrap bin that I have attached to my pump. I'm going to give this a squeeze because I want all the air to go into this nozzle bit here. Okay, so you're squeezing the air in to the end. Yes? What size is the dipped yellow? The dipped yellow is it's called a 321, 321. I'm going to grab my nozzle with my thumb and just push it into the end of the balloon. Grab it at the quick link end and give it a twist. Now, we made this balloon soft enough that that was possible, right? If you're fighting with that right now, try to make it a little softer next time and make sure that you're tying it as close to the nozzle end as you can. I know that part can be a little tough sometimes. I remember in my class at convention, a lot of people were struggling with that, but once you get it, you'll be so proud of yourself. Now, the reason why we left a little bit of that black at the end is just to suck these in a little bit. If you tie it in nozzle to nozzle, these end up being a little bit too long, okay? So you just want them sticking out a little bit. So I'm gonna grab my 321 now. I'm going to inflate it. Not too much. Let's see. Maybe 4 inches. Tie it off. And then I'm just gonna grab some of those scrappy bits. How I started in balloons. Oh, okay. Well, if you tuned in to the beginning of my segment, you would have heard that I started in balloons for my kids 10 years ago, actually. I was home with them. I decided when I had my kids that I would stay home and raise them instead of going back to work. And that's kind of how it happened. And we went to the library one day, we got some books on balloon twisting, and it turned into this somehow. I went to my first balloon convention in 2016. I actually didn't realize there was a balloon community until I would say 5 years into when I started balloon twisting. So I started in 2010. 2015, I think what I did is I found the Qualatex forum. And I was like, what is this? There's other people who do this for a living? That's so crazy. And I found out that there was actually a Twist and Shout coming up in 2016. And I'm like, I am going to go to a balloon convention. This is going to be fantastic. So that was my first kind of experience in the balloon world, meeting other balloon artists. And I thought it was fantastic. I met so many great people that I'm still friends with to this day. And yeah, I think I arrived, got picked up from the airport. My friend Janie picked me up, which was just somebody that I had met on the Qualatex forums, and she's such a sweetheart, Janie Blocker. You may know her. And so she picked me up from the airport in Dallas, took me to In-N-Out Burger. That was my first experience in Dallas. And we got to the airport, and I think the first thing I did was I got thrown into the headband competition. So I entered this headband competition. I had no idea what I was doing. And I ended up getting 3rd place in the headband competition, which was so crazy. I was so happy with myself. Yeah, so that was my first experience in the balloon world. So we have this right now, and then I have inflated a 160 in the black, and that is going to hide mechanics, as we all know I like to do. We're going to leave that on the side for a second. I want you to grab your hearts, your pale blue hearts. Question? A special application for the 321? No, you can just pump it with your regular pump. Yep. 1, 2, 3. We want to inflate our hearts, 3 pumps. And these are going to be our wings. So you notice none of my techniques are very, they're not very hard, really. I mean, a lot of these go together in the exact same way. Like these wings are going together exactly like we did the arms on all the other characters. I'm just tying them together with some slack. And then wrapping them around and trading places with them. I do like to keep everything quite simple. And once again, it's usually the face that adds that cute factor to everything. Okay, so we have our wings stuck in there now. And now we are once again hiding mechanics and adding cuteness at the same time. And to do that, we are going to make a bow. So I'm going to do 2 pinch twists in my 160 and 2 loops. And this is going to wrap around the bee's head and kind of act like a collar. Okay, so we've just made 2 pinch twists and 2 little loops. I'm going to give it a squeeze. Whenever I'm using black, I like to use the pearl onyx black. It's just nice and opaque. It's a little bit stronger. So I'm just wrapping it around gently. I don't want it displacing things too much. I don't want it pushing that head up too much. We're just going to let it sit nicely. I'm going to grab my scissors and just snip the tip off and just tie it together. And just get rid of the excess. I'm going to tuck one of those pinch twists behind everything and one in the front. And then just line up my wings. And that's how we're going to hide all of our ugly little mechanics there for the wings. And you're going to have something like that. He kind of looks like a little Chippendale bee. If anybody knows what a Chippendale is. I don't. Just like that. Cute. Whenever I think of Chippendales, I think of Chris Farley on SNL. You guys know what I'm talking about? Mm-hmm. Okay. So I'm grabbing my Pilot marker again, which is this really nice black opaque marker. And I'm going to make a circle at the center of the face. Once again, when you're drawing these cute little kawaii faces, you want to put them on the center of the balloon. You don't want them too high up, and you definitely don't want them too low. So the reason I do a lot of the winky faces is making 2 circles the exact same size at the exact same level is quite hard, especially if you're in a hurry. So I like to do just 1 circle, try to get it as good as I can. And then I'm going to make him winky by making a dot here and then just making 2 kind of lashes. Okay, so we're just making an arch and a second arch. I'm going to add a mouth, and the mouth is just going to be a number 3 again. And that's going to give you a little kissy face and some eyebrows. Once again, if you want to get some ideas on cute little kawaii faces, you can just go to Google. They have all of these cute little faces, and they're so simple to do. I'm going to grab my white to add that sparkle. I think I'm going to do 2 again. There's 1 little big one and 1 little one. Little big one, 1 big one, 1 little one. You know what I'm talking about. Cute. And then we're going to do some cheeks. So another thing you can do instead of doing circle cheeks is you can do lines, which look really cute because it kind of makes it look like she's blushing. And it's just 3 diagonal lines like this. Right. Okay. One more thing you can add for B. If you don't have the dip, you can just take your Sharpie and draw the dip on there. I like to give a couple scribbles here to his tummy. It just makes it look more bee-like. That is our bee. All right, are we ready for our next one? We like this guy? He's pretty cute, hey? And like I said, he's really big. Like, his head's bigger than my head almost. And kids love this guy. And he's so simple. Like, how many balloons is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 balloons. Really easy. Okay. Next one we're going to do is the narwhal. So this one came up kind of funny, actually. Susan Dillon messaged me one day, and she's like, "Hey, do you have a narwhal?" And I was like, "Yeah, I totally have a cute narwhal." I didn't. I did not have a cute narwhal. So that afternoon, I went to my balloon studio downstairs, and I started messing around, and this guy emerged. And I messaged it and sent it to Susan. I'm like, "Yeah, this is my narwhal that I totally had before you messaged me." So I think I think she was. I think what happened is they came out with a new Mylar. Yeah, I think that's when they came out with their Mylar narwhal, and so they wanted a little latex one to show alongside it, and that's how that happened. So sometimes things come out of necessity, and that's what happens. Okay, so this one also super simple. This is a 12-inch quick link in the blue. This is going to be a marriage twisted 6-inch heart. This is a 350 here in the blue. It's just one for the entire body. And then we are going to marriage twist this horn in as well. Has Pip's class happened yet? No, it has not, has it? Pip is going to show you, I believe, a unicorn horn that's a little different than this. Hers is actually super cute, and it would look good on here as well. So just keep that in mind when she's teaching her classes, that you can use the horn that she teaches for my narwhal as well. We love Pip. Pip in New Zealand. She's great. Pippity pop. Okay, so we are grabbing our 12-inch. We are inflating it with our wonderful premium cooler inflator, which I love when you're doing big balloons because it's really fast. So I'm just giving it a squish just to kind of see how big I want it. It's going to be pretty much the same size as we made that bee head. And I'm going to tie it, roll that nozzle up all the way, or the knot up towards the nozzle. That's what I meant to say. I'm going to grab that 260 in the chrome, and I am going to do a little coil with it. So we don't want it sticking out too far. Maybe, let's say 6-7 inches. So the way that I like to do this is to push the balloons to the left with my thumbs while wrapping them around itself to the right. Okay, so I'm pushing it this way with my thumbs, and it just makes for a really tight spiral. I'm going to grab the nozzle, wrap it around, and you end up with something like that. Okay, I'm going to snip off the end. We want to leave a little bit because that's what we're marriage twisting. I'm going to stretch it and just kind of guesstimate how far I want it to go down that head. And then I'm going to tie a knot. Okay, so let's say 4 fingers. We want 4 fingers worth of slack from the top of the horn to the bottom where I'm going to tie in to the nozzle. And that bit here is what's going to run through that 12-inch quick link. How are we doing for time, guys? 15 minutes? Okay, so now I'm going to give this a squeeze and stick it all the way to the nozzle. The way I would do this at home is stick it between my knees and kind of give it a squeeze like a thigh master, but I'm not doing that on screen. But it works quite well. Oh, hi. How are you? That's my cat, Prim. She's a little curious. You want to say hi? Come on. Oh, so this is Prim. I should say hi. Prim is 8 months old. She was an acreage cat at my brother's acreage, and she decided she was much too pretty to be an outdoor cat. They actually named her Princess. And so I went home for Christmas, and we catnapped her and took her home with us. So now she lives here with us, and she's adorable. And she's not afraid of balloons, which is crazy. I actually see her sometimes carrying them around. in her mouth, which is super cute. So that's Prim. Thanks, Prim. Okay, see you later. Okay, so we are squeezing the air all the way in. She is too pretty to be an acreage cat, though, right? Like, she's so adorable. I'm grabbing the nozzle, twisting it, getting my scrap from my 260, wrapping it around, and tying a knot around that bit that we had at the top. Okay, so you have something like that. I'm going to grab my 350. And this is going to be the entire body of our narwhal. I'm going to give it a squeeze and do 2 pinch twists. And then 2 loop twists. So you're basically making a bow, like all the other bows that we've made today. 2 pinch twists, 2 loop twists. Like I said, none of my designs are overly complicated. The hardest thing you're probably doing is the marriage twist, which once you get them, I promise, they do get easier. So 2 loop twists, 2 pinch twists, and then I'm just going to pinch that off, give it a snip, and tie it. Just like that. Okay. Now we are inflating our heart, and that's going to be our tail. It's important to make this quite soft because we are going to tie a knot into this bit here. So when we tie this, we are tying it close to the nozzle again. We want a little bit of slack, but not too much. I'm going to prepare a scrap for myself because I know I'm going to need one. Just grabbing a little bit of blue. Caribbean blue, that's okay. Squeezing the air into the end of the balloon, pushing my thumb into the nozzle, grabbing it. Sometimes this works, sometimes it doesn't. Got it. You're going to give it a spin, and then get your scrap, wrap it around, and tie it off. So we were talking about balloon heroes earlier. People that I've learned from, David Brennan, Buster, Edward, Sue. I remember the first time Sue liked, so yes, Keith and Dom as well, who I love. Yeah, you're welcome. I remember the first time Sue liked one of my posts that I had made on the qualatex forum, and I'm like, Sue liked one of my posts. She knows who I am. I'm so excited. And then it was like fast forward to a year later, and I was teaching alongside her in Dubai, and we went to Germany together to teach as well, and she came to Canada to teach. So it's just amazing. I would say where balloons will take you. I know people say that all the time, but it's crazy. It's crazy life. I love all my balloon peeps. I love that we're doing this week. Brought a tear to my eye more than once. I would say that I found my tribe when I started doing this. And it's true. We're all like-minded. So what I just did is I wrapped my scraps around the arms, and I'm just giving him, I want this intersection really tight. So I call this my exorcism. I'm just wrapping it around super tight. And because I wrapped it around super tight, it brings his chin down really snug. And it, once again, just adds to that cute factor, right? You can give his body a little bit of pressure here, and I'll just make his tail go out a little bit. And we are going to do a face, as always, super quick. How are we doing for time? 8 minutes. Ah. Okay. So I will do a circle for an eyeball. And let's give him a winky face again, just because it's nice and quick. And we'll do just a little smile this time instead of a kissy face. We'll give him just some tiny black eyebrows. And always with the white edging. Just going to do the one eye. And then let's do a little bit of pink for the cheeks. We'll just do some pink circles. Make these as big or small as you like. Okay. And this is our narwhal. And once again, kids love this because it's big, it's simple, really easy, really kawaii. Yeah? Cute. Okay. What do you think, guys? Do we have time for one more? I might just show them just to kind of, because these are techniques that we know that I've shown you already. This is a turtle that I actually came up with yesterday. I had a similar one. It was in one of the Balloon Magics. I'm not sure which one. Let's see. Ah, there he is. Issue 93 of Balloon Magic magazine. I do make this little turtle. He's a little different. I basically used the same idea, the same head for sure, but I changed his body up a little bit, and I changed it into more of that bunny body and the chick bunny. So I kind of used this as a basis, and I kind of revamped my turtle. Okay, so you can see how similar it is. It's got the legs sticking out on the side instead, and then the little arms are done the exact same way. The head is attached to the 350 in the marriage twist the exact same way as this is. And then we're using the bow. I'm going to show you the back here. So the back is just a 160 in the mocha. And I started here. I went up. I did a pinch twist. I went all the way around. And then down, down, and around. And that's how I got my little shell. And then this is just stuck on with those wonderful glue dots that I love so much. Okay, so he is really simple. And because you know how to do these guys, I know you know how to do this one now, right? It's really easy. And then the only other one that I wanted to get to, I might do this one maybe on my page a little bit later, is this adorable, I call him my octopus ice cream, which sounds disgusting in real life, but he's really cute. And this is just my little ice cream structure that I make with some whipped cream. And it's just a 5-inch round. And I do 6 petals, so just a 6-petal flower. And these are just 2 little arms that have been apple twisted. We have a little cherry here that is a 350 with a little stem coming out. And then I just make a little whipped cream around the back. Yes. Somebody wants to see my prints. I actually didn't bring many of my prints. It's okay, Reese. You don't have to grab them. They can head to, it's withatwist.ca. So somebody's asking about my prints. So I do have a line of prints that I sell. You may have seen my girl prints. I think she's probably the most popular, my little girl face. This is my snowman face that I make. And So I have these printed by Qualatex. Pioneer Canada prints these for me. And they're just 6-inch quick links. I also have 12-inch quick links, and they are for sale on withatwist.ca. I have girl prints available as well, and they're all cute little kawaii faces, just because we know that's what I like. Any more questions, Reese? You don't think so? Okay, boys, I think we're good. What do you think? Did we enjoy this class? Like I said, it's quite simple. I like things quick and easy. Quick and easy and cute, right? So, I think the boys went for a tea. Should we do a little dance?
We didn't go for tea.
There they are.
We've been here
Hi.
the entire time.
You're really cute, but I can't hear you.
You can't hear?
There we go. You should hear us now.
Hey!
There we
I
go.
can hear you now, yeah.
Yeah, there we go. See, she actually hasn't been able to hear us the entire time. She's just been pretending
No,
that we've been talking in her ear.
I have. Stop it.
Jackie, you've been absolutely fantastic. People in the chat, give some big loves to Jackie in the chat, because if you liked it, dear Jackie, you are our golden nugget for today. There we go. You are a nugget.
I'm the golden nugget? I'm a nugget.
Yeah, there's the gang at the bend. We've got the photo for the gang at the end. There they are.
Yeah, there they are, all together.
Yeah. They are super cute.
I was just noticing, Jackie, as well, in the photos that you'd sent as well, you had one photo which looks like a professional photographer must have taken it.
Oh, yeah? Oh, I'm afraid now.
This one. Can you see it?
Oh, yes. I love that picture. So that picture is in Lebanon. And I think, was it Dom? I think Dom. Yeah, Dom.
I don't know. It was just a photo.
Thank you, Dom.
I noticed it was there. You know, who knows?
Yes, Dom. Thank you so much.
I
love Lebanon. We had a good time. And Dom is a great dancer. Did you know Dom can belly dance? I was so impressed.
That's just called momentum, Jackie. That's called momentum, not belly dancing.
It's amazing. I was very impressed with his belly dancing skills. Yes.
It's like a Mexican wave for one person.
His singing? Was he any good at singing?
Singing's no good.
No, we were both very bad at singing. Actually, did you do karaoke in Lebanon?
No,
I remember I did.
I dodged that.
Did you?
Oh dear.
Yeah, I think it was me and Ish. We did some Britney Spears.
Yeah,
and it was pretty painful.
Ish asked you to stop, but you said just.
They did. They're like, "Can you please stop singing?"
Were you saying just one more time?
Yeah, but all we really have to say,
yeah, we did.
Which is really important.
That is totally what we sang.
Yeah, see, there we go.
It was, yeah.
We were like,
a Britney Spears joke.
It was "Hit Me, Baby" one more time, and then they were literally like hitting us. They were like, "Please stop."
Give me the mic back. Yes.
People are going absolutely crazy on the chat. Jackie, when you get off here, you really do need to get on the chat and talk to some of these people. Guys, if you loved it, put up a golden nugget. If you really, really loved it, put a like on the stream and do hashtag thanks Reese. Thanks Reese's mom.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's my hashtag. Don't do that around children. They will roll their eyes all the way into the backs of their heads. Yeah.
Jackie's not just the kids rolling their eyes.
Everybody's asking for Reese to come on screen.
Yeah.
Hey! What's that?
Everybody's asking for Reese to pop a head on the screen.
Yeah, Reese says no.
Oh.
Hashtag thanks, Reese.
I'll post a picture of her later.
Well, a big, huge thank you from us for helping your mom deliver an absolutely fantastic class.
Thank you.
Yeah. And
thank you guys. Honestly, I give you guys so much slack, but you guys have been fantastic. And I really don't know when you're sleeping. I have no idea. This has been great.
Well, it wasn't
this is only day 2.
People think that we go to sleep when the classes are on and things like that. And Jackie, did we go to sleep while the class was on?
No, you were in my ear almost the whole time. It was. Thank you for that, by the way.
You're
why is Jackie just laughing randomly?
Yeah, there was some questions. There was actually one of the questions on there was, we've got to ask Jackie what Keith and Dom are saying to make you laugh.
No, you don't want to know.
Hashtag.
You were professional. You went for it. Yeah, hashtag. It's like it's the vampires away, that isn't it?
I think so.
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know what that is. Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jackie.
Enjoy.
You're welcome. Thank you, guys.
Take care.
Thanks, Reese.
Bye-bye.
Another awesome segment.
Another fantastic segment. Like
and still on time as well. Wow, wow, wow.
You liked it. Drop something in the chat. She's going to come over there and... my mum said it's definitely not live and that you were not sleeping. We're definitely not. It definitely is live and things do happen.
Oh, yes.
Oh, yes. So, yeah, next we've got Twister. Nice gentleman that we've had the pleasure of talking to on the in the green room, so to speak, the electronic green room, a few times. And I have to say as well, he's been a really big help for us as organizers, because he was one of the first people that we did the tests for getting the calls through. And what he did was he actually went and he wrote a whole section to help the other instructors get ahead and connect with the software that we use, and before we even spoke to them. So we just want to say a big thank you to Glen for helping with that. We didn't ask him to, he just went and did it on his own back. He's just that kind of guy. So we have this gentleman here, Glen LaValley, and what we can do is I think we should bring him onto screen. So please welcome
a huge Q Corner welcome
to Q Corner Convention 2020 to Glen LaValley.
Hello. Can you hear us? Can we hear you?
Welcome, Glen. Can you hear us?
Let me
Hello.
just check.
Hi guys, how you doing?
We're really good. How are you?
I cannot hear you.
Right. Okay. We'll.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can definitely hear you.
I cannot.
Can you? I can.
Oh,
there you go.
now I heard that.
You heard that, did you? 1 second. Did you hear us now?
Okay, let's try that again.
There we go.
Glen.
You can hear me?
Yeah,
I can hear you. Yes.
Okay, so your audio is not coming through to me.
Right.
Right. Okay. Let's right. I know how we can reroute that. How about now, Glen?
Oh yeah, now
there we
coming
go.
in loud and clear.
There we
We're
go.
there. There's that many people lined up. Whoosh.
Thanks, Glen. We were just given a fantastic welcome, saying just how much of a really big help you were for writing that guide on how to connect to help with the other instructors to connect in with us. So we never asked you to. You just did that on your own back, and we really appreciate your support.
Forever learning, forever sharing.
Okay. So what we're going to do is we don't want to take up any of your time. He's got a ton of stuff that he wants to go through. So what we're going to do is we're going to dive back into the back screen, and we're going to leave you with Glen. So please,
folks,
give him some big love, everybody on Q Corner, and we shall see you in about an hour and a half.
Perfect. Hi, my name's Glen LaValley, Glen the Balloon Guy, and I've been a professional twister. Started twisting when I was 1996, trying to entertain my family and my daughter. And I discovered I really liked to twist, and like most twisters, I found a book and just started to self-teach and just got really into it, and learned that I really liked to do balloons. Wasn't very good at it when I started, and over time I just kept getting better. And I was just listening to Jackie Ochitwa on the session ahead of me, and I had a really similar experience. My first convention was Twist and Shout 2010. And, before that, I didn't really know the balloon community and how many people were out there. And learned about qualatex, and I learned about so many things and met so many amazing balloon artists that it inspired me to do more. So I just became quite interested in it and developed my skills, and took my CBA in 2016 at the World Balloon Convention. And wow, that was a serious eye-opener. So there's so many talented people, and I got into decor at that time and learned that decor for me is another branch and creative avenue for me to follow. And I use decor. It actually makes me more money than I'm moving into doing more decor versus twisting. But what I find works really well for me personally is when I mix decor and twisting together, come up with unique solutions that you don't see around in my my neck of the woods very much. So to that end, I just wanted to show you some concepts that I've come up with. And one of them was a makeup. I did a makeup counter for a cosmetic department, and they needed something unusual. And I thought, hey, you know, why not do some unusual makeup? And this is what we came up with. And this is what we're going to be teaching today. We're going to be doing this concept here, which will be your compact, and it's a mixture of foils and latex balloons, as well as a makeup lipstick, which will introduce you to a box twist for some of you folks that are new to twisting. And I think we'll have time. I'm going to work on, this is a perfume bottle, and there's a couple of versions of it. So we'll probably do this one here with the latex balloon, but you can see you can also do it with a foil balloon. So I want to just jump right in, and I know there's lots of things to talk about. So as I think of them, I'll mention them to you. First of all, we're going to start. I did publish a list of some of the items that we have available, and we're going to start with. Let's start with the lipstick. I think that's kind of a fun one. So for your lipstick, you're going to start with a 646, and I'm using a Wildberry 646 because, you know, there's red and there's pink, but I like Wildberry. And what you're going to do with the Wildberry balloon is you're going to reverse inflate it. So you're going to inflate it at the tip. The way you can do that, there's a number of ways. I'm just going to stretch it out so that way the balloon is more relaxed on the tip. And then I have a floor pump here just to show you what it looks like. This is a special pump I had made. It's an aircraft pump. I don't think you can get these anymore, but I just like the way it works for me. I've been using it for easily 10 years. And what's cool about this is I can just take this balloon, I just shove it all the way here. You can do this with a hand pump. You can also do this with a mechanical inflator or electric inflator if you like. But I like to get the air or the balloon squished down to the end as much as I can. Kind of just hold it there, and as I pump, I cause a pinch here that inflates that 646 so it comes in nicely at the end and it fills up evenly, and I just relax it as I go. Now this is going to be the internal structure of your lipstick. I'm just hold it to the side so you can kind of see for size, and that's about right. So that's close to 2 feet long, I see. So that's what, 2/3 of a meter for you metric folks. I'm actually Canadian, so I'm supposed to speak in metric, but I also know the traditional English rule, so I'm kind of bilingual that way. But that's all I am, bilingual. And we're just going to tie that. You want it nice and stiff, so you want that to be pretty firm. All right, that's going to be the start of your makeup. Now, what we're going to do next is you're going to make a box weave, and I'll show you this part here. I did it in black, which is the part that's going to slide inside here. But now, for those that don't know how to do this, I'm going to use colored balloons, and I'm going to make it so it's easier to follow, because if it was all in black, it's kind of hard to see. So to that end, grab yourself a black 260. I'm going to grab a blue one as an example. And you're going to inflate it. You're not going to use all of it. So you're going to leave about, in this case, I got about 6 fingers. Again, you're not going to use all of it. Let me know if you're going too slow. I don't see any chat on my screen, so I'm not sure what the feedback is. So if you have any feedback, somehow magically chat might appear, or Dom or Keith will let me know. I have a theory about those guys, actually. I think there's actually 2 of each of them, and the other side are sleeping right now while the fresh Dom and Keith are on screen. Just a theory. I have no way to prove it, but it makes sense when you think about it. So we're going to make a 1-inch bubble, and then we're just going to pinch twist that, like so. And yeah, I love my aircraft too. It's an awesome. Richard is a great guy to make it. Now we're going to make a bubble that's going to be about a hand's width. My hands are actually pretty thick and chunky. But what you want to do is you want to make it so it's about the width of this 646. And that's why you inflate the 646 first, because it gives you a sort of a measurement. And you want it to, in this case, I'm going to make it just a little bit bigger, like so. And that comes up to be when you're measuring, one thing you have all the time is your hands. That's a twister trick. I'm sure the core folks also do it. I guess we're all the same, so I shouldn't say one or the other. And I'm going to, in this case, grab my hand and my thumb like so. See, like this. And I know that every time I feel the balloon and it's going to feel like that, I know I have the right length. So that's sort of an in-your-head measurement. We're going to make another bubble. We're going to make another 1-inch bubble, I should say. We're going to pinch twist that off. We're going to make actually a total of 4 of these. We're going to make a box. I'm going to measure again another bubble. It's going to be the same length as the first. And you can just hold them side by side just to see if they're the same length. You're going to make another bubble. You're going to pinch twist that one. All right, give it a squeeze. Again, I'm measuring to see if it's the same length as the first. Here's your third 1-inch bubble that turns into a third pinch twist, like so. And you're going to make your final bubble. Should be the same length as the last one. You want to get it consistent so you have a square. Wrap it around. Awesome. You should have this. We don't need the rest of this balloon, so I'm just going to cut it. Now I have a ribbon cutter on my belt here. Can't really see it. Well, I guess you can. So when I just use that to cut my balloons, I also use a pair of scissors, children's scissors. I keep them on a 260, which looks really strange when you forget to take them off and you go to the store and people wonder why you brought your own scissors to Safeway. All right, you should have a little square. We're going to just test this to make sure it actually fits nicely into the 646. And you should have something that looks like that. It shouldn't be too tight. It should fit nicely on there. Okay. If it's too small, then you just have to do it again. If it's too big, then it tends to loosen up. You can kind of tighten it as you go, but that's what you want to shoot for. Now, you're going to take 4 more black 260s, and you're going to inflate them so they have, again, about that much on the end. So that's about 4.5, 5-inch tail. Okay, you use most of these. So you're going to need a total of 4 black 260s. Again, I'm using color just to make it easier to watch. Thank you, Phileas. What a nice guy. I watched your show, Phileas. It was awesome. Very inspirational, you know. I learned so much working with Phileas. We've done some projects together, and he's just so funny, man. It's he's just sit in the corner and listen to him talk, and just makes me laugh. Okay, so there's another one. I got 4 of these to do. Let's choose Wildberry. Why not, eh? There you go. And there's again, it's a 4.5, 5 fingers. Okay, so now you should have an armful of balloons or wherever you chose to stick them. And we're just going to wrap the knot into each one of those twists, those pinch twists. 1, 2. There. And we'll do 1 more for fun. Actually, I got to do 2 more for fun. How do you get an airline pump? You know, I don't believe Richard, who makes them anymore. No, it's really unfortunate because I just love these pumps. But I believe the Mac pump is a very similar. As a matter of fact, I have one of those as well. And what I like about this pump, and the Mac pump is the same concept, is it's got a T. So when I'm pushing down, it doesn't put any pressure on my hands. And when I use some of the other styles of pumps, I find that it tires my hand out to hold them. So, for example, these kind of pumps, if I do a lot of work, just the repetition of holding the pump and in my fingers, it just gets to me after a while. So this way I can push down. And again, Mac Pumps, I believe, makes a version of this that you can get. Okay, hopefully that answers your question. So you should have what looks like a really long table. We're going to now start our box twist. And what you're going to do is you're going to make a bubble. And typically these are about 1/3 of the width of the balloon thickness that you're starting with. So a 260, that's supposed to be about 2 inches thick. This is about a 3/4 inch bubble. Okay, if it's too thick, or this bubble is too wide, then what happens is there's gaps in your weave. If it's too small, then it kind of tends to deform the wall of your weave. So it's a bit of a practice to get it just right. You're going to then, so you've made a 3/4 inch bubble. You're going to make another bubble that's the same length as the one beneath it. Okay, so then you get an even weave. And again, if you are using your hand as a guide, then you'll feel it the right size based on the last balloon bubble you made. Okay, I'm just going to hold that to see how I'm holding that on my arm so it doesn't come apart. I'm going to make another 3/4 inch bubble on the next 260. I'm going to bring it across, and I'm just going to wrap those two together. Okay, now I'm going to use the one I just created, that 3/4 inch bubble. I'm going to continue on with it. So I'm actually alternating which bubble I use, which 260 I use. If this was black, it wouldn't really matter because it all looks the same. However, you want to make sure you use up your balloons the same rate, because if you get to the end and one's really long and either is short, then you have to break and tie it in, and it's less fun. There's another 3/4 inch bubble. I'm going to bring that across. I'm going to twist them together like so. And again, rinse and repeat. So I'm going to make another bubble the same length as the first. Okay. And make another 3/4 inch bubble. This time again on the green, which is the next vertical. I wrap these two together. Okay, and again, I'm going to continue with the last 260 vertical I used. Make another bubble the same length as the one before. Now here's the tricky part to this whole box twist. I have to wrap these two together somehow and make it easy to do. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to take the two twists from the vertical and horizontal. I'm just going to lock them together like that. I'm going to pinch it with my fingers so it doesn't unravel. Then I'm going to take this vertical balloon and I'm going to slide it through the pair of lengthwise bubbles. Just wrap it in there like that. And now I have completed that row. So with that in mind, we're actually going to do this another series of times. We're going to end up with 6 rows. Okay, and it's really exactly doing the same thing 6 times. Okay, so that's the essence of weaving, is just repetition. So again, I make a 3/4 inch bubble, one the same length as the other, row above it, another 3/4 inch bubble, twist them together, and on it goes. Okay, same length as the other one, horizontal 3/4 inch. This seems really repetitious. It's because it's really repetitious. Sorry, I don't know how to make that less repetitious because you got to do it 6 times. But it's snowing right now in Edmonton. I'm less happy about that. I hear that other parts of the world have warm weather. I was talking with Billy Damon the other day, and I think he was saying it was like 96 where he lives. Well, thank you. Thank you for that comment. Love these designs. Perfect. So it's not 96 where I live. I wish it were. If I could swap for, the week, that would be awesome. Okay, so here's that transition again we were speaking of. I'm going to bring it across, right? Twist to twist, pinch so the bubble doesn't come unraveled, and just slide it through, bring it out, and there's your lock. All right. So I'm just going to continue this again. When we get further into the segment, I'm going to show you how you can actually up or down scale these balloons, sculptures, so you can make them larger or smaller for different applications. And I think I sent a picture in Dom and Keith about an arch I made using this technique, if there's a way we can cut to that. So it allows you to put more elements into it, and it made for a really pretty presentation. Okay. Here's my fourth row. I'm going to finish it again. Connect those two twisted bits together, pinch it so it doesn't come apart, and just slide it through. All right. All right. So I like qualatex balloons, and I'll tell you why. They're consistent for me. Right, I pick up a bag of them, and they just feel right to my hands. I've been using them since I started twisting, and they just feel right to me. So I find that the foils, too, are pretty consistent. Like, I've had good luck with the foils as well. And I tend to, in my work, when I'm making up stuff, I really beat on my balloons. Like, I'm really hard on them, and I try different crazy things that other people may or may not do. And I need stuff that's not going to fail me, and I've had really good luck with Qualatex. So thank you for making a good product, guys. All right, there's the fifth one. Do my pinch across, roll it through. All right, and we're going to do one more of these for fun. All right, but make sure, I'm going to keep following the same thing. Now, you've probably figured out that you can do a lot of different things with this particular weave. Make sure I'm on camera. Is that better? There we go. Drifting off camera. So if you wanted to make a basket of flowers, for example, you could have made a 5 horizontal or 5 bubble pentagon to start with, or even 6. And that would give you more of a circular form that you could build. You can also change the size of these bubbles to make them bigger or smaller, which will increase or decrease the flare of your twists. Okay, we're doing it all the same in this case because the lipstick model that I'm making is all the same for the base, right? But again, this is actually a really powerful technique. For those that do twisting, we do a lot of this, or make sculptures using twisted pieces. This is a very common way to do it. Okay, there's my last one. And I take those 2 twisted bits, and I lock the long bubble and the short one together, and now I have this. I should have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, you can give them a little roll, like so. Make sure they're all nicely balanced together. There. Everybody still hear me okay? We're okay? I can only hear myself talking, so hopefully it's going to work. Oh, thanks, Corey. Corey helped me practice. She was very patient and tolerant. A very good student. I recommend having Corey in your audience. We're going to make a 1-inch bubble. We're going to pinch twist it. Okay? And we're going to go and do that all the way around for all 4 corners. I actually ran through this a few times, actually, practicing, and did some remote testing. Made sure that my content was going to work. This is the first time I've taught these, so it's thank you for joining me and finding out about it. I've gone and done all 4 pinch twists, and I'm going to cut these extra bits because I don't need them anymore. And just discard the remnants, and I'm going to tie them. Wrap it around so it doesn't get unraveled. There's 2. All right. Oh, I got a timer going. I better crank it up here. There's 3 and 1 more. And 4. Perfect. Okay, so now you have a box. Oh yeah, Mary Kay Cosmetics business. That's awesome. What a great idea. Okay, now I'm going to magically make this become a black one. Right, and now you have a black box that you're going to now have available for your makeup. Put that aside. Now you're going to grab yourself a silver, chrome silver in my case, 260, and you're going to inflate it to about, I think I've got about 4 fingers on here. Tie it off. Okay, so we're going to make this part now. Okay, and this has got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 loops. If you want to do yours 5, do it 4. I just thought this was about the right amount when I looked at makeup advertisements on Google. Very scientific. I'm going to wrap it around the 646, and I want to decide about, this is a good time to decide how much you want on the top showing up of your makeup lipstick. So that's about right for me. Now, the trick with this is you want to figure out where a nice tight circle is going to be around your 646. And what I did is I made a 1-inch bubble. I'm pulling that with my thumb. And I pull the other one around. And I kind of eyeballing it and feeling how tight it is. So then I know how long to make this circular loop. So then I can put those 2 twists together. Like so. And just lock them in. Okay? All right, now you want this to be, it doesn't have to be super duper tight because then it'll squish on your 646, but it's got to be firm enough that it's not going to move anywhere. Otherwise, what happens is that these rings will separate, and that doesn't look as nice. So you should have this. Okay? I'm going to pinch twist that later, but for now, make about a 3/4 inch bubble. Now make a 3/4 inch second bubble, and you're going to pinch twist the second bubble. Like so. Oh. Hoopla. Okay, so if that happens, you just grab its brother, and you do it again. That's why you don't want it too tight. Mine was a bit tight. That's okay. Lock it. 1-inch bubble. 1/4 inch, or 3/4 inch, I should say, another 3/4 inch bubble. And then you want that just to loop around like so. Okay? And I just happen to have just enough air to be able to just switch that in and just lock it in place. If you have extra, then that's fine. Just, you can cut that off. But that's what you want to do. You want to make what looks like this. Okay, so I'm going to grab another 260. This time, I'm going to fill it, and I want it just a little more. I didn't have quite enough air at the end. A little bit of a burp. I've got about 3 fingers there. Tie it on. Now, I wanted to have a second pinch twist here, and I ran out of air in the last one. So I'm just going to fake it by putting a little 3/4 inch bubble. I'm going to lock that in, like so. I'm just going to make a little pinch twist here. And we're just going to carry on this whole series. 3/4 inch bubble. Give it a bit of a squeeze. Make yourself your another 3/4 inch bubble like so. Okay. And I am going to hold the balloon under my arm as I wrap this around. Nice and snug. Give it a squeeze so it's a bit soft. And I want to line up where my next twist is going to be, so I have a line going down like so. I just twist it together like this. Okay. You should have 3 now of these bubbles. It's a repetitious thing again. 3/4 inch bubble, another 3/4 inch pinch twist, and on you go. Okay. So what you noticed here is I actually started on the wrong side, so I'm actually going in the wrong direction here. And I should be going down this side where the where the knot is. If that happens to you because you panicked because one of your balloons broke on camera, what you can do, you can just slide this off, and you can slide it back on again as you squeeze it between your knees. In a very professional looking way, off camera. There. There we go. There. That's what I wanted to do. So we're back to business, boys. We're going to go around again. Follow where that's going to be a nice tight end. And I'm going to make a little bubble here. I just happen to have enough air. I could finish that. Do a twist. And there's my 4th one. Do that one more time. How's everybody doing? Everybody still following? Everybody still awake? Okay, about 3 fingers, tie it off. On we go. Okay, this part, this back part, thank you, is going to be hidden anyway, so you don't want it to be sloppy, but you know, it doesn't have to be tuning piano perfect. 3/4 inch bubble, another pinch twist, give it a squeeze, around it goes. And I like to make sure that I'm lining this all up as I pull this other bubble through. This helps me make sure that it's nice and consistently tight. There, wrap that around a couple of times. Right, that's number 5. I got 1 more to do. 3/4 inch bubble. 3/4 inch bubble into a pinch twist. Around it goes, and I have just enough balloon left that I can tie that tail in, like so. Just wrap that around so it doesn't come out. And you have this strange lunar hot dog, which is going to become lipstick really quickly here. Because you take this black box you made earlier and you just slide that on. Right? Pick the nicest side if you can find a side you like more than the others. And that's going to be the front. The side you like the least, I just slide it in the back. And I'm just going to line up, in my case, all these row of pinch twists here, just because I think that would look better. And now you have the basis of your lipstick. And what I like to do is just finish it off with another 260, in this case chrome silver, just to add a bit of a base to it. There we go. This is actually very easy to make. Thank you. Someone said they're loving this. I'm going to make a little bubble, 1 inch, or that's about a 1 inch silver bubble. You don't have to use silver if you wanted to do another tip, or if there's a particular cosmetic line that you're selling to, then you would obviously want to use their color. So I'm just making a 1 inch bubble and I'm going to pinch twist it, like so. Then I put the black on the bottom, give it a squeeze, make the next bubble the same as the one before. So you're just going along the bottom. That's going to actually make another vertical wall. I'm going to take this bubble, which is about 5.5 inches, the same size as the black one, wrap it around, and make another pinch twist. A 1 inch bubble into a pinch twist. Perfect. All right. Number 2. Bubble the same size as the black. And roll that around. Give it a squeeze. 1 inch bubble. Make it a pinch twist. Okay, silver on top. Give it another squeeze. There's my next bubble, same as the one beneath. Wrap it around that black pinch twist. Another little bubble from silver. And make that into a pinch twist as well. All right, and just finish it off with your last bubble. Whoops, that came undone, that's okay. Because I'm just going to grab it, remake that bubble and wrap it around this part I just made. Turn that into a pinch twist. Awesome. And it should have something that looks like this. Okay, I don't need the rest of this part here. Oh, somebody made a cosmetic arch. Awesome. Thank you. Yeah, it's a really, actually, this is a really powerful visual representation of a product that is commonly used by many people. And it's very sellable. And I want to show you something at the end when we get to it that I've done to make it into the delivery piece. I'm just sliding that 646 down. What happens is the friction of the whole thing kind of keeps it together. I do have this part here, that 646. If you want to, you can just wrap it around one of the pairs of twists on the end, the pinch twist, just to keep it from going anywhere by accident. Probably it'll never move, but You now have a lipstick now. Woohoo! So that's number one. I'm just going to put that aside, and we're going to dive right into the compact there. Hopefully nobody had any questions. I can't see any dialogue anyway other than what pops up. So if there aren't any questions, I'm going to keep going. But before I do that, I'm just going to show you something cute. I made a little baby one. How do I? That's a good question. I'll just talk about that shortly. But you can upsize or downsize these figures that I'm making today. And in this case, I used 160s and I used a 350. But there's an actual trick I want to show you a little later on that. The question is, how do I plan my designs? That's an awesome question. What I do is I figure out what the client wants, and then I will research on the internet and whatever I can find around the house to find things that are similar that I can represent and turn them into a sculpture. So I will take many photographs, or I'll use pictures from the internet, and I'll turn them into a PNG file, I believe it is. So then I can put it onto a program I use called Visio for me. There's Publishers, another one. There's lots of drawing programs. I have Visio, and I'm pretty familiar with it, so that's what I use. And I will create a grid of X and Y, and I know that each grid is a certain thickness, right? So like 1 inch is 1 foot. Then I will overlay the images that I want to recreate. In this case, if I'm doing, we'll take this atomizer, for example, and I know this balloon is an 18-inch heart, and this is 18 inches. Then I will size it onto the photograph I take of a similar atomizer, or even this heart itself. A picture of it, I'll put it onto the grid and I'll size it until I get it to fit into the right proportions. Then I add the other elements to help me understand how many balloons I'm going to need, how long they're going to need, if I'm going to have to use a 350 or 260 in order for me to realize that design. If that makes any sense. I actually did a course on master class on costuming and covered this in detail. That was at Twist and Shout. So that was Qualatex sponsored my balloons there. So again, yay! That's how I kind of come up with some of this stuff. Thank you for that. Someone likes the atomizer. Perfect. I am going to talk about this thing now. So this is a compact. I happen to have a rose 18-inch round. You're going to need that as well as a silver 18-inch round. And what I liked about this is I came up with this idea because I acquired a bunch of foils from a company that was selling out their inventory. And I was staring at this thing and I go, man, I could make a mirror out of this. So what uses mirrors? And I happened to go through my wife's makeup drawer looking for something. I said, hey, look at this. I can make a mirror out of that. So now we have a compact. I'm going to take an 18-inch silver. I'm going to fully inflate it with my handy aircraft pump. When you inflate your foils, one trick I discovered is that you want to make sure that you can kind of replicate the temperature that you're going to be building in to be what your target location is going to be. So if this was going to be in a really hot mall, for example, like physically warm, and you have a super air-conditioned house, if your foils are tensioned or filled to the point where they're snug in your house, and you take them to a hot place, they're going to expand in the air, and that could be a problem for you. So you want to be aware of that, and if you have to underinflate your foils, they're pretty sensitive to that. So generally, where I live, the temperature is fairly consistent for indoors, but I know that there are places that have a lot of variability, so something to be aware of. Now you want to take an 18-inch, this case rose, I believe, which is a lovely color for what I'm doing with this. And I'm going to inflate it fully. You know, one side of my body has got really big shoulders compared to the other. There we go. All right, now to do the compact, you're going to need 5 of these black 260s, and then you're also going to need, let's see, 4 black 350s. Actually, you're going to need 7 black 260s, but we're going to start with one of them to begin with. You're not going to use all of this, so inflate it to about, that's good, about that much air. Okay, tie it off, and we're going to make the hinge of your compact. We're going to do that by making this is about 1.5 inch bubble. You want to make it a bit soft. Just pinch twist it, like so. Hold that against my shirt so you can see that better. There. You're going to do that 3 times in total. Pinch twist. There's 2. Give it a squeeze. Pinch twist. So that's 3. Okay. You're going to make a bubble that's about, in my case, 4 fingers. That's about 4 inches. And you're going to make 3 more pinch twists on that side. These are 1.5 inch pinch twists. So, make a little dog bone kind of thing in black, onyx black. Okay, and now you're going to bring the 260 across, and you're going to make another bubble the same size as the first. And you're going to wrap that around. Now you have this. I don't need the rest of it. I'm going to keep it just in case. You never know when you're going to need a scrap. And I'm going to tie off this little hinge now so it doesn't go anywhere. Okay. And you should have something that looks like this. Right? 3 bubbles on either side and 2 longer bubbles on the inside. Now you're going to take a 350. You're going to do this 4 times. So I use this little basket that I found at the dollar store. And it's just perfect for storing inflated balloons as I use them. You're going to inflate your black 350, and you want about 2 fingers, about 2 inches of uninflated on the end. Okay, give it a tie, and you're going to need 4 of these in total. So just tie that off. That's number 2 coming up. Now, lots of people tie balloons differently. What I find works for, like one of the things I learned when I'm doing decor, my hands get tired of tying. I actually learned a trick where I take the balloon and I got it so there's a fair amount of slack on the nozzle. I take my hand around and I grab it. I bring it around and under, so the neck goes between the balloon and my 2 fingers. And then I just pinch it so that now the knot or the nozzle's right on there between the 2. And I just pull the loop of balloon around. For me, that's a faster way to tie. It just takes less stress on my hands, and you do it enough, you get fast at it. So there's number 2. On we go. There we go. There's 3. You want these fairly firm, so you don't have to burp them a whole lot. And you'll see why you want them fairly firm in a moment. Okay. There we go. There's 2 fingers. Tie that off. All right, so you have 4 of these guys now, and you have your handy hinge. Okay, so you're going to take the knot end, and you're going to choose one side of the hinge. You're going to just wrap that hinge in there with the knot of that 646. I'm such a patient, clear teacher. Thanks. Sorry, I have a hard trouble reading that. That's art. But thank you. And I'm going to now take this 350 and this tail. I'm just going to squeeze the air out of it because I don't want that extra air. It's going to go now on the opposite hinge. Wrap that around. You have this. Okay, and that is going to be, should be a pretty snug fit when you put that over your inflated foil. Okay? Okay. And you're going to do the same. I could have put a little more air in here. It's really kind of sensitive how it fits. So you might have to play with it just to get the right amount of air in your 350. Okay, I'm going to take the next one. I'm going to wrap that 350 nozzle into one side of the hinge. Wrap it around a bunch of times. Okay, and again, you're just going to do exactly the same thing. Just squeeze the air out of the tip because otherwise it gets in the way. And you're going to go to the opposite side of the hinge. And that's your second pair. Again, you end up with this. Right? Kind of looks like a toilet seat, actually, to me. Now, you're going to take a black 260, and you're going to use half of it. So just cut that in two equal sizes. Thank you. Thanks. Wow. I'm glad people like this. I'm going to grab the 260 and the nozzle or the tip in. I'm just going to put a little snip in it. What that does is when I tie this around the 350s, it doesn't get any air stuck in it. Right? So it keeps it nice and even. Okay. And I have to do this off camera because I'm not that good at tying knots, holding things up to my chest sometimes. I use my body quite a bit as a way to leverage. But that's what you want to do. You want to just tie that into a circle, and it should be halfway. And you can just slide that knot to the inside. Just grab the balloon, the 260, pull it aside. You don't want to make it too tight. And the reason I say that is you don't want to deflect the 260. So that's a bit tight on this particular one. I would say that you could even use a single 260, or you could pre-inflate them and pre-stretch them, and then they're a little longer. So we'll do that for the next one. But you're going to take that other piece, and you're going to do the same thing. It's going to go about on the other side, so it's halfway down. And you can adjust these afterwards if you find that they're not quite right. And you're just going to tie that. Just tie it around the pair of 350 so it makes a nice grouping, like so. Okay, you do that one more time. This time, I'm going to take my own advice, and I'm going to pre-inflate that 260 and then deflate it. Let's see how that works better. There. So now it's a little longer. I'm going to cut that in two. There. So that's gave me about an extra inch of length. Yes, makeup companies and salons and birthdays. Yes, for a deliverable, when I make my pieces, I do use typically odd numbers. So in this case, this piece here, column, you can't see all of it. It's just a standard base of round balloons. It's a traditional sort of a classic column, but I use 3 items in here to group it. So I didn't add 4 because that's the wrong number. But in this case, I have 3. I could have also adjusted it so I could have put a 16 on here if it was a sweet 16 birthday, right? That's another way you can mark this up to or tailor it to make it more personalized. And if you have a vinyl cutter, you can put a message on part of the foils themselves as well as an option for you to make it a more personalized gift. Hey. Oh yeah, that worked way better when you pre-inflate the 260. That's a lot easier to tie. There. I'm going to just hide that. And you should have this pair of loops like so. Hide those knots on the inside. You've got this. Okay. We're going to do the same thing on the other side with your other pair of 350s. Okay. Exactly the same thing. As a matter of fact, I think we can just rerun this whole segment and I don't actually have to do it. Well, I'll do it anyway. Squeeze the air out. Wrap it around that other side of the hinge. And you're going to do it again. When I was practicing this and designing it, I kept putting both on the same hinge side. It's really annoying. And hard to undo because black is hard to see where your knots are. So I'm paying way more attention these days. Squeeze the air out of the tip and just wrap it into that hinge. What I like about this design, it's actually pretty forgiving. Right? It's not very technical, but it's easy to do and it's fast. All right, we're going to take that other 260 now and we're going to inflate and then release it. All right, just to pre-stretch it. All right, and cut that in two. My handy scissors. Oh, my poor cat's trapped in the basement with me. Sorry, kitty. I'm working. I don't know. Cats can make you feel so guilty when it's nothing you did. It's not your fault. Especially this one. He's really. I've learned to read his expressions. And he's got the, you know, pay attention to me look going on right now. So, no. All right. There's number two. Or number one, number two. Fortunately, I had all the supplies I needed before things got difficult to get supplies. So that was handy. But I'm really glad this last foil rose works because it's the only one left I had. So otherwise it could have been a magenta. I'm going to take my final 260 and I'm going to inflate that. And again, we're going to cut it in half. There we go. And we're going to tie that on just to finish off that third and final tie point. Now, you could use glue to do this. And there's lots of glue products. And there's a particular glue I like called U-Glue. Jackie was mentioning this too on hers, U-Glue strips. Okay, you can read that. It's a bit glary here. Let's see if I get a little closer. There we are, by Oasis. There we go. And I love these things because they're super tacky. Once they're attached, they don't come off really easily at all. So you have to really commit to your attachment when you make it. But with glue, you run the risk that if one of the balloons shifts or adjusts or starts to deflate, or there's some tension on it, it can tear your latex and pop your balloon. So I try not to use glue if I don't have to, right? With foils, it's different because, you know, they are more durable on their skin. But with latex, I try and avoid using glue if I can. So that's why we're tying these down. And it actually lasts quite well. And you cannot see these, or you don't notice the 260s. Oh yeah, I'll show you the little lipstick. As a matter of fact, I have a display I want to show you using the little lipsticks. And I'll talk about how to make them too. I'm going to take these hinges and I'm going to take the 3 pinch twists. I'm going to make them all in a row. Okay? So they're going like this. 1, 2, 3. And that causes your compact to start making an angle. Okay, I'm going to take one of the balloons. So I'll choose the rose. And you don't need to trim off the tip, right? You can just kind of fold it in. It's going to hide in the cracks of the 350, so you don't have to worry about, you know, having it noticed. But make sure that there is the little silvery labely part for the designer, the manufacturer. I just have that on the bottom so you don't see it. And I know this is off camera. I'm just going to push that foil into the 2 350s like so, and I'll show you that in just a second. So I ended up with that. Okay, and it fits pretty nicely just in between. I can use my body just to make it nice and flat, but a flat surface table is the way to go. There. Okay, so actually this is pretty much as hard as it gets for this particular design, so it's pretty simple. We're going to do the same thing for the silver. Okay, I'm looking for where there's any telltale markings. There's the UPC code. That's going to go on the bottom. I'm just bending over the tab, and it's just going to go right in the front because you're not going to see it again. And I'm just going to slide that in. I'm using a table as my base. If you find it's a bit tight, The next time you do it, make your 350s a little smaller or a little longer, and you'll get that extra little bit of slack. But you do want a fair amount of tension, like so. Oops, my rose popped out. Sometimes you got to do this a few times to get it to work just right. But it should all just friction fit in rather nicely, like so. Okay, now what you do is you just arrange to make sure that your 3 pinch twist hinges are still lined up to be 3 in the back. Mine kind of floated to the front, so I'm just going to readjust them so they're facing the front, or the back I should say, like so. Okay. And what you can do is you can take the 350 from the mirror part and you can kind of tuck it in to the inside bend of the lower part here. I'm just going to just show you. Oopsie, mine popped out again, so I'm just going to put that back in. If you made your 350 just a bit too tight, this can happen to you. Again, you just got to slip her back in. It's a bit finicky, but it's doable. There, and I'm just going to do this on the table. I know you can't see it, sorry for that. But I'm going to just adjust it so those parts are kind of facing in the right way. And my 3, just takes a bit of practice to get this in here right, and a bit of finagling. There we go. There. And you can also maneuver your 260s in the back, so that way one of them is kind of one on top of the other. You can just kind of pull it out, kind of rotate it so it's facing forward, and that helps create your fold. Yeah, it's very usable. And what you can also do with this, oops, my 260 or my pink keeps popping out on me. It's not behaving very nicely. There we go. We'll just put that back in again. There we go. So I think what happened for me is I had one 350 is just a little more inflated than the other, the way it was set up. So it wasn't quite fitting just right. But again, with a little bit more practice, you can get that to come right for you. There we go. Perfect. And now you have a compact. Now, what's interesting about this one is you do have the hinge points that you can use to attach your anchors to your column or other pieces of your arch that you want to do it. Okay, but that's the compact. It's really very simple. All right, that was the compact. Now let's take a moment and let's talk about sizing of the balloons for different effects. The question that just showed up, how long have I been working with balloons? So I started twisting in 1996, right? And I did it as a hobby. And I became, my first professional twisting gig was in the year 2000. So ever since then, I've just kept getting more and more experience and more practice and lots more materials. And here's what I do. So yeah, a long time. Let's talk about how you can change the size up. Now here's a deliverable I made. To give you an idea, I'm just going to back that away so you can see a little easier. This is exactly the same concept, but I downsized everything, and I used, in this case, 9-inch rounds, and I used for the makeup, and I used 260s for the compact. You see that? And I used 160s for the lipstick, and I used a 350 double stuffed into a 646 to make the lipstick a little thicker. I can show you how to do that too, because that's important to understand. And this is just on a standard, pretty much a standard twisted base with a round balloons on it. Okay, so this is an example of something you can make as a deliverable. That's really quick and reasonably quick and easy to make, and it's got lots of opportunities to wow folks. If this was for someone's 60th birthday or some other event, you could change out the 9-inch kissy lips for a different figure, like a 16 or a 60. Yeah, there's a picture, for example, of what the entire column would look like. Okay, and I think there's also a shot of that arch in in the file somewhere too under the images. But you can kind of see, oh, there it is right there. And that's an example where I added a few other elements to brush or fill out the arch, but the client really loved it. It was just a perfect solution for them. So I think there's a lot you can do with this particular item here. So thank you. All right, I'm going to put that aside. And I want to show you this lip thing because it's a bit tricky and I'd like you to see that. I'm going to just show this to you. It's a double stuff technique. And for you that don't do a lot of double stuffing, you need a balloon straw, or I use a knitting needle. What I'm going to do is I'm going to show you the difference between using a 350. This is just a regular 350. It's the same lipstick, downsized, as this guy. But the difference is, you can see one of them is a bit thicker, right? And what I found is the proportions work a little better if the lipstick is just a bit thicker. So I'm just going to show you what that means to me. And you want to take in this case, it's a number 4 knitting needle, or 3.5 millimeter. They come in different sizes. I'm just going to take my 350 of one color. This is how you can make other colors too, obviously. I'm going to slide it in this case, the same color, Wildberry 646. The trick is you pinch on the end, so that way both balloons are at the very end of your tips. Right? You want to grab both tips. And I'm going to try and slide as much of this as I can onto my nozzle, and I'm pulling as I inflate, right? And this will continue to inflate, and I inflate as far as I can, so that way the tip gets completely inflated, right? I don't need all of this balloon, but you want to make it so it's nice and even and round at the end. It takes a bit of practice to get this to work just right, but this balloon is thicker than a 350 just inflating it, and it'll last. Whoops, my 350 broke inside, but it'll last a lot longer for you typically when it is in a smaller piece like this one than a 350 would. Okay, anyway, that was worth sharing a little bit of time. In regards to making your balloons last longer, I typically, when I'm making something that's going to stay up for a long time, I know that I was listening to Alberto. Is it Alberto? He uses nitrogen in his twisting balloons as well. And he says that makes them last a lot longer. I know some artists use high float. And that, again, it will really extend the life of your balloons. Well, thank you. I appreciate that comment. They're getting a good lesson from me, so thanks. What I personally like to do is I double stuff. When I'm making something that's going to last a long time, I'm going to double stuff it. And for me, I just like to work with balloons that are double stuffed better than I'm working with high float. And I don't have a lot of nitrogen in tanks. So those are my choices. When you double stuff, I will double stuff a 260 into a 350. And if I'm making a 160, I will double stuff a 260 or 160 into a 260. And that is how I actually made these little guys. They don't, right now, Qualatex doesn't manufacture a 260 chrome. So I've actually made my own, or pardon me, 160 chrome, I made my own. And the way I did that is I simply just took, in this case, a black 160 and a chrome 260. I just did that trick where I showed you. Make sure you pinch and grab both tips before you inflate. Now, this is a great pump, but the nozzle is sometimes a little hard to wrap a 160 on, so it just takes a bit of practice. There we go. And when I inflate it, I make sure I pull as I go. And sometimes the nozzle doesn't quite line up, so you got to fiddle with it. But you can see I now have a chrome 160. So that gives you some choices now. All right, and that's how I made that smaller lipstick. All right, how are we doing? I have not that much time, so I'm going to see if I can do this one for you pretty quickly. The atomizer, I don't have the amounts posted, but we're going to just we're just going ahead and we're going to make this one here with the latex, okay? And what I'm going to do, I'm going to put this down, and we're going to start with a 16-inch latex heart. and you want to pre-inflate it. So I'm going to go fairly quickly, but again, this is on repeat, so you can catch it on YouTube. And I'm going to fully inflate it, and I'm going to let the air out, pre-stretch. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to make a raisin. And you make a raisin by simply taking a scrap and you tie it a bunch of times, right? 1, 2. We're going to make an anchor point using this, it's called a raisin twist. The technical name that somebody made up, right? So there I got a little knotted amount of 260. I'm going to trim the other bits I don't need. I'm going to try and cram this in, guys, so I'm going to go a little quick. All right, now I have a little raisin. Dink. And you drop that inside your 16-inch heart. And now what you're going to do is you're going to feel around, and you're going to take that raisin and you're going to grab it so it's right in the middle of the trough of those two nodes, right here. And I'm going to take that raisin and I'm going to make sure it's right in the center. And I'm going to take it and I'm going to stretch it out. And now I've got it pinched in my fingers. I'm going to tie, in this case I'll use a pink because I have it handy, or you can use any scrap. And you're going to wrap that around. I'm going to get that close so you can see what I'm doing. And you're going to tie that off. And you're going to secure that raisin. This is a raisin knot. Okay, I'm trying hard not to use my teeth because you're not supposed to do that with the way the world is these days. Which is really unfortunate because I use my teeth a lot when I typically work, but I'm retraining myself. It's like guys who mouth inflate, right? They're going to have to figure out what the new normal is. But when I'm done, I wanted something that looked like this. Okay, so there's a little raisin knot caught with a 260. Okay, now I'm going to inflate this heart. I got to be a little careful because it's going to have some stress, so you can't overdo it. Right? But when you're done, you should have this. Okay, and now you've got a nice anchor point. And I'll show you another trick that I learned from trying to save my hands. I went and bought myself some crochet needles. Okay, and what those are, you can see that on screen, is they are basically a little tube, and it's got a little tiny hook on the end. I don't think you can see that. Let's see if you can see it against my shirt. Oh, maybe I'll do that. There, she's got a little hook. Anyway, what's cool about these is I use them as an aid to help me tie stuff that's hard to tie. So I'm going to tie this heart the way I normally would, right? But to hook your finger in there and pull it, it's physically difficult. So I'm going to use my little crochet needle. I'm going to hook it in like this. I'm going to use that hook, just pull that out like so, and then just undo it. This saves me, if I'm doing like hundreds of these guys, man, it saves my fingers a lot of wear and tear. Okay, now we have a heart with a 260 on it. You're going to take silver, in this case a chrome silver, and I'm going to inflate it about like that. It's about 4 fingers on the end. Okay, you're going to need a total of 4 of these chrome silvers. You're going to need 5 chrome rounds, 7-inch, and 1 11-inch round rose, and a scrap of 260 silver, and the 16-inch heart. I'm going to make about a hand's width bubble. So we're going to make this part first. Okay, this part here, we're making that now. Awesome. You're going to make 2 bubbles, like so, same size. Wrap them together and just lock that knot in, like so. You want these bubbles to be soft, right? So I'm giving it a squeeze as I go. I'm going to make another pair of the same size, nice and soft, that are going to match the 2 I just made. Perfect. I'm going to roll one of those over top of the other like so, and I kind of let the 2 twisted centers line up with one another, and you end up with this. Give it a squeeze. Make another set of bubbles, nice and soft, that's important, and you'll see why in a second. And you should end up with that. Now, I'm going to take this last pair of loops, and I'm just going to roll it over. Oops, mine kind of came undone there. I'm going to roll it over that top part here, like so. And just roll that through so you get a nice 6-petal thick flower like this. Awesome. I'm going to push it down. And now you have this little ball. I don't need the rest of this 260. I'm just going to break it, cut it. Here I go. Awesome. All right, I'm doing okay. I still have 17 minutes. I want to force out the petals so they're nice and even. And I have this little ball. Now I'm going to take another silver 260. Sorry guys, I got to go kind of quick here because I'm running out of time. You're not going to use all of it, so I'll leave probably 5 fingers, 6. Tie it off. All right, now I'm going to make 3/4 inch, actually about a 1-inch bubble. And I'm going to make a second 1-inch bubble. I'm going to pinch twist the second one, and I'm going to pinch twist the first one. Right, and I want to make a 5-petal flower on the end. I'll make another bubble, and I'm going to pinch twist it. However you choose to make your 5-petal flowers, I'm not going to judge. This is how I do it, under pressure, on camera, running out of time. But what I want is 5. Again, I like that odd number. There. You don't need more than that, to be honest. And you end up with this. Okay? Because you're going to now take your 11-inch round rose, which is the same color as the heart in this case. You could have used lilac or another color, but it's nice. I think you want them to be the same color. You know, I think so. When I look at the examples on the internet, I think the bulb and the base are the same. And I'm going to inflate this to about here, just so it's proportionate to the heart that you're making. Okay, that's actually kind of big. I'm going to make it a bit smaller, well, like so. All right, I'm going to squeeze the air to the end so I keep my circular shape. Tie it. And I have this round bubble that I'm going to now attach to the 5-petal flower that I just created. All right. And then I'm going to trim off this other bit because I don't need it. And it's just going to get in the way. You could just hide it in the flower petals if you wanted to, but I'm choosing to cut it off. And you just balance it all so it looks pretty. And you have this. All right, so this is the hardest part of the whole thing. You're going to have to shove this guy all the way through this set of flower petals. And the way you do that, or at least the way I do it, let me get this out of the way. So I give it a squeeze so I create an opening. You see them? And it also kind of balances everything. And you find the openings that are probably going to be the easiest to use for your insert. There they are. I'm going to take this 260 and I'm just going to slide it through like so. Blink. All right, that's about the right amount of hose on the end to where the squeeze ball is. And I'm going to make the the nozzle end of the perfume bottle. That's what I'm going to make. So I'm going to figure out about how long I want that to be. I'm going to add just a little more length, just a little more air. And I'm going to trim this part here. Don't trim it down here. You'll see why in a second. You want to trim it a little higher. You don't need the rest of this balloon. Don't lose this scrap though. You're going to use it in a second. I'm going to pinch this bubble. I'm going to let the rest of the air out. And then I'm going to relax my hand so it kind of backfills some of that uninflated balloon. Okay. I'm going to tie that off nicely. So now this is a pretty soft little bubble here. Now, I don't need this extra part. I just kept it just so it's easier for my hands to handle. You can also add another little knot there if you wanted to. We're going to make a tulip twist, actually, is what it's called. So I just double knotted that just so it's a bit thicker. I'm going to cut that. Now, I'm going to give this bubble a squeeze. I'm going to take my thick finger. I'm going to slide it inside. So I'm pushing the knot inside that that 260, and I'm going to grab the knot, and I'm going to pull my finger out, like so. Now I'm twisting this bubble, so now the knot is on the inside. You can see that the knot is actually right on this side of the twist, not down here, but here. When I release it, that will stay in place, like so. Okay? What I'm going to do is take that little bit of scrap that I just cut, assuming I can find it. Oh, there it is. And I am just going to stretch that uninflated part. So now I'm capturing the knot inside the twist, the marriage, or pardon me, the tulip twist, and I'm just going to tie it. And the reason you do that is it keeps the tulip twist from unraveling accidentally on you, which is really annoying. All right. I'm going to cut off the rest I don't need. So I'm going a bit fast here. And you just can backfill, and you can stretch that tulip twist, kind of roll it like this. I'm rolling the knot to the inside, so it's kind of working its way into the center. Oops, can't see that. It's kind of working its way back into the center, and it kind of lines up more nicely, like so. There. Like that. There. I can fiddle with that a bit more to make it even prettier. But that's kind of where we're at. Okay, now what you can do is you can now attach this with the atomizer top to the perfume bottle bottom. I got a little extra 260 I don't need. I'm just going to trim that off. You have two really good anchor points. You don't need a lot of stress here. This doesn't have to be really super tight. And all I'm going to do is wrap it into this part here. I'm just pulling it through the center, giving it a bit of a go, like this. I'm just going to pull that, just so it's nicely in there. Okay, it should be snug, but not super duper snug, right? You don't want to have constant tension, like too much tension, because it's a load-bearing connection point. So it's just to keep the top part from falling off the bottom. Awesome. And that's enough. You can tie this if you want, but as long as it's twisted in there, it's not going away. And you cut the rest of this 260 off you don't need. Perfect. And you have this. All right, so we're going to make the feet now. The feet, we're going to make those. And you're going to take yourself some chrome 7-inch. Okay, now these don't need a lot of air. These pumps are really handy for that because you can have a consistent number of strokes. 1, 2. That's lots for this because it's in proportion, right? If it was too much bigger, it would look goofy. Okay, what I do is I squeeze the air down because I want it to remain round. I'm going to wrap that around my pinky finger like so, just so I have a way to hold it. Okay, I take the second, whoops, wrong pump, this guy. I'm going to go 1, 2. So now I have one the same size. Squish the air down. Thank you. And I have 2 of these that I put together, and I pull the air out all the way as much as I can so you get a nice round duplet. All right, I need another duplet doing exactly the same thing. Yeah, thanks guys for watching. I'm glad I'm getting some nice comments. I really appreciate that. I haven't taught this before, so I'm glad that it's working out for you guys. First time seen on Q Corner. All right, there's my second duplet. Just tie that off. There we go. Tie those together. Everybody's happy. Thank you, Conrad, the unicorn. I think I know who that is. All right. I got a quad. I'm going to attach to this nozzle of my 16-inch. I'm just going to twist that together, make sure it doesn't go anywhere. Awesomeness. Like so. And we're just going to basically make a collar around the top and around the bottom to finish this atomizer off. And to do that, you'll use a 260 silver. I should tell more jokes. I haven't really told many jokes, to be honest. I've been just trying to get through all my material. I think if I had less material, I could have done more jokes. But so the next time you see me, I'll just cover less stuff, but be more funny. I think that's a reasonable trade-off. 1-inch bubble. We're going to make 10 of them, or another 10. 2, 3, 4, 5. Don't let go of these because they all unravel, then you get sad. Okay, what do you got here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, like that. Now I got to start over. By the way, you know that trick where you can just roll the 260 down your body, and it just helps roll all the rest of those bubbles together. Save you a little bit of time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's good. Okay, what I'm going to do is take this string of pearl, or string of bubbles. There should be 10 plus your extra one on the end. That keeps on doing for me for no apparent reason. I'm going to wrap that, in this case, around the base. Okay. You can see that. That should be just enough. If you need one more bubble, that's fine. That's okay. It's no big deal. But that seems to be just about the right amount for me. I'm going to wrap that to where that 1-inch bubble connects with the rest of this 260. And it makes sort of a nice finish for me on the base. Okay. I'm going to take the rest of this 260, make another 1-inch bubble. Then I don't need the rest of this. I can get rid of it, tie it off. Okay, I'm going to pinch twist both of those bubbles that I just have, one in the nozzle and one on the tip I just cut. And I'm going to hide one of those twists, those bubbles in the back, and just finishes off the back nicely. See, it kind of just blends right in. But again, you want to have a good side and the side that's got the mechanics on it. Okay, we're going to do exactly the same thing on the top. Okay, your next 260, here we go. I actually covered a lot of stuff. You guys got your money's worth today. Actually, my basement's just full of various balloons. I had all these things I wanted to teach, and I realized that there was no way I was going to do it in an hour and a half. So this is kind of what I came up with. Corey, who commented earlier, and Julianne helped me come up with some of my choices here on what to twist. So thank you, ladies. I'm in your debt. And we thought that these would be a good combination. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. All right. And again, you've got this nice round or linking chain that's going to go around. Make sure you start it so you have the good side facing outward. That's going to go around. In this case, I think I can get away with one less bubble. So I just actually only linking the 9th one in. Because it seems to look better if I have one less in this case. Okay, so I have this, and again, I'm just going to make a final bubble. I'm going to pop it. The rest I don't need. I'll get that later. Tie it. Pinch twist. There you go. I am kind of cruising here, guys. Thank you for listening. Oops, one of my things uninflated, so I'll just get that back, but this is pretty much it. This gives you your atomizer. If you were to do this, how am I doing for time? Doing okay. I've got 3 minutes left. Woohoo! 3 whole minutes. Let's see what I can fill that up with. There. So I've just hidden that mechanics in the back. Good stuff in the front. Ta-da! You've got a balloon atomizer. Now, if you were going to do the foil version, this guy, all I do, thank you from Eve. Oh, Evie, thanks. How nice. you were going to do the foil version, all you do is simply, before you inflate your heart, is you use masking tape. In this case, I use this stuff, clear masking tape, or packing tape, I'm sorry, it's packing tape. Get the good stuff. Don't get cheap dollar store packing tape. It's not good. It's too thin. And I actually just took a 260, tied a knot, and just taped on one side. And then I split it, cut the the packing tape so I could go on the other side. And I put a row of tape here, and then another one here, and another one here. Then I inflated this heart. And that gives me a really good anchor point for the rest of the figure. And ta-da! That's my class. I think I got everything. Yep, I think I got everything covered, folks. So, somebody wanted me to show this again. There we go. I'll have to post some pictures and put them up on the feed as well. But you wanted to see that little lipstick again too, I think was one of the requests. There you go. That's my class. Are there any questions anybody might have in the 1.5 minutes we have left? Put this guy here. Oh boy, I got lots more to talk about, but we just ran out of time, folks. We'll have to do this again. Right. What I'm going to do is, well, I assume I can still talk, so I'm going to keep talking until someone tells me not to. But I want to show you something I learned. I'm going to put this guy down. And I want to show you this cool thing. This is actually a pipe, and it's actually a curtain rod from IKEA from the IRJA, IRJE, or IRJA. It's $1.99 Canadian. And these things are awesome because if you take a block of wood, you just slide that right on there, and this is a 13 30 seconds drill hole. So it's just perfect. Fit in here, it doesn't come out, and it makes a great base for making deliverables. So there's an extra little bonus tip for you. And it's there. I find it's really cheap to make it this way. There. I think I'm done.
Hello. Thank you, Glen.
Thanks, guys.
No, thank you.
Oh, I got it all in.
You did. You managed to get it all in. We don't know how, but well done.
I was impressed. I really was.
Guys,
some grit.
Please show some love in the chat for Glen.
There's been some great comments so far, Glen.
Yeah.
Very detailed, paced. There's a lot of love for that design, and I think it's a very sellable piece by all accounts.
Yeah.
So
thank you.
I think there's a lot of makeup people and parties and the like that's getting hit up soon, so that's really good. So
people are loving the work. Awesomely beautiful and creative pieces. Thank you. I think we got Glen was awesome. Love your work. Glen was fantastic.
So once the feeds finish, we try to pick the best ones out, but there's loads. There really was loads. So you want to make sure once it's been processed and back on YouTube properly, you can kind of watch that back live as you're watching it through, so you'll get to see the full story. You just got the highlights.
Okay. Thanks, guys. And thank you for hosting. You guys are awesome.
Thank you very much. We're doing our best.
We're doing our best, and we're going to continue on. So please, guys, again, show your love for Glen in the chat. If you liked it, leave a golden nugget. If you really loved it, you can always drop a like on the stream too, as well. Thank you very much, and everybody say bye-bye for now. You can catch Glen in the chat and ask him any questions, or just say thank you. Yeah, he's doing all this for donate this time for free for you guys. Okay, thanks, Glen.
Thanks, Glen. Cheers.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Right. Okay. Time to move on because we've got more and more instructors. We're going to go all the way through. What time is it here?
Well, we're on schedule, is what we are.
It's 10:30 10:30 p.m. here in the UK.
I just need to reset a couple of things.
And that means 10:30 p.m. We've got one. We're done with segment 38. We're going to move on with segment 39. So what does segment 39 give us? Segment 39. Okay, we've got lots of quick link love. Linking balloons are possibly the most under-appropriate balloons on the market because they combine the size and benefits of rounds with the construction variability of non-rounds.
It's our version of Lego.
It is. We always love. We say so much about the fact that the quick link is the Lego of the balloon world. You just put it together and make blocks out of it. Put the blocks together and make fantastic creations out of it.
Modular.
So this gentleman, who's going to be the instructor? The instructor, again, is somebody that needs no introduction into the balloon industry. He is one of the most well-known faces and names across the whole industry. And his name is, where we got it on there? It's Mr. Stephen Jones from the USA.
Running away from a giant hippo by the look of it.
Yeah, I hope he doesn't get caught by the giant hippo.
Yes.
And if he lands in the water, I hope he does indeed float. See what I did there?
That was nice.
Thanks.
Even at
10:30.
10:30 at night,
exactly.
He pulled a terrible joke.
10.
Yes.
How are Dom and Keith not tired? Because we're like balloon vampires. We're living on your energy right now.
It's a delicate balance of Red Bull and Cadbury's cream eggs, to be absolutely honest, and the odd cheese toasty thrown in there to boot.
What's that all about?
It is.
So, for our Canadian friends, eh?
Yes, yeah, hashtag. Thanks, Reese.
Okay, what we're going to do is we're going to pop a silent gentleman up in the background, and please give him a big Q Corner convention welcome, Mr. Stephen Jones. Here he is, guys. Look at that. That was perfect timing. In the chat, it said, Stephen Jones is awesome. That's what happened. That was the first thing that we got when we put you there. You've got a lot to live up to now, Stephen. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you just fine.
Super.
Great.
There we go. Perfect. Right. Well, we're going to pass you over and let you take it from here. You don't need to sell us on this class. We're a convert to the quick link.
Absolutely.
We take no encouragement whatsoever, as I'm sure the rest of our delegates would. I mean, we still have, even at this time of night, I don't even know where it is around the world, we have touching on 900 people there ready to watch this one, Stephen. So I'm sure they will, but let them enjoy it.
Over to you, Stephen.
Here we go.
Let's kill that real quick. And that will do it for me.
Hello, hello, hello. Thank you very much, Stephen. I don't know about you guys, but I would really appreciate everybody show the love for Stephen Jones in the chat, because I really enjoyed that. We had a bit of a dance about in the studio while we were watching and trying to figure out the different things that he was making. From jellyfish to all kinds of different things, right? From beer mugs, could do with a beer o'clock.
No, we haven't got beer o'clock yet.
No, we haven't gotten to beer o'clock yet. But we had what was it, 3 guys in the bar. That was the only thing that we're getting to beer o'clock with. Stephen, the chat messages, the positivity, the chat messages up there was absolutely fantastic. People just loved it. It was something very
I'm glad to hear that.
different, something very different, because they could just watch, and the way that you presented it with just the post-it notes with the sizes on, it was dead easy to follow along, right?
Well, that's what I'd hoped. I mean, I know from teaching internationally, not everybody speaks English, so I was trying to make it as easy on people watching as I could. So, and I figured it was easy enough to follow along with what I was doing. At least I hoped it was. So,
I absolutely do. And people were playing a game where they were trying to guess what you were actually making as well, which was pretty cool.
Well, English is not our first language.
Clearly.
So don't we know it?
No, I was like I said, some of the international jobs that we've worked on before, I learned to rely less and less on English and more on just what I can do. So that was my hope today.
Awesome. No, that was...
I think you hit the spot exactly, my friend. I think you really did.
And thank you for throwing the website up for the project. We're really excited about the results that we've seen from around the world with 1 million bubbles.
It's a really, really positive campaign that we're more than happy to get out there as well. We saw it on the front of your Conwin Precision Air, so we thought, why not get it across the bottom of there all the time? So why not?
I really appreciate it. And I shouldn't leak it yet, but I will. By overwhelming demand, we're doing another project Easter weekend.
There we go.
So,
you heard it first right here. So if you stuck around right till the end, here we go. There's a couple of questions as well, Stephen.
Yeah.
The biggest question that we got, and it came up again and again, so I knew I was going to end up asking you this question, is, was it difficult to stay quiet the entire time?
Oh, in ways you can't even begin to imagine.
Oh, yes, we can.
And I'm sure there were a lot of comments like I'm sure there's people taking bets as to find out when I was going to slip and everything else or whatever. And, that's fine because I've never been one not to talk. So it's
we'd struggle.
That's where. Well, at least in your position, you don't have to be, dependent on it. And I didn't either. But like I said, I figured whoever the poor sucker was that has to translate all of these into all the different languages, I thought at least when they came to mind, they would appreciate me just a little bit more. So.
Yes, we certainly do.
We certainly do, Stephen. You're right. We do really appreciate that.
Fantastic. Thank you very much for joining in.
And thank you very much for giving your time.
And guys, since I do know very, very well what it's like to put something like this together on a grand scale, I applaud both of you for all the hard work you've put in, because what people, I understand it. A lot of people don't understand what you guys have been dealing with behind the scenes to get all of this together and coordinated, and the technical aspects and the herding of the cats and the chasing away of the cats.
The cat
and Roscoe was right here at my feet until I started. Then he ran off, and I'm like, "Oh, thank God,
I'm out of here."
Yeah.
So thank you guys for everything you did. Appreciate it.
Hey, it really is an honor to be able to do something like this and to be part of something like this. And to be fair, I don't think we truly appreciated how much work it actually was involved in doing something like this, and we couldn't possibly do it without an amazing team behind us. All of the guys at Pioneer Balloon Company and all the guys at Pioneer Europe and all of the guys in Pioneer Canada and in Australia and around the world that have come together to kind of help this happen.
Absolutely.
And all of the instructors.
It takes a tremendous team, because you guys had the very first floor. I thought, how hard can this be? It's a little tough. So but again, I applaud both of you and everybody at Pioneer for putting this together and for helping the industry out at a time when they really need it. So thank you guys.
And that's what it's all about. The industry needs it. They need this kind of
coming together as a family.
And just everyone putting back in again. There's not a single instructor out there. There's not anybody part of the Pioneer team that didn't say, let's do it. And the harder it got, the more effort everyone put in. So
it was actually, with the instructors, it was oversubscribed. There was a huge outpouring with people wanting to be part of the project. And again, we have to thank everybody, all of the instructors that have got places on the convention, but all of the places, the instructors that wanted to and try to be part of it as well. We really appreciate it. And also, of course, the delegates, the people that have tuned in and supported us. Because I tell you what, I think Dominic and I would have crashed a long time ago already.
We've seen names for the people throughout that chat that have been continuous from the first hour, which has been absolutely phenomenal. So that's what's kept us going.
Yeah, well, and you guys are doing a great job, and I really do salute you, because, like I said, I can appreciate it. So nice going.
Okay,
thank you very much.
Thank you very much again, Stephen, and
good luck with your new project.
Yeah, please, guys, one more time, give a lot of love in the chat for Mr. Stephen Jones. And you heard it first here. There's another project coming up for Easter as well. So please get yourself over to 1millionbubbles.org and keep an eye out about what's going to happen on there.
Yes, cool. Fantastic.
Thanks a lot.
Bye for now.
Guys. It's that time again. Look at there, we got qualatex balloons, we got Evie on there as well. Again, we cannot say enough thank you to the Pioneer team that helped put this together and continually push this. It really is an amazing thing, and without the teamwork that came together on this one, it couldn't have happened. So yes, Mr. Balloonatic, you are a balloonatic.
There must be more than one profile. See, people have the theories about us, but there may be more than one profile for Mr. Balloonatic as well, because there's no way that person has stayed up this long as well. Crazy.
I think he's had a few power naps in between, but he's pretty much been there the entire time. He's certainly been here a lot more than he hasn't been. You crazy fool.
Right, okay, so it's coming up to 10 past the hour. So we've overrun by 10 minutes, which I am thinking at this stage, wow, only 10 minutes?
Only 10 minutes. That's behind schedule, good. But we'll catch that back up. We have been, haven't we?
Yes.
Right. So what we're going to do is, we need to shut this stream down. So before we do that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab the link to the next stream so that you guys can just, you can just follow, find your way over to there.
Follow the link to the new stream.
In fact, there's already people that have moved on to the next stream and are chatting all over there already at the moment.
This is great.
That's crazy.
I'm loving the chat.
Yeah. I'm loving it.
Okay.
Somebody else.
You sharing that one?
I will do when I find it.
And I'm going to make sure this is updated and we're ready to roll on that one.
That's
going there. Okay.
So what are we going on to, Don? We're going on to part 7. So halfway through part 7 means that actually we'll be officially halfway through this convention.
Wow.
When we get to it.
Like we blinked and got there.
I know. I know. We need to go into there, and then I'm going to say right. Okay. The next link is coming up in the chat right now, guys. And what's going to happen is the next person to go on is Nicole. Nicole Gregg is jumping in on there. So if you click on that link, we've got over 600 of you there right now. So what you need to do is click on that link, get yourself over onto there, and we shall kick off again with Nicole Gregg. And she's going to share some even more stuff with you. She's been an inspiration. She's been a very popular instructor so far for this convention. She gets a lot of fantastic comments, and other instructors that are inspired by her. So you get yourself inspired, and we'll catch you over there in a couple of minutes. All right.
Yes. So catch you on the new stream. Bye bye for now.
Bye bye.